20. Sharapovo Nuclear Command Bunker outside Moscow. The next morning. Buried deep beneath the ground, the massive Sharapovo Command Bunker was roughly 33 kilometers southwest of the Kremlin, at the terminus of one of Russia's secret subway tunnels. It was also sited within a few kilometers of Vnukovo International, the oldest of the 4 airports around Moscow. Depending on events, that proximity allowed the possibility of evacuating some of the 5,000 high-ranking officials, military officers, assistants, and dependents inside the bunker to even more distant and presumably safer regions. At the moment, however, further flight was the last thing on the mind of Russia's president, Pyotr Zhdanov. He was meeting with his closest military and political advisors inside a secure command center at the bunker's lowest level. Thick armored doors and squads of armed guards sealed this chamber off from the rest of the complex. Even in ordinary times, only those with the very highest security clearance were ever admitted inside. That was true now more than ever. As hours passed without any sign of the missing PAC-DA stealth bomber, guesses about its possible fate had grown increasingly wild. By now, analysts concluded its fuel reserves must be exhausted. And yet no cruise missiles had been launched at any cities or military installations in the United States, China, or Russia itself. Nor had there been any triumphant news flashes from Washington or Beijing announcing the defection of pilots flying Russia's most advanced experimental aircraft. Now there was speculation by some that the bomber must have crashed somewhere, either accidentally or as an act of suicidal remorse by its traitorous crew. Others suggested that perhaps Major General Mavrichev, taken prisoner originally, had been able to break loose and bring the plane down in a final act of patriotic self-sacrifice. But now all of those comforting theories had just come crashing back to earth. Moscow's most secure communications channels had received an encrypted signal. A signal that could only have been transmitted from the PAC-DA stealth bomber prototype. Hurriedly summoned from their quarters, barely an hour after their last futile conference broke up, Zhdanov and his most trusted advisors had convened again to hear this message. "We're ready, Mr. President," the officer in charge of the command center's audio-visual system said quietly. "My technical people have finished decrypting and decompressing the signal. Naturally, there may be some minimal degradation of video and audio quality." "Screw the technobabble," Zhdanov rasped. With hands that shook slightly, he lit another cigarette. Nicotine and strong tea were taking the place of sleep during this crisis. He nodded angrily. "Go on, Colonel, just play the damned video." Silently, the colonel pushed a control on the console in front of him. A large screen mounted on one wall came to life. Seconds later, the faintly flickering recorded image of Colonel Alexei Petrov appeared before them. The video had been shot inside the cockpit of the PAC-DA prototype. "Good morning, Mr. President," Petrov began, without preamble. His expression was serious. "By now you must realize that I have taken control over this aircraft and its weapons. At this very moment, the bomber is safely on the ground, far outside your reach. You can no more hope to recover it through your own efforts than you can hope to put a man on the moon before the sun sets tonight." Zhdanov bit down on a curse. This traitor was mocking him. His inability to promise a manned Russian lunar landing any time sooner than the next 20 years, at a time when both the American and Chinese space programs were racing ahead, was a source of long-standing irritation and shame. "Which brings me to the crux of this matter," Petrov continued somberly. "If you want the PAC-DA stealth bomber, its deadly payload, and all of its many secrets back safely, you will have to pay for them all, and pay dearly, to the tune of 200 billion rubles. That created a stir of disbelief and dismay among the watching officers and government officials. 200 billion rubles was more than 2.6 billion US dollars. Such a figure represented a huge sum for Russia's increasingly cash-strapped government and military. I have attached an additional file to this signal. It contains the detailed instructions required to make this payment, Petrov went on. Zhdanov glanced at the colonel. The younger man nodded. We found such a file, sir. It's been relayed to Federal Security Service experts for analysis. Petrov leaned closer to the camera. But let me be blunt. There will be no bargaining, no haggling. In fact, for every 72 hours that elapses from the transmission of this signal without full payment, the price you must pay will increase. The longer you delay, the more it will cost you to regain the stealth bomber and the 12 nuclear-armed Kh-102 cruise missiles currently in my sole possession. He shrugged. Should you be tempted to play foolish games and ignore this warning, consider this. While I remain a Russian patriot, despite the weakened, corrupted state of your government and our society, my patience, and that of those who have backed me, is not limitless. If necessary, we will sell the PAC-DA prototype and its weapons to a foreign power, one that will welcome the opportunity to pry open our nation's most tightly held technological and military secrets. On the screen, the camera zoomed in on the renegade colonel's utterly determined face. Consider the consequences carefully, Mr. President. Don't fuck this up. Petrov out. The screen blanked. For a few moments more, Zhdanov said nothing. Then he glared around the table. Well, he demanded, what do we do now? There was a long, uncomfortable silence. Somewhat understandably, none of the assembled generals and senior government officials wanted to be the first to stick his neck out on what could all too easily become the president's chopping block. Finally, Rogozin reluctantly cleared his throat. I think it would be best if we took some additional time to analyze the available data, Mr. President. The Air Force chief looked pale. The situation we now confront is unprecedented. Other heads inclined marginally in agreement. True, Zhdanov said harshly. If by unprecedented you mean a complete catastrophe. He glanced at his watch. Very well. You have 1 hour. The expression in his cold eyes hardened. But not a single minute more. Clear? Then, without waiting for further responses, he got up and walked out, leaving his silent advisors still seated, warily staring at each other. True to his word, Pyotr Zhdanov returned to the command center precisely 60 minutes later. Briefly, he'd toyed with the idea of delaying longer, knowing the wait would further unnerve the generals and officials who'd failed him so singularly thus far. But faced with Petrov's own hard deadline, he'd finally decided the pleasure of making them sweat wasn't worth the loss of more time. He dropped into his chair. All right, gentlemen, let's get started. He stabbed a finger at the now blank wall screen. First, can we trace that son of a bitch Petrov's message back to its point of transmission? Rogozin shook his head. I'm afraid not. The PAC-DA prototype's strategic communications system is completely secure. We designed it specifically to handle signals between strike aircraft and higher headquarters under wartime conditions. It's essentially undetectable by any enemy and, unfortunately, equally untraceable by us now. Explain that, Zhdanov said. The system automatically encrypts any message and compresses it to a microsecond burst, Rogozin said. Those blips are then relayed to our orbiting Meridian-class military communication satellites and beamed back down to receiving stations here. Zhdanov frowned. Don't our satellites record where the signal originated? No, sir, Rogozin said uncomfortably. As a precaution against the possibility of American hacking, which could allow them to track our bombers in flight, our programmers deleted that function. Wonderful, the Russian president said dryly. A piece of brilliant software design that's just bitten us in the ass. He turned toward a paunchy, gray-haired man farther down the table. Konstantin Yumashev was the director of the Federal Security Service, the FSB. Largely responsible for counterintelligence, counterterrorism, border security, and political surveillance, the FSB's ranks also included specialists in cybersecurity and financial crimes. Can your people exploit that file containing Petrov's payment instructions, Yumashev? The FSB director looked apologetic. It's highly unlikely, Mr. President. My experts tell me the funds transfer instruction the colonel attached appears uncrackable. If we agree to meet his demands, any money we deposit will undoubtedly vanish deeper into an intricate web of secret accounts within minutes, perhaps only seconds. With a tremendous expenditure of time and effort, my people might be able to pry their way into the top layer of financial institutions used as transfer nodes, but ultimately, the odds are very much against our ever finding the ultimate destination. Zhdanov nodded his understanding. Like many of those in this room, he maintained his own network of private, offshore bank accounts, so he was already intimately familiar with the methods required to shield certain dubious financial transactions from inconvenient public or regulatory scrutiny. His brow furrowed in thought. The fact that a relatively junior Air Force officer like Petrov apparently knew how to game the international banking system so effectively strongly suggested the colonel's boast about having powerful backers was accurate. He frowned, wondering who they might be. Between enemies he'd made here at home and enemies he'd made abroad, the list of possible suspects would be very long. Then he shrugged. First things first, he reminded himself. Right now, recovering the PAC-DA bomber prototype had to be his top priority. For the moment, vengeance would have to take second place. Once more, Zhdanov ran his cold gaze around the crowded table. Recommendations? He snapped. Of them all, bald-headed Gennady Kokorin was the first one with the guts to speak up. The elderly Minister of Defense was very close to retirement. Perhaps between that and his long years of loyal service, he felt he had relatively little to lose. Meeting Colonel Petrov's demands might be safest, Pyotr, he said quietly. Admittedly, his price is very steep. But seeing the Americans or the Chinese get their hands on our new bomber prototype would be much worse. Zhdanov shook his head. I will not pay this traitor so much as a single kopeck, let alone 200 billion rubles. His jaw tightened. No matter how hard they tried to keep such a decision secret, word that he'd yielded so tamely to blackmail would be sure to leak out. It would make him appear fatally weak at a time of growing political unrest. Essentially, if he caved into Petrov's terms, he'd be signing his own political death warrant. Besides, such cowardice would also open the door to other greedy fools throughout Russia's armed forces and other government ministries. Fools who might decide to imitate the colonel's criminal example for their own gains. But the Americans, Kokorin began to protest. Screw the Americans, Zhdanov said coarsely, cutting the older man off. And screw the Chinese, too. For the record, Gennady, we're not going to let Beijing or Washington buy the PAC-DA out from under our noses. Then, what do you want us to do? The defense minister asked. If possible, I want the stealth bomber recaptured, Zhdanov replied. But if necessary, I want the aircraft completely destroyed. If we can't have it, no one else will. He saw his advisors nod enthusiastically in agreement. Of course they agree, he thought sourly. Now that I've made the hard decision on my own, they'll back me up. And then deny having had any responsibility if things go wrong. He turned back to Rogozin. Which means our first step must be to find out where Petrov has landed. Yes, Mr. President, the Air Force commander agreed. He sighed. One thing is clear. This is an organized conspiracy. While it might be possible for the colonel and his co-pilot to have stolen the Pac-DA on their own, it would be absolutely impossible for them to find a suitable landing field and then conceal the bomber, without substantial help on the ground. Kokorin nodded somberly. Very true, General. He shook his head. Since Petrov hasn't yet turned the aircraft over to a foreign government, he's almost certainly in league with a powerful criminal cabal. He rubbed a weary hand across his bald scalp. Probably the Mafia or some other organized crime group. Zhdanov noticed that some of his advisors looked even more worried by that possibility. That was no surprise, he supposed. Many of Moscow's political and military elites had at least an arm's-length relationship with the capital's wealthier crime bosses. Like was attracted to like, he thought cynically. Now, no doubt, some of them were nervously considering the prospect that those ties might suddenly land them in very hot water, at least if any of their mafia friends turned out to be involved in Petrov's scheme. He made a note to himself to consult with Yumashev after this meeting. Many of the FSB's agents were probably on the take too, but an investigation might still bear fruit, especially if it became a choice between a firing squad on the one hand or losing a little extra under-the-table income on the other. We'll worry about who's helping the traitor later, he said impatiently. Right now, I want your best guesses as to where the Pac-DA could be. In answer, Rogozin tapped a control on the computer keyboard at his place. The wall screen lit up again, this time showing a digital map of the entire world. Determining its hiding place will be very difficult, he warned. Fully fueled, the stealth bomber prototype had a maximum range of 11,000 kilometers. On the screen, a bright red circle centered on the bomber's last known position, the refueling rendezvous point over the Yenisei River in central Russia, rapidly expanded outward until it reached a radius of 11,000 kilometers. And, as you can see, that means almost all of the world's landmasses and major islands were within its reach. Zhdanov nodded grimly, astonished despite himself at what he saw. Petrov could theoretically have flown anywhere in all of Russia, North America, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and most of Australia. It was an enormous area, containing dozens of separate countries and close to 200 million square kilometers, much of it sparsely populated forests, jungles, steppes, deserts, and mountains. Fortunately, Rogozin continued, we can rule out certain major areas immediately. He touched another key. Europe blanked off the large digital map. Given Europe's population density, high level of law enforcement, and the sheer numbers of other civilian and military aircraft operating inside its tightly monitored airspace last night, there is virtually no chance that Petrov could have flown anywhere there without being detected. Nor could he have hoped to land unobserved. Another swipe by Rogozin's fingers eliminated a second large swath of the globe, this time the Middle East and Africa. How can you eliminate those regions as possible hiding places, especially so quickly? Zhdanov objected. Huge portions of Africa and the Middle East are only thinly peopled, and in many of those same areas there are almost no functioning governments, only warring tribes and rival religious and political factions. That's true, Mr. President, Rogozin acknowledged. He entered a new command on his computer. Icons depicting military aircraft, alerted air defense radars, and missile sites suddenly appeared on the wall map. They were deployed along a wide band from Turkey and Georgia through Turkmenistan and all the way to Afghanistan. But we observed intense American and American allied air activity all across this zone last night. True, the Pac-DA's stealth features might have allowed it to evade their observation, but Petrov would know that he could not count on that, at a time when even a fleeting detection could lead to disaster. The defense minister nodded his concurrence. Yevgeny is right, Pyotr. Kokorin said. Besides, where could Petrov hope to find safety on the ground in Africa or the Middle East? In places where the real power is in the hands of terrorists, murderous chieftains, and religious fanatics. It would be madness for him to assume he could hide a large aircraft from such people for any real length of time. Zhdanov shrugged. Perhaps they were right. He waved a hand at the digital map. What about some isolated spot in Southeast Asia, then? Or maybe a desert landing strip out in the empty Australian outback? Rogozin shook his head. It's highly unlikely. Reaching either place would have required the Pactier to penetrate some of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, by flying across the People's Republic of China, the Korean Peninsula, or Japan. So you believe Petrov flew our stolen bomber north? Zhdanov realized. Yes, Mr. President. The general touched more keys, highlighting all of northern Russia, the unclaimed Arctic, Alaska, and much of northern Canada. Most of these regions are almost completely unsettled. And while the idea that anyone could have constructed a hidden airfield somewhere in these tens of millions of square kilometers of wilderness might seem far-fetched at first, some bastards have done it nonetheless, Zhdanov said tersely. Rogozin nodded. So it appears. Zhdanov stared at the highlighted zones of the map, almost mesmerized by its enormous extent. This was not a comparatively simple case of finding a needle in a farmer's haystack, he realized grimly. This was more like hunting for a single grain of sand in the wastes of the Gobi Desert. For a moment he felt sure the task was impossible, but then he dismissed this feeling as unnecessarily pessimistic, the product of too little sleep and too much stress. He reminded himself that what one man could hide, other men, especially those equipped with sophisticated satellites, air-to-ground radars, and high-resolution cameras, could find. He spun back to Rogozin and Kokorin. All right. I want a full mobilization of every reconnaissance asset in our arsenal. All our satellites, all our aircraft, all our drones, everything. Scour this entire area, starting with our own territory. The Air Force general frowned, deep in thought. We only have 4 of our frontline Tu-214R recon planes in service, he admitted. But I can convert some of our Tu-95 strategic bombers for reconnaissance. Perhaps as many as 10 in the next 24 hours. That's not enough, Zhdanov said curtly. Only 14 aircraft. You'd still be looking for Petrov when the Last Judgment arrives. He swiveled toward a short, compact officer seated directly across the table. Admiral Nikolai Golitsyn commanded the Russian Navy. Throughout the entire discussion, he'd been very quiet, undoubtedly grateful that this was an Air Force mess and not one that involved his own officers and men. How many Tu-142 and IL-38 maritime patrol planes can you provide, Golitsyn? Both the larger Tu-142 and smaller IL-38 multi-engine turboprops were equipped with powerful surface search radars and infrared sensors. While they were ordinarily tasked with hunting enemy warships and submarines at sea, it wouldn't be difficult for their crews to learn to use the same equipment to look for the Pac-DA bomber hidden somewhere in forests, mountains, or trackless tundra and ice fields. The Admiral looked blank for a moment. Then a junior aide seated behind him leaned forward and hurriedly whispered the answer in his ear. Approximately 20 of each type, Mr. President, he said confidently. Good, Zhdanov said. Transfer them all to Rogozin immediately. I don't want any confusion caused by mixed chains of command. For an instant, Golitsyn opened his mouth to protest, but then he closed it just as quickly. This was not a sensible time to insist on the Russian Navy's prerogatives, not with the president so obviously eager to find scapegoats to blame for this unfolding disaster. Zhdanov's fingers drummed incessantly on the table while he considered other measures that would be necessary. The most obvious was to make sure they were ready to seize or destroy the stolen stealth bomber almost as soon as it was found. I want every group of reconnaissance aircraft backed up by fighters, strike aircraft, and Spetsnaz commando teams, he ordered. Heads around the table nodded. What are your instructions if we fail to find the PAC-DA inside our own territory? Rogozin asked carefully. You will press the search into American and Canadian airspace, Zhdanov replied. How far? Zhdanov barked. As far as necessary, Evgeny. We can't afford to pussyfoot around anymore. The Americans and the Canadians will protest any intrusion into their territory, Rogozin pointed out. Zhdanov shrugged his shoulders. Let them bitch. I don't give a rat's ass. They will also intercept our reconnaissance flights with fighter aircraft, Rogozin warned, and our scout planes would be helpless in such a situation. A rear turret with a pair of 23mm cannons is no match for Sidewinder heat-seeking and AMRAAM radar-guided missiles. The president bit at his lip in frustration. Much as he wanted to, he couldn't argue with Rogozin's chief point. Russian pilots were courageous enough, but he could not expect them to commit suicide, particularly for no possible gain. Moodily, Zhdanov stared up at the map, hunting for some possible solution. And then the answer came to him in a quick flash of inspiration. He slapped his hand down hard on the table. All right. If your reconnaissance pilots are afraid to tangle with the enemy's interceptors, we'll escort them with fighters of our own. Rogozin stared at him. That would be difficult. He zoomed the display out so that it showed a view of northern Russia and North America, centered on the North Pole. A series of green lines appeared, originating at points just off Russia's northern coast and stretching deep into Canada, Alaska, and Greenland. Even if we stage out of our Arctic island bases, escorting Tu-142 and IL-38 reconnaissance aircraft deep enough into North American airspace would require round-trip flights of more than 6,000 kilometers. Our Su-27s, Su-35s, MiG-31s, and MiG-35s don't have anywhere near that kind of range. The Americans could do it easily, Zhdanov countered angrily. The American Air Force has almost 500 air refueling tankers in its inventory, Rogozin replied. Ours has fewer than 20 operational IL-78 aircraft. Zhdanov's eyes glittered dangerously. Then I suggest you make full use of every last one of those operational tankers, General. And if you can't or won't do so, I'll find some other officer who will. He leaned forward. Do you understand me? Slowly, Rogozin nodded. Good then, Zhdanov said, pleased by the other man's acquiescence. That's settled. The fighter pilots assigned to escort our patrol flights will need firm rules of engagement, Rogozin said carefully. We don't want any unfortunate accidents. Certainly not, Zhdanov agreed. He shrugged. Let's keep it simple. Your pilots are ordered to keep any NORAD combat aircraft a safe distance from our reconnaissance planes so that the Tu-142s and IL-38s can complete their missions as directed. To do that, they're authorized to use every peaceful means necessary, including aggressive maneuvering of their own. Maybe these American and Canadian hotshots won't like a taste of their own medicine, eh? But your fighters are not to fire first under any circumstances. Is that clear? A thin, humorless smile crossed his face and then vanished. After all, these shows of force are meant to let us to hunt down that bastard Petrov and our missing stealth bomber, not to set off some goddamned stupid air war over the polar ice cap. Yes, sir, Rogozin agreed wholeheartedly. But that still leaves the problem of what to do if Petrov is hiding somewhere in American or Canadian territory. Zhdanov frowned. How so? Carrying out a Spetsnaz raid to recapture the bomber would be impossible, Rogozin warned. Our helicopters don't have the necessary range. So refuel them in the air, Zhdanov snapped, just like your fighters. Their range is even shorter, Rogozin told him, which would force us to refuel them much closer to the North American coast. That would be extremely hazardous, and easily detectable by the North Warning System radars. The Americans and Canadians would have plenty of time to intercept our commando forces before they could reach their target. Zhdanov clenched his teeth in frustration. Try as he might, he couldn't deny that the other man was probably right. If the traitorous colonel had really flown the Pac-DA prototype into the northern wastes of the United States or Canada, his only option would be to order its complete destruction by bombing or a missile strike. At best, that would be a hollow victory. He noticed Golitsyn's aide whispering to the admiral again. "You have something to contribute, Nikolai?" Golitsyn bobbed his head. "Yes, Mr. President." His aide leaned forward to enter a few commands on the keyboard in front of his superior. A new image appeared, inset on the digital map showing northern Russia, the Arctic Ocean, Alaska, and northern Canada. It showed a large, humpbacked nuclear submarine berthed beside a pier. "This is Podmoskovia, one of our Delphin-class SSBNs, which the Americans called Delta IVs. Golitsyn explained. "Several years ago, we stripped out her ballistic missile tubes and converted her instead to carry commandos and unmanned mini-submarines. If you're suggesting using this submarine to carry a Spetsnaz team to the North American coast, that still leaves our men faced with a rather long walk," Zhdanov said wryly, holding his temper in check with difficulty. He'd long known the admiral wasn't that bright, but he'd hoped Golitsyn's younger, more educated subordinates would make up for their commander's shortcomings. "No, sir, that's not my plan," the admiral assured him earnestly. His aide typed frantically, and now the photograph disappeared, replaced by a schematic showing all of Podmoskovia's compartments. Besides her twin 180-megawatt nuclear reactors, the most noticeable was a very large compartment immediately aft of her sail. A label on the diagram indicated that was a hangar where the submarine's autonomous unmanned mini-subs were usually housed, enabling them to be launched secretly while below the surface. What we can do is leave Podmoskovia's smaller submersible vehicles behind and use this space instead to store collapsible bladders of helicopter aviation fuel. Then a high-speed run under the polar ice cap would bring the submarine to a point not far off the enemy coast, somewhere in the Beaufort Sea. Once there, she could break through the ice sheet and establish an improvised refueling point, in case it proves necessary to send in a Spetsnaz raiding party. Zhdanov considered the plan and asked, "How long would it take your submarine to reach its destination?" Once again, Golitsyn held a short, hushed consultation with his aide. "A minimum of 4 days." 4 days. That might as well be an eternity in the present circumstances, Zhdanov thought wearily. Then again, what other options did he have? He nodded. "Very well, Admiral. Issue the necessary orders to the Northern Fleet and Podmoskovia's captain." At last he turned his attention to two men seated just beyond Golitsyn. One, Sergei Veselovsky, headed the Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR. The other, Alexander Ivashin, led the nation's military intelligence agency, the GRU. Each man looked more like a boring, middle-aged civil servant than a spy master responsible for orchestrating the espionage and covert operations aimed at Russia's rivals around the globe. That was good cover, Zhdanov supposed. As it was, he made it a habit to keep a very close eye on the pair of them. Overly ambitious intelligence chiefs and secret policemen were always a potential threat to any Russian ruler. "Veselovsky, Ivashin," he barked, "listen up." Caught off guard, they stiffened. Tired as he was, Zhdanov hid a pleased smile. It was a useful practice to crack the whip every now and again, if only to remind these men of who was in charge. "You're going to immediately activate all of your intelligence assets inside the United States and the People's Republic of China, including every single one of the deep cover agents we've planted over the past 3 decades. If either Washington or Beijing pick up any clues to the Pac-DA bombers' whereabouts, I'd better damned well find out exactly what they've learned, just as soon as they've learned it." 21. Emergency Conference Room, National Military Command Center under the Pentagon, Washington, D.C. A short time later. Under the ECR's bright overhead lighting, it was impossible to tell that it was still pitch dark outside, with more than an hour remaining before the sun rose. But in a concession to the early morning hour, coffee carafes and china cups were set out along the large central conference table. Jonas Murphy took a cautious sip from a steaming cup and then set it back down. Miranda Reynolds, seated next to him, raised an eyebrow. "Any good?" she asked. "It seems to contain caffeine," the Director of National Intelligence said thoughtfully, after a moment's consideration. "Apart from that, I refuse to testify on the grounds that it might insult our hosts." From his position at the head of the table, Bill Taylor chuckled. "Flattery won't get you anywhere, Jonas." Then the Secretary of Defense nodded to Reynolds. "Glad you could join us this morning, Ms. Reynolds. I understand we have you to thank for the extraordinary video we've all seen?" "Yes, Mr. Secretary," the CIA's Chief of Clandestine Operations said. The short recording he referred to was from a Russian Air Force pilot, Colonel Alexei Petrov. In it, he claimed to have successfully stolen Moscow's much-touted stealth bomber prototype. The video had been emailed to her through the same covert server used by the shadowy Russian contact she'd met in Prague. She'd immediately relayed it to Murphy, who, in turn, had passed it straight on to the Defense Secretary and the Joint Chiefs. Before she'd even had time to finish dressing, she'd received a secure call summoning her to this early morning conference. "So, what's your assessment of this message?" Taylor asked, not beating around the bush. "Is it genuine?" Reynolds pursed her lips. "The man speaking does appear to be the real Alexei Petrov," she said. "His facial features are a perfect match with other verified photos in our databases." The CIA, like other intelligence agencies, amassed huge amounts of information on foreign government officials, military officers, business leaders, and the like, most of it from publicly available sources, including newspaper and magazine articles, television news broadcasts, and even internet sites. "And we can confirm that he's regarded as one of Russia's top test pilots, especially for multi-engine aircraft. Given that, it would be logical to expect him to head up their stealth bomber flight test program." "But is there anything in the guy's record to suggest that he'd pull a stunt like this?" General Frank Neary asked suspiciously. The Air Force chief looked plainly skeptical. "I mean, Jesus, actually flying away with the most expensive and advanced experimental aircraft in the whole Russian inventory? That's not exactly like walking into an embassy somewhere and asking for political asylum." "No, sir," Reynolds admitted. "From what we know, Colonel Petrov was a highly decorated, highly regarded officer, one of apparently unquestioned loyalty." She smiled slightly. Then again, if there were any obvious reasons for Moscow to believe he might defect, Petrov would be in a Russian military prison or dead, and not sending us demand notes from a stolen high-tech aircraft. Murphy leaned forward. "Plus, he's looking at a potential cut of several $billion," he pointed out. "That's a darn strong possible motivation right there." The other men and women around the table nodded in agreement. In his recorded message, the Russian pilot had made it clear that this was an auction, with the PAC-DA bomber going to the highest bidder. "Then you think this is the real deal?" Taylor pressed. "That one of Russia's top test pilots is actually trying to sell us his country's most valuable aircraft? A stealth bomber that he's already got safely parked in some secret hiding place?" Miranda Reynolds shot a quick sideways glance in Murphy's direction. The DNI shrugged slightly, as if to say that it was her call. Her mouth tightened. If she walked all the way out on a limb here, what were the odds that he wouldn't just saw it off behind her the moment anything went wrong? Along with selective leaking, blame shifting was almost a professional sport for senior government officials and politicians alike. And Jonas Murphy, she reminded herself, was a man who wore both hats. It was effectively a coin toss, she decided. Then again, her fingerprints were already all over this bizarre situation. She wasn't going to be able to duck the responsibility no matter how things went down. So she raised her chin and looked straight at the Secretary of Defense. Yes, sir, I do. Crazy as they sound, Petrov's claims fit the facts we see. Taylor's eyes gleamed approvingly behind his thick, black-framed glasses. Okay, then. We'll proceed for now, on the assumption that this Russian colonel has possession of an experimental stealth bomber that we'd sure like to have, and that Moscow desperately wants back. He turned to Neary. If we want to find Petrov first, General, where should we be looking? I had the air staff work the problem, using our best guesses as to the PAC-DA bomber's fuel load and flight characteristics, Neary told him. Their analysis strongly indicates Petrov must have landed somewhere in the northern hemisphere, anywhere from Russia itself to Alaska, northern Canada, or possibly Greenland. Maybe even somewhere out on the polar ice cap itself. That's a hell of a big patch to search, Taylor commented wryly. Yes, sir, the Air Force Chief of Staff agreed. Several million square miles of ice, tundra, mountains, and forests, for a start. Reynolds frowned. Hold on. Wouldn't Petrov need a runway to land on? One long enough to handle a very large aircraft? Doesn't that significantly limit the places we need to look? Even if he picked an abandoned airstrip or some remote, out-of-the-way airport. Neary shook his head. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. The Russians put a lot of emphasis on designing their combat aircraft to fly out of rough, improvised airfields. Given some luck and skill, all this guy would need to set down safely was a long enough stretch of compacted snow or ice. He shrugged. We fly C-130s onto a similar snowfield down at McMurdo Station in the Antarctic. Now, I sure wouldn't try that myself with a heavy bomber, but I'm not a test pilot. Or a Russian. Can we task our satellites to do the job? Taylor asked. We've got a number of radar and photo imaging platforms in orbit right now. Murphy answered this one. As DNI, both the National Reconnaissance Office and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency fell under his authority. We'd have to get very lucky, he warned. Satellite surveillance works best against fixed installations or other targets whose coordinates are at least generally known. Expecting our analysts to zero in on a single, heavily camouflaged aircraft out in the middle of all that territory would be like expecting them to win the lottery by buying one ticket. So a 50-50 shot then, Taylor said with a quirky grin. Murphy matched him with a sardonic smile of his own. I wouldn't know, Bill. You're the Pentagon's resident Silicon Valley math nerd. By training, I'm just a simple country lawyer. Coordinated searches by a large number of reconnaissance aircraft and drones equipped with air-to-ground radar would be a better bet, Neary said. At least inside our own airspace. Reynolds felt a frown cross her face. Can we keep that kind of effort quiet? She asked. From the media? The Air Force Chief of Staff shook his head. Probably not, ma'am. Any reasonably sized effort covering that much territory would involve dozens of aircraft and hundreds of aircrew. Word would be bound to leak out, no matter how big a classified label we slapped on the operation. Reynolds shook her head in dismay. Which means we could end up with nothing for all our pains. Nothing, that is, except a massive ecological and political disaster and a lot of egg on all our faces. Taylor, Murphy, and the others nodded slowly, seeing her point. In his video, the Russian pilot had warned that any American attempt to seize the PAC-DA prototype without payment would result in its immediate destruction, along with devastating radiological consequences, thanks to the multiple 250-kiloton thermonuclear warheads stored in its weapons bays. That's another thing, the defense secretary said. Is Petrov's story about having a payload of nuclear-armed cruise missiles aboard that bomber even remotely plausible? If this was an American experimental aircraft, I'd say there was no way in hell, Neary told him forcefully. But the Russians play by very different rules, especially when it comes to nukes. Hell, Back during the Cuban Missile Crisis, it turns out they deployed tactical nuclear weapons that some Cuban or Soviet general could have used against our troops if we ever invaded the island, even without an explicit okay from the Kremlin. So, this guy's claim that they were trying to compress their flight test program by loading armed missiles as part of a war game, isn't that far-fetched? Taylor sighed. Which makes Ms. Reynolds right. In the circumstances, a large-scale air search effort would be too risky. We wouldn't gain anything by provoking Colonel Petrov to destroy his aircraft, especially if it does carry nuclear weapons. From the far end of the table, Rear Admiral Kristen Chow spoke up. We do have one possible indication of the Russian stealth bomber's whereabouts. The head of the Pentagon's Operations Directorate reminded them. Our North Warning System radar station at Barter Island picked up an unidentified contact last night, at least for a few seconds anyway. This bogey might have been the PAC-DA bomber entering our airspace. Or, just as likely, an equipment glitch or some kind of weird weather phenomenon, Neary argued. The whole Arctic region's getting hammered by snow and ice storms right now. Yes, sir, the Admiral agreed calmly. But it's at least a data point. One that doesn't get us much further, the Air Force Chief of Staff retorted. The North Warning System radar network creates a relatively thin air surveillance zone along the northern frontier of both Alaska and Canada. Once the perimeter is penetrated, we have almost no ability to track an unidentified aircraft flying deeper into the North American interior, especially if it's coming in low or has stealth features. Chow looked unmoved. At the very least, it suggests Colonel Petrov has chosen to conceal the bomber in territory we control, rather than inside his own country's borders. That could provide us with a useful clue to his ultimate goals. For God's sake, Kristen, Neary snapped. I don't see how you can possibly draw that conclusion. Hold on there, you two, Taylor interrupted, jumping in to tamp down what was threatening to become an open argument between the two high-ranking military officers. You can't fight in here. This is the war room. For a moment, both the general and the admiral stared at him in astonishment. But then, almost unwillingly, they grinned sheepishly. Sorry about that, Mr. Secretary, Neary told him. Chow nodded her own mute apology. Don't sweat it, Taylor said mildly. I don't imagine anyone here got much sleep last night, so it's no surprise if tempers are a little frayed. He looked carefully around the table. Which is why, right now, I'd like to focus our limited energies on the biggest question we face. Which is, do we pay Petrov to get our hands on the PAC-DA prototype? Miranda Reynolds said quietly. Score one for the CIA, Taylor said with a slight smile. Absent-mindedly, Murphy rubbed at his chin, frowning a little when he felt the patches of stubble his quick shave on the way to the Pentagon had missed. There are a lot of pluses, he said carefully. Sure, Petrov's asking for a lot of money, but conventional intelligence efforts to acquire accurate data on Russia's stealth bomber program could easily end up costing us nearly as much over time. Not to mention taking years to produce results, and in all probability yielding far less useful information. The same goes for those advanced cruise missiles he says are aboard. Not only that, but just knowing that we've got their prototype, its electronics and its weapons payload would compel Moscow to dramatically re-engineer their stealth bomber and missile programs, at a huge expenditure in time and money. He turned to General Neary. How much did the B-2 Spirit program cost us? Somewhere north of $40 billion in current dollars, not counting procurement, the Air Force Chief of Staff told him. Murphy nodded. Exactly. So by spending what's basically pocket change in the context of the federal budget, we could force the Russians to pony up billions more for a whole new bomber design. It's a win-win for us. Neary frowned deeply. You have a problem with the director's analysis, General? Taylor asked. Yes, sir, I do, Neary said. What if we're wrong about this? What if Petrov didn't steal the PAC-DA bomber prototype at all? What if this is just an elaborate ruse orchestrated by Russian intelligence? And the aircraft that we're supposedly buying is still sitting safely inside a hangar on some Russian airbase. Jesus, Taylor muttered. That would be bad. Very bad. Neary nodded. We'd get caught paying billions of taxpayer dollars to Moscow for nothing. Not only would that inflict a lethal political blow to the president and his administration, it would humiliate the entire U.S. national security establishment as well. We'd be the laughingstock of the whole world. He shrugged. Sure, the video sent to Ms. Reynolds shows this guy Petrov in some kind of fancy cockpit. But none of us knows what the inside of the real PAC-DA bomber looks like. Nor are there any shots of the outside. For all we really know, the whole thing could easily have been shot on a GRU or SVR-built film set. There is another problem even if Petrov's offer is genuine, Rear Admiral Chow commented. It's pretty clear that he's getting a lot of help from someone we don't know anything about. If it turns out he's in league with Russian organized crime or drug lords or maybe even terrorists, the blowback from our funneling so much U.S. government money to them could be horrific. Taylor winced, obviously imagining how that would play out in Congress and the press. The defense secretary wasn't a Washington insider by experience or inclination, but even a few short months on the job had taught him the savagery with which political war was waged in the nation's capital. He sighed. Okay. It looks like whether or not we meet Colonel Petrov's demands is a decision that's way above all our pay grades. I'll brief the president as soon as I can, but my bet is that nobody in the White House is going to want to jump in with both feet on this. Not without a hell of a lot more information than we can give them right now. I do have one request, Mr. Secretary, Miranda Reynolds said. I'd like your permission to deploy the specialist Go team I've organized to Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Alaska. The one with experts from the Air Force's Foreign Materials Squadron? Taylor asked. She nodded. Plus CIA and Air Force security personnel. She looked down the table toward Chow. If the Rear Admiral is correct and Petrov has landed somewhere in northern Alaska or northern Canada, staging out of Elmendorf would put our team in position to move fast if we spot the PAC-DA bomber on the ground. Or in case we do strike a deal. Good thinking, Taylor said simply. You've got my blessing. Get your team on its way to Anchorage as soon as possible. 22. Totem 1, over northern Alaska. The next day. Totem 1, a 4-engine HC-130J Super Hercules combat search and rescue aircraft assigned to the Alaska Air National Guard's 211th Rescue Squadron, rocked and jolted and bounced through the sky. It was flying through the upper fringes of a fierce winter storm blanketing the whole state. Patches of night sky sprinkled with stars appeared and disappeared whenever the plane crossed into towering cloud banks that cut visibility to nil and then came back out into clear air. Cripes, Major Jack Ripper Ingalls muttered, gripping the steering yoke tight. I think General Arcaro hates me. His co-pilot, Captain Laura Skater Van Horn, shook her head. No, he doesn't hate you, Rip. He doesn't? She smiled. Nope. His feelings toward you go way beyond simple hatred. In fact, I'd say he despises you with all the passion of 1,000 hot, flaming suns. She nodded out the cockpit windows at the boiling sea of clouds. I mean, why else assign us a routine night training flight right in the middle of the first really big storm of the season? Ingalls laughed. Well, the general said he thought it'd be a good way to keep our flying skills honed. Van Horn snorted. Uh-huh. And King David told Bathsheba's husband, Uriah the Hittite, he wanted him to lead in battle because it was an honor. You know, your analysis of this situation isn't exactly making me feel better about myself, Skater, Ingalls said. He kept his eyes moving over the cockpit's multifunction displays and gauges. Remind me to have you read that Air Force pamphlet on the importance of maintaining high crew morale once we get back to base. She pretended to sigh loudly. What, again? Yes, again, the HC-130 pilot said firmly, with a quick sidelong smile. You know, touchy-feely stuff like that is probably why Arcaro hates you so much, Van Horn said with a grin of her own. Ingalls shrugged. The man's got to do what I'm... A sudden alarm and a red caution and warning light cut him off short. Number 2 engine shut down, Van Horn said sharply. She toggled a switch. Fire handle pulled, and then another. Engine start switch to stop. Fuel pump secured. Swiftly, she scanned their ACAWs. Advisory, caution, and warning system, message text. Gearbox 2, no oil pressure. Ingalls ran his eyes over his own display. I confirm, Gearbox 2, no oil pressure. He glanced out the cockpit window at their left wing. The 6-bladed propeller on the inmost engine was stationary. Number 2 is feathered, no signs of a fire. For small favors, let us be very, very grateful, Van Horn said devoutly. She glanced at the pilot. Okay, Rip, what now? Now you take the aircraft, he said, sounding perfectly calm and in control, thus allowing me, as the august aircraft commander, to focus all my attention on managing this deplorable situation. She nodded, settling her hands firmly on the yoke in front of her and giving it a quick shake to verify that she did indeed have her hands on the yoke. Yes, sir, I have the aircraft. You have the aircraft, Captain, Ingalls confirmed formally, slightly relaxing his own grip. He keyed his radio mic. Elmendorf Control, this is Totem 1. I am declaring an in-flight emergency. We've lost our number 2 engine. No fire. Repeat, no fire. Copy that, Totem, an air traffic controller replied. Advise your intention? Ingalls considered that. Technically, their HC-130J was rated to continue missions with the loss of a single engine. That was especially true for this training flight, without any heavy cargo or passengers aboard the aircraft. But the idea of trying to make it back to Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, nearly 500 nautical miles away, in the middle of a storm, wasn't that appealing, especially down one engine for unknown causes. If one engine could crap out like this, there was no guarantee that a second and a third wouldn't do the same thing at the worst possible moment. Eielson Air Force Base at Fairbanks was considerably closer, but it would still take them 45 minutes to get there. And the most direct flight path to Eielson meant crossing the Brooks Range, some of the highest and most rugged country in all of Alaska. Yeah, no thanks on that, he decided. What's the status of Dead Horse? He radioed. The airport serving the Prudhoe Bay oil fields was just 60 nautical miles northeast of their current position. It didn't have a control tower, but at least the runway was paved. Dead Horse is shut down, the controller reported. Visibility is currently nil, with blowing snow and very high winds. Crap, Ingalls muttered. Okay, how about Barter Island? Wait one. Van Horn shook her head. Barter Island? Man, that's the back end of nowhere. I've flown in there a couple of times. It's just a gravel strip. The aircraft hit another pocket of turbulence and shook from end to end, which on a night like this is going to be ass-deep in snow and ice. Ingalls shrugged. Right now, I'll take just about any runway and a storm skater. And if we lose another engine, I'm going to be happy if we can even find some relatively flat piece of tundra to set down on. Totem, this is Elmendorf, the air controller's voice said through his headset. There is a small security detachment posted at the radar station there. I just checked with them. They report the storms died down a little there, with north winds diminishing to about half of what they were an hour ago. The ceiling's only around 1,500 feet, and visibility's not great, maybe a mile, maybe less. There may also be debris on the runway. Our guys are moving out now to check that and clear the strip if necessary, but they say it'll take some time. Copy that, Elmendorf, Ingalls said, pulling up Barter Island on his navigation display. Tell that security detachment we're heading their way. We should be overhead in about 30 minutes. Whatever they can do to clear the runway by then will be much appreciated, but we're going to try to set this crate down fast, before the storm closes in again. Understood, Totem, the controller replied. And good luck. Ingalls glanced across the cockpit. Okay, skater, let's come to 045, but take it real easy on your turn, okay? Keep your angle of bank well under 25 degrees and watch your airspeed and power settings. Copy that, Van Horn said tightly. They needed to bank left, which meant turning into their dead number 2 engine. With the aircraft's 3 other engines still operational, that was doable. Still, extreme caution was necessary to avoid any risk of losing control due to asymmetric thrust. Slowly, she turned her steering yoke. Her eyes darted across her displays and gauges to make sure there were no other developing problems. Gingerly, the Super Hercules rolled gently left, gradually coming around to the northeast as it headed directly toward Barter Island through a storm cloud-covered night sky. Barter Island Airport. A short time later. Through his night vision goggles, Captain Nick Flynn could just about make out the far end of the snow-covered runway. Beyond that, a glittering haze of blowing snow and ice crystals obscured everything. Since he was roughly 2/3 of the way down the strip, he estimated that put current visibility at a little more than half a mile. The wind must be starting to strengthen again, he thought grimly. Not exactly great timing, since that crippled HC-130J couldn't be more than a few minutes out. Pairs of glowing yellow lights stretched away in both directions. They marked the edges of the 100-foot-wide runway. Silhouetted against those lights, the soldiers and airmen of his Joint Force team were frantically clearing away pieces of wind-blown debris that littered the snow. The fierce blizzard that had been pounding Kaktovik and the radar station for more than 2 days had torn shingles, pieces of metal siding, canvas tarps, and even satellite dishes loose, along with bags of trash, broken-down cardboard boxes, empty barrels, and other abandoned objects, sending them all skittering across the open tundra. This mix of FOD, foreign object debris, was now a serious threat to the big turboprop headed here for an emergency landing. Metal shards or other solid trash sucked into the Super Hercules' propellers or engine intakes during landing could easily cause catastrophic damage. Painfully aware that they were running very low on time to get this job done, Flynn got back to work. He leaned over, grabbed a bent section of siding half buried in the surface, and yanked hard. Nothing. The damn thing didn't move an inch. Grunting, he tightened his grip and yanked even harder. This time it broke free from the ice and came loose in his gloved hands. Like a discus thrower, he spun around in a single motion and hurled the piece of crumpled siding away from the runway as hard as he could. A powerful gust caught the warped metal panel and sent it spinning end over end through the air. Senior Airman Mark Mitchell grabbed his arm. "Sir!" The radio man screamed into his ear to be heard over the north wind shrieking low across the island. He held up the handset connected to their ANPRC 162 radio. "I've got contact with that Herky Bird. They're on final right now. They want our guys off the runway ASAP." Flynn snapped his head around and looked west. He spotted a faint glow low in the sky there. The HC-130J had its high-intensity landing lights on, spearing through the darkness and the curtain of blowing snow and ice. That glow was growing brighter, fast. The big aircraft must be coming straight in at more than 150 knots. "Pass the word, M-squared," he yelled at the radio man. "Tell everyone to clear the strip. You go too, now." "Yes, sir," Mitchell nodded frantically. Shouting into the handset to relay the order, he turned and jogged away. Flynn swung around through a full circle and saw the rest of his men scattering off the runway. All except one. About 100 yards away, the short, square-shouldered figure of Private First Class Cole Hines hadn't budged. The soldier had his head down while he stubbornly wrestled with another big piece of debris. He didn't seem to have heard the order to get clear. And he was apparently too fixated on his task to notice that everybody else around him was bailing out. "Damn it," Flynn thought. Maybe the other man's radio was broken, or maybe its batteries were dead, drained by the sub-zero temperatures. He cupped his hands and yelled as loudly as he could, "Hines!" It was useless. The howling wind caught his voice and tore it to shreds. Down at the far end of the runway, the big HC-130J appeared suddenly out of the darkness and snow. It was no more than 50 feet above the ground and descending rapidly. Shit, Flynn realized. He was out of time. Frantically, he sprinted toward Hines, who had his back to the oncoming Super Hercules. He didn't waste any more breath yelling. The aircraft touched down hard, bounced once, and then settled firmly onto the ground, thundering straight down the runway right at the two men. Plumes of pulverized snow and ice sprayed out behind its massive landing gear and whirling propellers. At the last moment, Hines looked up, brushing at the snow, dusting his goggles with an irritated gesture. His mouth opened in surprise. "Hey, Cap!" And Flynn, still running all out, threw himself forward and slammed straight into the shorter enlisted man. The hard diving tackle knocked Hines backward off his feet, with Flynn ending up on top. Desperately, he buried his face into the icy surface of the runway, just as the left wing of the speeding Super Hercules slashed past right overhead. For a split second, the whole universe became a hurricane-force maelstrom of shattering, deafening noise and pounding winds, snow, and razor-sharp fragments of ice. And then, blessedly, the noise and pummeling died away. Dazed, Flynn slowly raised his head and looked behind him. The HC-130J was slowing fast as it neared the end of the runway. Painfully, he levered himself back up to his knees. "Ow," Hines said, sounding aggrieved. "Geez, that fucking hurt." His eyes focused on the man who'd just knocked him on his ass. That fucking hurt, sir." "Yeah, I bet it did," Flynn agreed with a wide grin. He climbed back to his feet and then helped the enlisted man up. He nodded toward where the big four-engine turboprop had finally come to a stop with its propellers still turning, just before it ran out of runway and risked skidding off across the icy tundra. But maybe not as much as getting sliced into a bazillion pieces by one of those propeller blades, right? "No, sir," Hines agreed fervently. "And thanks for not letting me get killed, sir." "Too much paperwork involved, PFC," Flynn said, still smiling. "Fortunately for you, I'm lazy that way." About an hour later, once they'd finished helping the HC-130J's aircrew tie their big plane down and cover its engine cowlings and sensor pods against possible flying ice and hail damage, Flynn had time to welcome the two Air National Guard pilots and their staff sergeant loadmaster a little more formally. Which, since they were all exhausted and freezing, pretty much consisted of a quick handshake and nod across the aisle of the bus as it drove away from the airport. "Skater and I sure appreciate your guys' hard work out there, Nick," Ingalls told him tiredly. "If we'd had to try setting down with all that FOD still littering the runway, we'd have been in a world of hurt. Heck, I've been wanting to add my own aviation component to this half-assed command," Flynn said. "Now it looks like I'm finally getting my wish." The co-pilot, a pretty brunette named Van Horn, choked back a laugh. "Just until the weather clears enough for J-Bird to fly and mechanics and spare parts to fix that dud engine of ours," she warned. Flynn peered out through the windshield. Even with the headlights, it was now basically impossible to see more than a couple of dozen yards, if that. The brief lull in the storm was over, and they were trapped again in the heart of a blizzard howling across the treeless little island at full force. "That could be a while," he commented mildly. The others nodded. "Welcome to winter in Alaska," Ingalls agreed with resignation. "Starts in the fall and doesn't end until sometime around summer. I figure we're probably stuck here for at least a couple of days, maybe more." "Well, it's not all that bad around here," Flynn told them. Van Horn looked surprised. "It's not?" Flynn leaned back out of the way of the punch he thought might be coming his way in a second. "Nope," he said wryly. "It's much worse." "I would kill you for that," Laura Van Horn said with an answering smile. "But I'm too darn tired. So maybe I'll take my revenge later, Captain Flynn." F-23. Sharapovo Nuclear Command Bunker outside Moscow. The next day. Pyotr Zhdanov watched in frustration as search area after search area shown on a large digital map of Russia turned green, indicating that concentrated sweeps by Tu-214R, Tu-142, and Il-38 reconnaissance planes had come up empty. "You're quite sure about these results?" he demanded. "After all, Petrov and his co-conspirators have almost certainly camouflaged the Pac-DA prototype by now, and swept away any traces left by his landing on a snow or ice field. Couldn't your pilots and air crews simply have missed them?" "That is highly unlikely, Mr. President," Lieutenant General Rogozin said patiently. "We've subjected the most probable landing fields to repeated overflights. We've even done the same with many of those places that our planners consider far less suitable. In addition, we've deployed Spetsnaz units and other army formations to multiple possible sites to confirm those negative results. So far, we haven't found a single trace of the stealth bomber inside our own national territory." Zhdanov sighed. "So then, where is he? And where is our missing stealth bomber?" "Hidden somewhere on the North American continent," Rogozin said bluntly. "It's the safest place for Petrov, because it's the most difficult for us to search, or to attack." "And how much progress have you made in carrying out reconnaissance flights over this region?" Zhdanov asked coldly. "Not much," Rogozin admitted. "Show me." Wordlessly, the general brought up a new map on the command center's wall screen. It depicted the northern third of the North American continent, from Alaska in the west to the vast ice shelf of Greenland in the east. Comparatively tiny half-circles colored green showed the areas probed by Russia's long-range reconnaissance aircraft so far. Fewer than half a dozen of them dotted North America's long coastline fronting the Arctic Ocean. In no case had a Tu-142 or an Il-38 succeeded in penetrating more than a few miles inside American or Canadian airspace, before being intercepted and turned back by F-22 Raptors and CF-18 Hornets. "Mater Bozia," Zhdanov scoffed. "Mother of God. All you've done is nibble around the edges." He glared at Rogozin. "Were your pilots and crews waiting for engraved invitations from Washington and Ottawa before doing their fucking jobs?" "No, sir," Rogozin said quietly, not rising to the bait. "But it's taking time to move the air tankers and other assets needed by our fighter escorts into position, especially with the bad weather affecting the region, so up to now, all of our flights have been unescorted and vulnerable." Zhdanov frowned. "How much longer will it take to assemble the necessary fighters and other planes?" "One more day." "Which will put us well beyond Petrov's first 72-hour deadline," Zhdanov pointed out bitterly. "Yes, sir," Rogozin said. "And his price to return the Pac-DA and its weapons payload to us will go up." "Screw his price," Zhdanov growled. "The only thing that traitor's going to get from me is a missile down his throat or a bullet in the back of his skull. What worries me more is the possibility that he'll decide to sell out to the Americans first." His frown deepened. "We're not going to get too many more bites at the apple before that happens. So it's imperative that you concentrate these first fighter-escorted air searches on the most likely hiding places." Rogozin stared back at him. "I'm not sure we can hope to do that," he said carefully. "Colonel Petrov had enough fuel on board to reach any possible landing site in several million square kilometers of North American wilderness. We simply don't have any evidence yet that would help us narrow that down significantly." "That may not be quite true," another voice interrupted. Startled, both Zhdanov and Rogozin swung around toward another of the several men seated around the table. On the principle that the less said, the better when their leader was getting bad news, Kokorin, Yumashev, and the rest of the Russian president's senior military and civilian advisors had kept their mouths shut over the past several minutes. But now, Alexander Ivashin, the head of the GRU, had evidently decided it was worth the risk to join the discussion. Zhdanov's eyes narrowed. That meant Ivashin had something up his sleeve, something he was confident would make him look good. Cautious by nature and training, the spymaster was not a fool. "You've picked up Petrov's trail?" he guessed. "Part of it, perhaps," Ivashin said calmly. "Maybe enough to help General Rogozin's pilots refine their search parameters." "Go on." Ivashin indicated the computer console at his place. Through it, he had secure communications links to the GRU's Moscow headquarters. "One of our deep-cover illegals in northern Alaska has reported in," he said. "According to this agent, one of the American air surveillance radars briefly picked up a faint, unidentified contact very close to the Alaska coast on the night Petrov disappeared. It was still flying south when it disappeared a short time later." "Where would that take him?" Zhdanov demanded. Responding to Ivashin's commands, the map display zoomed in to show the area between Prudhoe Bay and the western edge of Canada's Yukon Territory in the north, and a little American town called Beaver and Nijik, a Canadian national park in the south. The enclosed region was still enormous, encompassing more than 200,000 square kilometers, mostly comprised of rugged mountains and uninhabited wilderness, including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. The head of the GRU pointed at the map. "Somewhere in there, possibly. Obviously, we can't be sure of that, but assuming what the Americans picked up on their radar was, in fact, our stolen stealth bomber, this area seems the logical place to start looking." Zhdanov sucked in his cheeks. "Is your agent reliable?" "Completely reliable," Ivashin assured him. "We successfully infiltrated this particular illegal into Alaska years ago, and over that time our agent has built up a very substantial network of useful information sources, including some inside the American military, local civilian government, and important regional private industries. The intelligence we've obtained has always proved to be accurate and extremely valuable." Zhdanov nodded. He turned back to Rogozin. "Your opinion, Yevgeny?" The Air Force commander studied the display very closely for a few moments more. He looked at Ivashin. "What is the Americans' own evaluation of this short radar trace, do you know?" "At the time, they seem to have assessed it as more likely to be a minor equipment malfunction or a natural phenomenon than a genuine air contact," Ivashin told him. "But my agent believes their views may have changed recently." "Why?" "Because the Americans have just flown a special team into their joint Army and Air Force base near Anchorage, a team that apparently includes intelligence specialists and scientists and engineers trained in exploiting and analyzing foreign aircraft and aviation technology." Rogozin took a short, sharp breath. "Well, that tears it," he said quietly. He turned to Zhdanov with a worried look. "I'll organize an armed reconnaissance mission over that area as rapidly as possible, Mr. President. We could be in a race now, a race where we're already starting out behind." 24. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. That same time. The cavernous emergency conference room seemed oddly vacant now to Jonas Murphy. Only the most senior members of the U.S. national security establishment, basically just the Defense Secretary, the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Director of National Intelligence, had been allowed inside for the secure video conference with NORAD's top commanders. The rows of chairs ordinarily set aside for aides and other officials sat empty. Instead, relayed by satellite from their command post inside Cheyenne Mountain, the televised images of General Keith Mikowski and his Canadian deputy, Lieutenant General Peter Gowan, looked out from the ECR's large central screen. "Your most recent reports don't exactly make reassuring reading, gentlemen," Defense Secretary Bill Taylor observed, holding up a sheaf of documents marked Top Secret. On screen, Mikowski nodded. "That's true, Mr. Secretary." He looked dead serious. "Then again, Pete and I didn't write them to be reassuring, just accurate." Beside him, Gowan leaned forward, bringing his lean features a little closer to the camera. "Unfortunately, happy talk from us won't change the situation we face," he said. "The harsh reality is that these repeated Russian probes of our airspace are imposing very serious strains on NORAD's forces and readiness levels. Remember, intercepting incoming Russian reconnaissance aircraft, especially those trying to penetrate the Arctic coastlines of our two countries, requires very long flights and multiple air refueling operations, all in potentially hazardous weather conditions. Put in the simplest terms, the current need to fly these missions virtually around the clock is rapidly exhausting the endurance of both our pilots and our ground crews. They're also wearing the shit out of our aircraft," Mikowski added. "Look, it's hard enough to keep the Alaska-based F-22 Raptors flight-ready during normal winter conditions. They're beautiful machines, but they're doggone temperamental, especially with their stealth features, like those special radar-absorbent skin coatings." Murphy knew that was true. As DNI, he had access to every piece of classified information produced by the U.S. military. Even at the best of times, some F-22 squadrons had only around half of their fighters ready to fly, with the rest down for needed maintenance. As of right now, this increased ops tempo is sidelining more and more of our Raptors, both with regular mechanical issues and weather-related skin damage, Mikowski continued. "If Moscow keeps pushing this hard in a week, maybe less, I'll be damn lucky to be able to put a third of my aircraft out on the flight line." "The same goes double for the RCAF," Gowan agreed. "RCF-18 Hornets are more than 40 years old now. Just to keep enough aircraft flight ready at our 4 remote operating locations, we're constantly having to rotate fighters and pilots forward from our main bases at Cold Lake in Alberta and Bagotville in Quebec." His eyes darkened. "The situation simply isn't sustainable. At least not if the Russians continue probing our perimeter this way for much longer." Taylor nodded somberly. "I get that, General Gowan." He looked up at the two faces on screen. "What I need now from both of you is an assessment of Moscow's possible reasons for this sudden surge of air reconnaissance activity along our borders." "Look, I don't have a crystal ball to read that asshole Zhdanov's mind," Mikowski replied, "but I can tell you what Pete and I are most worried about." Taylor nodded. "Go on, General." "We're worried that Russians could be wearing our defenses down deliberately," Mikowski said. "That they're using provocative measures just short of open hostilities to test our air defense system and find its breaking point." He looked grim. "When you put that possibility together with the fact that the whole fricking Russian strategic bomber and fighter force has gone on high alert, well, it paints a real ugly picture." Murphy lowered his own gaze to hide his expression. The CIA provided intelligence which suggested that the Russian patrol aircraft were only searching for their own stolen stealth bomber prototype was tightly restricted, as was the video of Petrov supposedly offering to sell the PAC-DA to the United States. And as it was, neither Mikowski nor Gowan were in that loop. He wondered how a fuller understanding of the possible situation might change their views. Then again, he thought with an inner shrug, maybe it wouldn't matter to them. Several of those who were already cleared to know about Petrov's claimed defection, including General Neary, the Air Force Chief of Staff, were inclined to think the whole story was nothing more than classic Russian disinformation, part of a typical Maskirovka operation to mislead Moscow's adversaries about its true plans and intentions. "We're drawing up plans now to reinforce you with fighter squadrons and more tankers from other bases in the continental United States," Taylor assured the two NORAD commanders. Mikowski nodded. "We appreciate that, Mr. Secretary, and we can sure use every new plane you send our way." He spread his hands. "But no matter how much you expedite those reinforcements, it's still going to take several days to move the aircraft, the equipment, spare parts, and munitions required to support them and their personnel to where we need them. And even then, we'll have to run the arriving pilots and ground crews through some intensive refresher training before they can be assigned to intercept missions. Flying safely in the kind of severe weather conditions our guys are facing right now isn't easy. I imagine not, Taylor said quietly. He sighed. All right, gentlemen. All we can ask is that your pilots continue to hold the line for now. At least until the additional squadrons we're deploying are ready to relieve them. We'll do our best, Mikowski promised. Our people are dead tired for sure, but morale is still high. We're not going to let any Russian son of a bitch slip through unchallenged. Not while we have the watch. Deep in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. A short time later. Seated inside the Pactier's cockpit, Colonel Alexei Petrov plugged his portable computer into the stealth bomber's secure communications system and powered it up. Then he entered a code sequence provided by Pavel Voronin weeks ago. The screen flickered oddly for several seconds and then stabilized to show Voronin's face. Although the background was blurred out, Dmitry Grishin's top troubleshooter appeared relaxed and confident, as always. It's good to see you, Alexei, Voronin said with a faint smile. Even if you do look like shit. Petrov laughed bitterly. If I do, at least I have a good excuse. You try getting any sleep in the middle of the worst fucking blizzard anyone's ever seen. Between the wind, the goddamn dark, and the balls-freezing cold, this place isn't exactly a rest camp, you know. I spend half my waking hours out there with Bondarovich and the rest of your security team, fixing wind and ice damage to our tents in the aircraft shelter. And the other half checking over this bomber's electronics and other systems to make sure everything's still working right. You have my sympathies, Voronin said insincerely. He shrugged. On the other hand, all this terrible weather is perfect for our purposes. True? True, Petrov allowed. Then he frowned. But the same conditions that make us hard to find also make it impossible for me to take off again. These strong northerly crosswinds from out of the mountains basically pin my aircraft in place. Voronin waved that away. The storm will pass soon enough. Maybe even sometime in the next 24 hours. Or so the meteorologists promise. He shrugged his shoulders again. Besides, where would you go right now? Petrov dodged answering what the other man only meant as a rhetorical question. What he ultimately planned and what he wanted Voronin and his oligarch employer to know were two very different things. He scowled. That's another thing, Pavel. Why haven't we heard anything from Zhdanov or the Americans yet? What the devil are they waiting for? By now they have to understand that we're not bullshitting here. And don't make the mistake of thinking that it's just my nerves that are starting to fray. Your ex-Spetsnaz commandos are getting pretty edgy, too. Patience, Alexei, the other man said coolly. You can't expect politicians to part with such large sums of money so easily. Both sides just need a little more time to come to terms with the unpleasant reality they face. Once they understand that paying us is the only way to get control of the stealth bomber you've stolen, they'll cough up fast enough. Petrov eyed him narrowly. Do you have any proof of that? Voronin nodded. My sources indicate that pressure is mounting on both Moscow and Washington. Soon enough, one side or the other will realize the silly-ass military games they're playing are counterproductive and very, very dangerous. And that meeting your stated price is the much safer and much easier option. I hope you're right, Petrov said tightly. Voronin laughed. Don't worry, Alexei. All you and the others need to do right now is keep your heads down for a little while longer. Except for those couple of minor glitches in the beginning, everything's gone according to plan. His expression turned slightly more serious. Along those lines, though, has your unwanted passenger General Mavrichev's body turned up yet? Petrov shook his head. Not yet. We took advantage of a short break in the storm yesterday to mount a quick search. Unfortunately, Bondaravich's men couldn't find any sign of him or the snowmobile before the weather closed in again. But you're sure he's dead? Completely sure, Petrov said flatly. Between the bullet I put in his back and the sub-zero temperatures, Mavrichev was effectively a corpse the moment he disappeared into the night. Even if it took him a while to die, there's nowhere he could have gone to find help. Not with the nearest village more than 100 kilometers away. Voronin nodded. Good, he said with a pleased smile. Then that's one less complication for us to worry about. He looked more closely at Petrov. In the meantime, do your best to relax, Colonel, despite the hellish conditions. Think about the rather large fortune you're about to make instead. Yes, because that will keep me warm when I'm outside freezing my ass off in the wind and trying to tie down another fucking camouflage panel that's ripped loose for the 100th time. Petrov snapped sourly. It can't hurt, though, can it? The other man said, not hiding his amusement. Anyway, I'll contact you as soon as I have any news. For now, Voronin out. The screen went blank. Impatiently, Petrov disconnected his computer from the PAC-DA's instrument panel and closed it down. Grishin and his suave assistant must think he was a complete fool, he thought in irritation, or else made blind by the prospect of riches and the power that wealth conveyed. Well, maybe that wasn't so surprising. Both the oligarch and Voronin were driven themselves by the desire for ever greater wealth and power. And like many civilians, they mistakenly believed the two things were one and the same. But real power came in many different forms, Petrov knew. Soon enough he would prove that. Not just to Grishin and Voronin, but to the whole world. Somewhere inside the back of his skull he felt another wave of pressure building up. With a grimace he shook out another couple of pain pills and forced himself to choke them down. Then, oppressed by the sudden feeling that his time might be even shorter than he'd supposed, Petrov leaned forward and activated the PAC-DA's navigation system. One of the bomber's large multi-function displays lit up. Several more quick taps and the glowing touchscreen retrieved an intricate mission plan that he'd been devising ever since he'd learned about the tumor growing inside his brain. Fittingly, he'd named this plan Vicher, Whirlwind, after a malignant wind spirit in Russian folklore. And the day was fast approaching, he knew, when he would sow the wind and leave millions of others to suffer the whirlwind that must follow in his wake. Almost obsessively, he started working through the plan again, checking and rechecking his calculations for flight times and fuel consumption. 25. Kaktovik, Alaska. A few hours later. Captain Nick Flynn glanced around the little hotel's dining room. It wasn't exactly fancy, but it was reasonably comfortable, warm, and well-lit, though maybe a little too well-lit for his present purposes. Meals were ordinarily served buffet-style, but since he and Captain Laura Van Horn were the only ones eating here tonight, the cook had made a show of bringing plates of something resembling chicken marsala, rice pilaf, and steamed broccoli directly to their booth, even going so far as to adopt an outrageously fake French waiter's accent in the process. That had sparked a strangled laugh from the stranded HC-130J's attractive brunette co-pilot. "Gosh, I didn't expect dinner theater," she remarked to Flynn once the inn's grinning cook had sauntered back to his kitchen. "Kaktovik is a lot more sophisticated than you might first think," he responded with a smile. Van Horn nodded. "So I gathered from the perfectly nice store-bought curtains in my room here. Despite all the dire warnings you gave me on the bus last night, this quaint little inn does not actually use strips of cardboard cut from packing boxes for window coverings." "They don't?" Flynn said, pretending to be surprised. "Well, there you go. Sophistication at its peak. After all, this is the biggest town for more than 100 miles in any direction." She wagged an accusing finger at him. Nick, I hate to break it to you this way, but Kaktovik is also the only town for 100 miles in any direction." "Let's not quibble over the choice of a mere adjective," he said loftily. "I say biggest, You say only. What matters most is that we're both totally correct." Van Horn laughed. "Fair enough." Then her expression turned more serious. She looked across her plate at him. "Which makes me wonder just how a regular U.S. Air Force officer, especially one who doesn't come across like he has his head stuck up his ass, ended up getting posted out here in the back of nowhere." She cocked her head to one side. "I'm kind of guessing it wasn't because you made a career-winning move in your last assignment?" To his surprise, Flynn wasn't as irritated by her probing question as he would have expected. And maybe it was the way she asked it, which seemed honestly sympathetic rather than judgmental. And maybe it was because she was the best-looking woman in uniform he'd seen for weeks. Well, admittedly, borrowing her own joke, she was also the only woman in uniform he'd seen for weeks. But there was something that made him want to trust her. "You'd guess right," he told her with a tight shrug. "Care to fill me in?" Van Horn asked, genuinely curious now. "I wish I could," he told her truthfully, "but I really can't. Let's just say I ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time with exactly the wrong people." Her bright blue eyes widened a fraction. "Oh, wow. Don't tell me you got caught dallying with your commanding officer's wife, girlfriend, daughter?" "Did you seriously just use dallying in a sentence?" Flynn laughed. Van Horn reddened slightly. "I read a lot of old British mysteries." "Sorry." "Don't worry, I won't tell anybody. Your secret is safe with me." Then he sobered up. "But no, as it happens, I wasn't messing around with my senior officer's wife or daughter, or his girlfriend." He raised an eyebrow. "So you think of me as a Don Juan type, huh?" "Don Juan? Now look who's the nerd." Flynn gave her an abashed smile of his own. "Yeah, I majored in English language and literature, and took tons of humanities courses in college. Definitely non-STEM." He tapped his chest. "Hence the lack of pilot's wings." "I can see that I'm not the only one around here with a somewhat dubious background," she commented archly. "But no, Nick, to answer your sort of desperate question, you don't come across as a Don Juan." Then she chuckled. "Or maybe I just haven't gotten to know you well enough yet." Well, that seemed promising, Flynn thought a bit smugly. "So if you weren't caught with the wrong woman, what did you do to piss off the powers that be enough to get stuck out here? I mean, making sure the polar bears don't decide to walk off with Barter Island's nice, rusting radar station doesn't seem like a good match for your skills." Van Horn looked at him with a puzzled expression. "It's classified." "Classified? Classified as in it's embarrassing and I'd rather not tell you, or classified as in seriously spooky stuff?" Flynn tried to adopt a casual attitude of indifference and knew he'd failed miserably. Finally, he said, "The spooky sort." "And whatever happened still really pisses you off," she realized, reading the look on his face. He made himself shrug. "Well, it has forced me to seriously reevaluate my military career. For example, my whole get promoted to general and live a life of idleness and luxury plan might need to be scrapped." "You know, civilian life isn't so bad," Van Horn said in an obvious bid to help change the subject. "Sometimes I don't even cry when I head out from Elmdorf Richardson to go home." Flynn couldn't help laughing. "Yeah, you've got a point there. So, Laura, what do you do when you're not wearing a uniform?" Casually, he took a sip of his coffee. Van Horn coughed out a laugh. "Is that your way to wrangle an invitation to see me out of my uniform?" Startled, Flynn said, No, that's not what I meant. I mean, well, I just meant, what do you do in your civilian life?" He focused intently on his coffee. Pleased at the reaction she'd provoked, Van Horn grinned broadly. "Sorry, but that was an easy setup. Actually, I fly for a company that hauls air freight between here and the lower 48. We handle a little bit of everything. Airmail packages, crates of wine, medications, all kinds of stuff. Once we even hauled a red Corvette. A Corvette? Flynn asked, surprised. She nodded. There was this oil company exec who wound up being transferred from Houston to Prudhoe Bay. Seems he couldn't bear to leave his baby behind. Or even wait for it to be shipped by sea. She shook her head in regret. Man, I hate to think about what that beautiful car looked like after its first winter up here. Weren't you tempted to lose it in transit? He asked mischievously. Just to save such a nice sports car from getting all banged up and rusty, I mean. Oh, hell yes. Van Horn smiled to show she wasn't serious. The only trouble was I couldn't quite figure out how to pull the Corvette off our plane without anyone noticing. Flynn nodded slowly. I see. So essentially you're telling me that you're a wannabe air pirate. Van Horn leaned back in the booth and stared at Flynn appraisingly. I'm a woman with many talents. For just a moment, he envisioned the curvy Laura Van Horn in skin-tight leather leaning against a red Corvette. His pants suddenly felt too tight, and he realized he really had been stuck out here in the icy boonies for way too long. Yeah, he said hoarsely. Sure. He was grateful that there was a table between them as he tried to change the image in his mind. Van Horn took pity on him and changed the subject again. So, what's the deal with the guys in the security unit of yours? I know the military's gone all gung-ho on jointness these days, but that's a pretty wild grab bag assortment you've got there. Army, Air Force, and Army National Guard, right? Glad to be able to focus on work, he nodded. I keep hoping to snag a Marine, a Coastie, and someone from the Space Force so I can make a full set, he shrugged. No joy there yet. And are they as good at causing trouble as you are? She asked curiously, smiling slightly to take the sting away. Flynn laughed. Like you wouldn't believe. And then, before he knew it, he found himself telling her funny stories about the assortment of military grade-A oddballs, misfits, and overall square peg and a round hole types he'd found himself saddled with the day they all flew into Barter Island. Everything from M-Squared's elaborate pranks that almost always backfired on him, to Private Vukovic's failed effort to set up an illicit moonshine still in one of the radar station's unused storage sheds. Fortunately, no one was hurt when it exploded, he finished. But Vukovic did find himself spending a couple of very cold and very lonely hours picking half-fermented potato slices out of the snow. Oh, holy crap, Van Horn choked. She dabbed at the tears of laughter in her eyes. I sure wish I'd been there to see his face when that contraption blew sky high. It was truly a sight to behold, Flynn admitted. It was all there. Everything from the agony of defeat to the thrill of seeing a 10-foot-high ball of flame billow above the tundra and knowing it was all his doing. She shook her head helplessly, fighting down another wave of uncontrolled laughter. Then she looked straight across the table at him. And despite all of this stuff, you're really proud of your team, aren't you, Nick? Or at least proud of what you've made of them. Caught off guard, Flynn thought about it for a long moment. Then he nodded. Yeah, he said slowly. Yeah, I guess I am. They've come a long way. Over the past weeks, under the pressure of hard work and rigorous training, they'd gone from a bunch of discontented, doggedly separate individuals to a cohesive, effective military unit. It would be going too far to say that any of them were really happy about being stationed at Barter Island. In fact, if he ever heard someone singing the praises of the radar station, he'd probably be tempted to arrange an immediate psych eval. But his men had definitely come together as a group. And despite all the hardships, they appeared determined to do the job they'd been sent here to do and to do it well. No matter how crazy the Pentagon's idea of guarding the radar station against a physical attack still seemed. But that's mostly Andy Tkirak's doing, I think, Flynn heard himself saying. I really lucked out there. He's probably one of the best NCOs I've ever run into. Van Horn smiled at him. From your description of him earlier, he does sound like a true paragon of all the military virtues, combined with the wilderness survival skills of an Alaskan Inuit, she teased. He's not perfect, Flynn protested. In fact, I just found out that he's got some personality quirks of his own. He looked sideways as if to make sure they were still alone and lowered his voice. Horrible ones. Do tell, she said with a wicked gleam in her eyes. Well, it turns out that one of M-Squared's most recent projects has been figuring out how to hack into everyone else's internet accounts, Flynn said. Which is a federal crime, Van Horn noted. He nodded. As I pointed out to Senior Airman Mitchell when I caught him red-handed. At great length, along with a reminder that the military prison at Leavenworth might actually be one of the few places less appealing than Barter Island. And then you got him to spill what he'd learned? I had to, Flynn said virtuously, just to make sure our unit's operational secrets were safe. Okay, so what's your NCO's terrible secret vice? Van Horn wondered. Porn? Worse, Flynn said darkly. Much, much worse. He lowered his voice even further and leaned across the table to whisper in her ear, noticing at the same time that it was a particularly beautiful, eminently kissable ear. He's part of an online writing group. Van Horn laughed, then her eyes widened again, this time in simulated dread. Not Star Trek fan fiction. Oh, this goes way beyond a simple court-martial offense like that, I'm afraid. Flynn told her grimly. No, they write poetry. Modern, non-rhyming poetry. All about the wonders of the Alaskan wilderness, and sunsets, and the ocean. You're kidding me, she said in disbelief. He shook his head with a grin. Nope. I swear it's the God's honest truth, and I kind of wish I hadn't looked at what M-Squared showed me. Some things should stay private. Definitely. For another long moment they looked at each other in silence. Then Flynn cleared his throat awkwardly. So, I've been meaning to ask. Is this where you make your move, Nick? She interrupted with a lazy smile. Huh? No, that is, well, if I did, would you slap me down? Her eyes crinkled with amusement. Maybe. Maybe not. How lucky do you feel right now, Captain Flynn? He glanced at his watch and sighed. Not lucky at all, it turns out, because I'm due on duty at our outpost line in about 20 minutes. Too bad. Mentally, Flynn cursed the series of 4 hours on, 4 hours off patrol shifts he'd decreed in response to the Pentagon's order to go to DEFCON 3. He never could have imagined he'd end up screwing up a date with a beautiful woman. But if we're still stuck here tomorrow, I just might be able to clear my calendar enough to have dinner with you again. Or maybe lunch, depending on when you're free, Van Horn said consolingly. No promises, mind you. Noted, Flynn assured her. But I do have one more quick question. She raised an eyebrow. Shoot. Why is your call sign Skater? He asked curiously. Van Horn sighed. Because pilots think they're really clever. My last name is Dutch, see, and speed skating is a big deal in the Netherlands, so... You got tagged with Skater. Well, I guess it could have been worse. Oh, back in the first weeks of flight school, it was worse, she told him with a twisted grin. Worse how? My last name is Van Horn, she pointed out. Think about it? Flynn winced. Ouch. He looked at her. So what happened? A certain fellow pilot tripped in the ladies' room and managed to bust her lip and get a black eye, Laura Van Horn said with a certain deep-seated satisfaction. On a wet floor? If anything, her smile grew bigger. Nope. That floor was bone dry. 26. Zvyazny Military Airfield, Wrangel Island, off Russia's Arctic coast. The next morning. One after another, two twin-tailed Su-35S fighters belonging to Russia's 23rd Aviation Regiment sped down a snow-covered runway and lifted off into the hazy morning sky. Each aircraft was configured for long-range flight, equipped only with two external fuel tanks, a single pair of K-74M short-range heat-seeking missiles, and two KAB-500L laser-guided bombs. Streaking low over a stark white coastal plain, they flew northeast past a white radar dome sited on the lower slopes of Gorosovitskaya, Wrangel Island's tallest mountain. The sleek jet fighters were camouflaged in jagged bands of white, light gray, and dark gray that blended with the bleak, ice-covered ocean ahead. Aboard the lead Su-35S, Major Vadim Kuryokin keyed his mic. Moscow Operations Control, this is Pola Telechronitelaya, bodyguard flight. We're airborne and proceeding immediately to Rendezvous Point Alpha. There was a short delay while his signal was relayed to Lieutenant General Rogozin, still deep underground in the Sharapovo command bunker. Then the general's voice came back through Kuryokin's headset. He sounded strained. Bodyguard, this is Moscow Ops Control. Prospector and Mother Hen are in position at the rendezvous point. Good luck. Remember your mission. And remember your rules of engagement. Under no circumstances, repeat, under no circumstances, are you to fire first at any American aircraft. Is that understood? Message clearly understood, Ops Control, the Russian fighter commander said distinctly. Bodyguard out. He glanced out of his cockpit at the other Su-35, flying about a kilometer off his right wing. Lead to Bodyguard 2, he radioed, making sure he was using a lower-powered tactical channel. You heard the man, right? He said wryly. So keep your itchy finger off that trigger, Ilya, or else Daddy Rogozin might give us both a spanking. 2, his wingman, Captain Ilya Turetsky, acknowledged. What the hell does the general think we're going to do? Take on the whole damned American Air Force with a total of 4 missiles between the two of us? Apparently your aggressive reputation precedes you, Kuryokin said with a grin. Even over the static-laden tactical circuit, he could hear Turetsky's loud, exasperated sigh. For God's sake, Lead, it was one lousy bar fight, just one, and no one even got killed. Kuryokin shrugged. I think it was the fact that you were willing to take on 4 biker gang members by yourself that got some attention. I thought there were only 2 of them, his wingman said sulkily. Okay, Lead, I'll be on my best behavior. But are we still supposed to keep those F-22s off our guys? Or just wave politely at them as they zoom on by? We keep the Americos away, Kuryokin confirmed. We just can't shoot them in the process. Over the circuit, Turetsky sighed again. Look, Major, you know these rules of engagement are stupid, right? Whoever came up with them must think you can screw a woman through your clothes and still get her pregnant. Stupid they may be, but they're still the orders we've been given, Kuryokin said firmly. Orders that we will both obey to the letter. Copy that? 2 copies, his wingman replied. The 2 Su-35s accelerated and raced on to the northeast across the frozen sea, staying at very low altitude to avoid any possibility of detection by American radar. Flying so low burned fuel fast, cutting their maximum range by more than half, which was why the rendezvous they were headed toward was so critical to the success of this mission. Ahead of the 2 Russian fighters, a band of dark clouds stretched across the sky. They were at the western edge of what seemed to be a never-ending sequence of snow and ice storms surging down out of the polar region to pummel Alaska and northern Canada. Rendezvous Point Alpha, high over the Arctic Ocean. 50 minutes later. 1,000 kilometers northeast of Wrangel Island and 500 kilometers due north of the Alaska coast, 2 other Russian aircraft flew a fuel-conserving racetrack pattern. One was a very large, swept-wing aircraft with 4 8-bladed propellers, a Russian Tu-142 maritime reconnaissance plane. The other, almost as big, was an IL-78M-90A refueling tanker. They were several thousand meters above the solid cloud layer, orbiting high enough to make out a pale orange glow off to the southeast. In these polar latitudes so close to the beginning of true winter, the sun never actually appeared above the horizon. Colonel Iosif Zinchuk looked out the left side of the Tu-142's cockpit as he banked gently into yet another turn. Far below, he saw the 2 Su-35s break out of the clouds and streak toward them, climbing almost vertically. He keyed his mic. "Bodyguard, this is Prospector," he said. "I have you in sight." "Copy that, Prospector," the lead fighter pilot, Major Vadim Kuryokin, acknowledged. "Permission to tank from Mother Hen. We're not exactly flying on fumes, but we could be a lot more comfortable." Zinchuk knew the other man wasn't exaggerating. Reaching this distant mid-air rendezvous without being spotted by American radar had required both Su-35s to fly well beyond their normal combat radius. Without additional fuel from the IL-78, they would be doomed to ditch somewhere in the icy wastes below, or, worse yet, make a humiliating emergency landing at the nearest American airport. "Permission granted," he radioed immediately. He throttled back all 4 of the Tu-142's big engines, slowing down to make room for them behind the humpbacked tanker aircraft. For a time, the 4 Russian aircraft flew together in formation. Zinchuk watched closely as the 2 Su-35s carefully edged in behind the much larger IL-78, each aiming for one of the drogue baskets streaming behind its left and right wing. Through his headset, he could hear a calm, running radio commentary between the 3 aircraft as they helped guide each other into position. Despite air currents that set the baskets bouncing and swaying in the tanker's wake, both fighter pilots succeeded in making contact after only a couple of failed attempts. And once they were solidly connected, the task of refueling itself took comparatively little time. The IL-78's pumps could transfer more than 30 liters of fuel per second, enough to fully replenish both fighters in less than 8 minutes. One after the other, the Su-35s broke contact and peeled away from the tanker. "Prospector, bodyguard," Zinchuk heard Kuryokin say. "We're ready to proceed when you are." "Copy that, bodyguard," he replied. "I'm starting our run now. Give me plenty of room until we break out of the clouds." Slowly, he turned the Tu-142's steering yoke back to the right and pushed forward. In response, the huge aircraft banked toward the south-southeast and descended. Moments later, they crossed into the cloud layer, and the world outside the cockpit vanished, swallowed up in a sea of unrelieved gray. The buffeting increased, accompanied by a staccato fusillade of ice droplets spattering across the wings, canopy, and fuselage. Zinchuk watched his altimeter very, very closely as it spun down, hoping like hell that the meteorology reports he'd been given were halfway accurate. If these clouds went all the way down to the ocean, he'd have to abort this mission, which would definitely not endear him to anyone in Moscow. Then, at a little over 500 meters, they came back out of the storm clouds into a faded, murky half-light. Through driving flurries of snow, the Tu-142's command pilot caught glimpses of a desolate, wind-swept vista stretching away in all directions. Ridges of rafted sea ice unrolled below the reconnaissance aircraft's enormous wings, growing larger as they lost still more altitude. Tight-lipped, he took his aircraft down even more before leveling off only 200 meters above the barren ice cap. This was a form of madness, Zinchuk knew. For all its many virtues, sheer endurance, payload, and powerful long-range sensors among them, his mammoth turboprop was not at all designed to make low-level penetrating flights through enemy air defenses. Without any form of terrain-following radar or computer navigation, the slightest lapse in his concentration or control could lead to utter disaster. but coming in practically right on the deck was the only way the Tu-142 could possibly hope to escape detection by the chain of American radars lining Alaska's northern coast. Behind him, the two Su-35s reappeared, emerging out of the cloud layer again. Smoothly, the twin-tailed fighters slid forward into their assigned slots, one to his right, the other to his left. "I'm picking up weak signals from an airborne radar," Captain Sukachov, the Tu-142's defense systems operator, abruptly reported over the intercom. With all of their active sensor systems still on standby to avoid prematurely revealing their presence, Sukachov's radar warning receivers were their primary means of figuring out what the Americans ahead of them might be doing. "It's a pulse Doppler system. Our computer evaluates it as an AN/APY2 type." "What's your assessment?" Zinchuk demanded. "It's an American E-3 Sentry AWACS aircraft," Sukachov told him. "From the bearing and signal strength, I'd estimate that it's orbiting somewhere over western Alaska, probably near Nome." Based on prior experience, Zinchuk judged that was likely to be true. Any U.S. Air Force early warning plane operating in that area was perfectly positioned to pick up Russian reconnaissance probes coming east from the Chukchi Peninsula, Asia's easternmost point, one only a little over 100 kilometers from American territory. "Can that E-3 spot us?" he asked. "No, sir," Sukachov said with complete assurance. "We're well outside its radar's effective range and much too low. As far as that enemy AWACS plane is concerned, we might as well be on the far side of the moon." Exalt 15 RC-135V Rivet Joint ELINT Electronic Intelligence Aircraft over central Alaska. That same time. 80 nautical miles west of Fairbanks, a large four-engine Boeing-designed aircraft orbited at high altitude. Antennas studded its exterior, allowing it to sift the airwaves for even the faintest electronic signal. Inside the RC-135V's electronic equipment-crammed aft cabin, Captain Amanda Jaffe knelt down next to Technical Sergeant Philip Kijak, one of the 14 cryptologic language analysts aboard Exalt 15. As the information integration officer aboard this flight, it was her job to fit together all the disparate fragments of intelligence its specialists gathered and somehow use them to develop a coherent picture. All too often, that was like trying to put together a jigsaw puzzle where all the pieces were gray and half of them were missing. "What have you got for me, Keej?" she asked. In answer, he brought up a recording of the weak radio transmissions several of their antennas had picked up a few minutes earlier. Jaffe plugged her headset into his console and listened along to the series of hissing crackles, squeaks, and pops. "Encrypted voice transmissions?" she guessed. Kijak nodded. "Yes, ma'am, that's my read." "Coming from where?" He opened a map on his computer screen. "Those signals originated somewhere along a bearing of roughly 005 degrees from our current position. Triangulating backward and judging by the signal strength when we picked them up, I'd estimate those transmissions were coming from around here." With a stylus, he tapped a point near the top of his digital map. It was far north of their RC-135V, well out over the ocean. Jaffe frowned. "That's what, nearly 300 nautical miles off our coast?" "Yes, ma'am," Kijak agreed, "which also puts them outside the range of any of our North Warning System sites." Reflexively, she tapped a finger against her lips, thinking things through. Could that have been one of those big Russian recon aircraft reporting back to its home base? The specialist shook his head. "I don't think so. A signal like that would have been a lot more powerful and much easier for us to pick up. No, ma'am. This sounds more to me like multiple aircraft talking to each other, using a real low-powered tactical frequency." Jaffe nodded, seeing his point. "Can you match those transmissions with anything else in our databases?" she asked. Radio transmissions and other electronic signals recorded by RC-135V rivet joint ELINT flights all went into a giant computer data archives for later analysis and comparison against other intelligence. Transmissions that could be definitively paired with types of aircraft performing distinct activities, things like landings and takeoffs, bombing runs, simulated dogfights and missile launches, and air reconnaissance reports, for example, were especially valuable, since they could be matched against new signals to speed up the process of figuring out what they meant. The system was similar to that used by the U.S. Navy to identify other submarines from passive sonar recordings of their unique acoustic signatures. "I think so," Kijek said. "I've got the computer running a comparison screen now." As he spoke, a series of lights lit up along the side of his display. Rapidly, his fingers tapped the touchscreen, opening a series of graphs that showed the signal characteristics of the transmissions they just detected, matched against earlier recordings. He expanded one. "There we go. That's a match all right, with a 90+% certainty." Jaffe eyed the computer's assessment with interest. "So it thinks the signals we picked up were from Russian multi-role combat aircraft, either Su-27s or Su-35s, carrying out some kind of air-to-air refueling exercise?" The specialist nodded. She frowned. Why were the Russians sending frontline fighters so far out from their usual bases? She checked the meteorology plot, and her frown grew even deeper. Those faint radio signals had come from right in the middle of a developing storm front. Air-to-air refueling was never a trivial maneuver, even in good weather, and in bad weather. Even at high altitude, the aircraft involved would have been contending with high winds and significant turbulence. She shook her head. Whatever was going on out there, this was no routine training mission. Not even the Russians were crazy enough to try a risky refueling op so far from any friendly base. Not when a failure would likely doom both the fighter itself and its pilot. Not without a really pressing reason. Making a decision, Jaffe picked up one of the RC-135's secure communications handsets. "Air Operations Center, this is the IIO aboard Exalt 15. We've just picked up indications of at least 3 and possibly more Russian aircraft operating 350-plus nautical miles due north of Umyat. Be advised that we believe these aircraft include at least 1 air refueling tanker and 2 multi-role combat fighters, probably Su-27s or Su-35s. 611th Air Operations Center, Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska. That same time. The 3rd Wing's commander, U.S. Air Force Colonel Leonard Huber, listened closely to the report relayed from the RC-135V ELINT plane. He didn't like the idea of Russian fighters operating so far north, out on his flank. His defenses were mostly oriented to detect and intercept combat aircraft sortying from Moscow's air bases on the Chukchi and Kamchatka peninsulas. But fully refueled Su-27s or Su-35s coming south out of the Beaufort Sea would be in a great position to slide past his command's defenses without being detected. He studied the board. 3rd Wing didn't have many aircraft up right now, just an E-3 Sentry AWACS plane with the call sign Anvil 45 over the Seward Peninsula and the RC-135 west of Fairbanks. The colonel swung to his operations officer. "Contact Anvil and tell them to shift eastward toward Fairbanks. I want airborne radar coverage of that corridor across the Brooks Range in case our Russian comrades are trying something sneaky." "Yes, sir." Huber turned back to the board. His jaw tightened. "And I want all 4 of the F-22s we've got on ready alert in the air," he said firmly. "Send 1 pair to escort the E-3 and assign the other 2 Raptors to Bird Dog Exalt 15. "You think the Russians might be planning to bushwhack them?" his ops officer asked. Huber shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not, but if they are, I'm not interested in making things easy for them." His eyes narrowed. because I do know that if we lose those AEW and Elant aircraft, we'd be suddenly blind and deaf, which strikes me as a real good way to end up getting our asses kicked if Moscow's got bigger and nastier plans today. 27. Russian reconnaissance group over the Beaufort Sea. A short time later. Colonel Iosif Zinchuk peered ahead through the Tu-142's cockpit windows, straining to see clearly through a dim, gray half-light. Ahead of his big patrol plane, the clouds were thickening, as were the torrents of snow and sleet now driven almost straight across the icebound sea by shrieking gale-force winds. The closer they came to the coast, the worse this storm got. He gripped his steering yoke tight, making constant small adjustments to keep the Tu-142 from veering suddenly off course or slamming a wing or propeller blade into the jagged surface not far below them. Every muscle in his arms, shoulders, and face felt on fire with the strain involved in this prolonged, low-altitude flight. "Colonel, that American AWACS plane is moving," Sukachov reported again over the intercom. "Both the strength and bearing of its radar emissions have changed." "Moving where?" Zinchuk snapped. "Due east from its previous position," the Tu-142's defense systems operator said. Zinchuk frowned. "Heading back to its base?" "No, sir," Sukachov told him. "The E-3's course would take it more southeast if that were the case. This looks like a change in deployment instead." "Is that usual?" Sukachov hesitated and then admitted, "I'm afraid not, Colonel. In fact, it's a definite departure from the standard operational patterns we've observed in the past." "Which could indicate that the Americans are onto us," Zinchuk guessed. "That is a possibility," the other man said. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "If their AWACS plane continues eastward on its present heading, it will be in a position to detect us once we cross the coast and have to climb over the mountains." Zinchuk fought down the urge to rattle off a string of violent, profane curses. Doing so might make him feel better, but hearing their commander lose control of his temper would only unnerve the rest of the Tu-142's 11-man crew. As it was, several days of long, difficult patrols across the polar ice cap had already put them all on edge. He winced. Had this hazardous, borderline insane flight just above the ice been for nothing? "How could the Americans know what we're doing?" he demanded angrily. "Were we spotted by that fixed radar site at Barter Island?" On their present course, they were drawing ever closer to the American FPS-117 long-range array just off the Alaska mainland. "No, sir," Sukachov promised. "At this altitude, we're still well below its horizon." Impatiently, Zinchuk forced himself to set aside the question of how the Americans apparently knew what they were doing. That was something for intelligence officers in Moscow to sort out later, once he and his crew returned and were debriefed. Maybe their plane had been spotted by an American spy satellite in orbit, as hard as that seemed to believe. Or maybe the CIA had its own spies inside the Ministry of Defense. What mattered now was that he do whatever was necessary to press onward with this risky reconnaissance mission, and to preserve whatever was left of their most important tactical surprise. He glanced out the left side of the Tu-142's cockpit. There, about a kilometer off his wing, he could just barely make out the needle-nosed profile of one of the two Su-35s assigned to escort him deep into the American interior. Between the fighters' winter camouflage and blinding flurries of snow howling across the windswept ice, it was incredibly difficult to spot. Unfortunately, he knew. Visual detection and radar detection were two very different things. Su-35s were incredibly agile combat aircraft, but they were not stealth fighters. Nevertheless, Zinchuk thought, there were still a few tricks he could play to confuse the enemy's radar picture. He keyed his mic. "Bodyguard lead, this is Prospector. Close in on my aircraft. Tuck yourselves in as tight as you can, right behind each wing." "Prospector Bodyguard," he heard Major Kuryokin reply. "Copy that. Moving into your shadow now." Zinchuk concentrated on holding the big reconnaissance plane straight and level, while the two much smaller jet fighters carefully maneuvered into position, closing on the Tu-142 until they were flying only a couple of dozen meters away on each side. With luck and skill, their smaller radar signatures would blend with that of the much larger aircraft, presenting the Americans with what should appear on their screens as only a single bogey. Several minutes later, Zinchuk heard Lieutenant Gorshenyov, the Tu-142's navigator, call out over the intercom, "Feet dry!" They had just crossed the Alaska coast and were now back over land. With a touch of weary cynicism, the colonel considered how little practical difference there was between the sea's ice-covered expanses and the snow and ice-layered frozen tundra stretching ahead of them. Colliding with either surface, solid land or solid water, meant sudden death. Slowly, he pulled back on the yoke, bringing the Tu-142's nose up a few degrees to begin a steady climb to higher altitude. The northernmost slopes of the rugged mountains making up the Brooks Range were only 60 kilometers away. Over central Alaska. That same time. Two dark gray F-22 Raptors from the 90th Fighter Squadron flew north-northeast from Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. Both carried twin 600-gallon external fuel tanks mounted on underwing pylons and a full internal weapons payload of 6 AIM-120 AMRAAM radar-guided missiles and 2 AIM-9X Sidewinder heat-seekers. They were headed toward a mid-air rendezvous with Exalt-1-5, the RC-135V rivet joint electronic intelligence aircraft currently orbiting west of Fairbanks. Aboard the lead Raptor, Captain Connor Doc McFadden suddenly heard the voice of an air controller from Elmendorf-Richardson come up over his radio. "Casino Lead, this is Air Ops Center," the controller said. "We're changing your mission. Both our E-3 Sentry and Barter Island have picked up the same new air contact, probably another Tu-142 patrol plane. It just crossed the coast east of Barter Island, heading south-southeast at around 380 knots, bearing 015, range 340 miles, altitude 6,000 and climbing. We need you to intercept, positively identify, and warn off that Russian aircraft." McFadden clicked his mic. "Copy that, Ops," he said tersely. "Anything else we should know about?" "Affirmative, Casino," the controller told him. "Signals intelligence from Exalt-1-5 strongly suggest the Russian recon plane could be accompanied by combat aircraft, probably Su-35s. And the E-3 says that bogey may be a little too big to be just one aircraft, so stay sharp." McFadden whistled softly off mic. So the Russians had figured out a way to provide fighter escorts for their patrol planes coming over the Arctic? Well, that was a new twist, and not a good one. "Lead to Casino 2, he radioed. "Let's punch it, Cat. The closer we intercept these guys to the coast, the more maneuvering room we'll have." "Copy that, Doc," his wingman, Lieutenant Allison Cat Perilla, acknowledged. "But that blizzard coming across the mountains is really nasty." McFadden nodded to himself. The quick meteorology brief they'd been given just before takeoff had shown yet another severe winter storm headed across the state, with fierce winds and bands of thick clouds. "Well, let's just hope these guys play it smart and come in above the weather," he said, advancing his throttles. Instantly, he was pressed back deeper into his seat as the F-22's powerful twin Pratt & Whitney turbofans spooled up. Accelerating smoothly to 900 knots, both Raptors streaked toward the distant Brooks Range. Over northern Alaska. A short time later. As the Tu-142 climbed steadily through a swirling sea of gray cloud, Zinchuk was sure that his lumbering aircraft had now been detected. Sukhochov's reports of steadily increasing signal strengths from both the American E-3 AWACS plane and their ground radar station could yield no other possible conclusion. He spoke over the intercom. "Very well. The Americos know we're here, so there's no point in staying quiet. Activate all sensors." Acknowledgments from the electronics officers stationed in the forward and aft cabins rattled through his headset. Satisfied, he radioed his 2 fighter escorts. "Bodyguard, Prospector, recommend you break away now. Use the mountains for cover and take station ahead of us." Aboard the rightmost Su-35, Major Vadim Kuryokin heard Zinchuk's suggestion with relief. Maintaining a safe distance from the colonel's reconnaissance aircraft was incredibly difficult in this solid cloud layer. Even with his fighter's IRST, its infrared search and track system, picking up the other aircraft's enormous heat signature. He'd been dreading the possibility of a fatal mid-air collision ever since they'd started climbing into this low-hanging mass of snow and ice-swollen storm clouds. He raised Turitsky in the other Su-35. "Okay, Ilya. Switch your radar on at low power and set synthetic aperture mode. We're going down to play hide-and-seek ahead of Prospector. Stand by." "2, standing by," his wingman replied. Kuryokin pushed a button on the side of his left-hand multifunction display. Half the display lit up, showing a highly detailed 3-dimensional image of the surrounding mountains and twisting river valleys. Using its synthetic aperture mode, the Su-35's Irbis-E passive electronically scanned array radar mapped the ground ahead, making very low-altitude flight possible even in poor visibility. Swiftly, he sketched out a suggested flight path and sent it via data link to Trotsky. He took a deep breath. This was going to be a little hairy. "Very well, 2. Break away. Now." He pulled his stick sharply right, rolling the fighter into a diving turn away from the huge Tu-142. Down and down he plunged through the clouds with his eyes practically glued to the images on his glowing MFD. A jagged mass of rock, the spire of a 1,000-meter-high peak, loomed ahead, growing with alarming speed, and he quickly rolled back to the left to dodge around it. Then Kuryokin banked hard right again and pulled back on the stick a little, leveling off as he broke out of the clouds only a few hundred meters above the ground. There, in a widening gap between steep, ice-sheathed slopes and even higher rocky cliffs, he picked out the trace of a frozen river through the snow, like a gray-silver snake winding through white sand. His Su-35 turned to follow it, and he pushed his throttles forward to accelerate out ahead of Zinchuk's now invisible Tu-142 as it climbed higher above the clouds. In his rearview mirror, he saw Turitsky's plane swing in behind him. Curving back and forth along the meandering valley, the 2 twin-tailed Russian jets flew onward. Still more than 200 nautical miles south of the oncoming Tu-142, the American F-22 pilots, Doc McFadden and Kat Perilla, both heard the same high-pitched chirping tone in their headsets. Their radar warning receivers had just detected the Russian reconnaissance plane's powerful active sensors lighting up. "Guess that guy's not trying to hide anymore," McFadden commented laconically. "Nope," his wingman agreed. Perilla checked her RWR display. "He still can't see us, though, even with these honking big gas tanks hanging off our wings." McFadden nodded, scanning his own display. External fuel tanks made their Raptors a lot less stealthy, but they were still outside the range at which that Russian radar should be able to spot them. On the other hand, they were closing that gap fast. With the propeller-driven Tu-142 and their F-22s now headed straight for each other at a combined speed of more than 1,200 knots, they were shaving off nearly 22 nautical miles every minute. "Anvil 4-5, this is Casino Lead," he radioed the E-3 sentry, now orbiting well behind them over Fairbanks. "Any confirmation yet on those possible Russian fighters?" "Casino, this is Anvil," the radar controller aboard the AWACS plane replied. "Negative on that. We thought we saw a couple of smaller contacts break away from the Tu-142 a few seconds ago, but we've got nothing else on our screens right now." McFadden frowned. He didn't like not knowing where those Su-35s were, or even if they were real and not just a figment of the RC-135 Rivet Joint Crew's collective imagination. He opened a terrain map on one of his displays. His mouth turned down even more as he scanned the rugged topography of the Brooks Range. Air search radars couldn't see through solid rock. which meant that jumble of mountains and valleys and gorges offered a number of possible hidden avenues of approach for pilots willing to take chances. He made a decision. Their Raptors weren't supposed to sneak up on that big, lumbering Russian patrol plane, far from it. The whole point of this intercept mission was to swoop in hard and fast and make it very clear to that SOB that he wasn't going to parade around unchallenged through U.S. airspace. Besides, if there were Russian fighters out there somewhere up ahead, the more eyes looking for them, the better. Situational awareness mattered more right now than stealth. "Okay, Cat," he said, "let's not be coy. It's time to let these guys know we're coming their way. Light 'em up." And then, suiting his actions to his own words, McFadden activated the F-22's powerful AN/APG-77 radar. As an active electronically scanned array, it randomly changed frequencies with every radar pulse, making it a lot harder for any enemy to pick out its emissions from ordinary background noise in the electromagnetic spectrum. But harder wasn't the same thing as impossible. Deep in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. That same time, Alexei Petrov followed Bondarovich into the aircraft shelter at a run. Inside, the hanging lanterns used to provide illumination swayed crazily in swirling currents of freezing air. Distorted shadows danced across the fabric walls and hard-packed snow floor. Wind-whipped ice crystals spattered against the parked PAC-DA bomber's wing and fuselage. Petrov stared up at the shelter's roof and swore. More of the camouflage cloth panels had ripped loose. Still attached at one end, they flailed wildly in the blizzard. Straps that had tied the panels to overhead aluminum trusses whipped back and forth from the loose side of each panel. He grabbed Bondaravich's shoulder and pointed upward, screaming into the other man's ear to be heard over the shrieking wind. "Get your men, all of them. Bunyan too. If we don't tie those damned panels back in place, this fucking storm will tear the whole shelter to pieces." He shoved the ex-Spetsnaz soldier back toward the outside. "Move, damn it!" The other man nodded anxiously. He turned and plunged back into the maelstrom outside. Petrov scrambled up a ladder and out onto the PAC-DA bomber's wing. His boots might damage a few sections of the plane's advanced, radar-absorbent skin, but that was nothing compared to what would happen if the shelter came apart around it. Even an hour or two of exposure to sub-zero temperatures, 100-kilometer winds, and blowing snow and ice could render the aircraft completely unflyable. Frantically, he grabbed for one end of a strap as it snapped through the air and missed. Again and again, he tried to get a hold on one of the flailing straps and failed. His face darkened in fury. To come so close to changing the world forever, and then to be defeated by a wind-whipped piece of cloth? How his father must be laughing at him, he thought grimly. Laughing at him out of the icy depths of hell. 28. Over the Brooks Range, northern Alaska. A short time later. Connor Doc McFadden eyed the green diamond in the center of his HUD. It marked the radar-designated position of the Tu-142 reconnaissance aircraft they were heading toward at high speed. Glowing numbers next to the diamond showed the range counting down fast. They were now only about 40 nautical miles apart, less than 2 minutes out at their present closure rate. Time to slow that down a little, he thought. Especially since the sky over this part of the mountains was a wall-to-wall winter storm front, marked by masses of dark cumulonimbus clouds soaring tens of thousands of feet above the ground. Getting any kind of visual lock on that big Russian turboprop was going to be tough in the present circumstances, and it would be impossible if they blitzed right past each other at 1,200-plus knots. "Casino 2 lead," he radioed to Catparilla. The lieutenant's F-22 was positioned a few hundred yards off his right wing and about 1,000 feet higher. Sometimes he could see her aircraft visually. Sometimes he couldn't. Visibility dropped to near zero whenever they punched through one of the towering cloud masses. "Let's rein it in some, to avoid an overshoot," Copy that, his wingman replied. Getting to be kind of a rough ride up here anyway. Strong turbulence and winds were pummeling the two fighters, subjecting them to sudden jolts and buffets, especially inside the clouds. Yeah, I hear you, Cat, McFadden agreed. Easing off now. He pulled back on his throttles, simultaneously banking left and right in a flat scissors to shake off even more airspeed. Alerted by the data link connecting their two Raptors, Perilla followed his maneuvers. Gradually, both F-22s slowed their headlong rush, dropping from more than 900 knots to around 450. McFadden checked the diamond icon in his HUD again. It hadn't budged an inch to either side. That Tu-142 was still flying straight on, showing absolutely no sign of turning back out of U.S. airspace. And by now, those Russians must know they were about to be intercepted by a pair of American jets. Their APG-77s had been locked on to the slower turboprop for several minutes, giving its crew plenty of time to realize they were being painted by radar. One more thing was certain. Wherever those hypothetical Su-35 escorts were, they certainly weren't hiding in that recon plane's radar shadow. At this range, any Russian fighters there would have stood out like deer caught in a pair of high-beam headlights. It was high time he and Cat announced themselves, McFadden decided. He changed frequencies to the guard channel. Russian Tu-142 military aircraft, this is one of the American F-22 fighters headed your way. You are deep inside our airspace and violating international law. Turn back now. Repeat. Withdraw now. Radio your intention to comply with this order immediately. Over. He clicked off his mic and listened. For a few seconds, there was only the hiss of static. Russian Tu-142, you are violating, McFadden started again, now allowing a distinctly hostile edge to creep into his voice. American F-22, this is the Russian Tu-142, the other plane suddenly replied. We regret that we are unable to comply with your request. We are only conducting a peaceful search for a missing aircraft, one of our polar research UAVs, which may have strayed accidentally into this area. We have no hostile intent. Repeat, this is a peaceful search mission. McFadden scowled under his oxygen mask. Son of a bitch. These clowns were trying to play games. He stabbed his mic button again. Listen up, pal. I'm not requesting a damned thing. You will turn around immediately and get the hell out of U.S. airspace as quickly as you entered it. Understood? 5,000 meters below and 20 kilometers ahead of the four-engine Tu-142, Major Vadim Kuryokin shrugged his shoulders. There had never been any real chance that the Americans would let Zinchuk and his crew probe so deeply into their national territory without interference, or that they would buy the ridiculous cover story about some missing drone. This was going to come down to a duel of pilot skill and guts. His eyes swept the upper edge of his HUD. Two icons were visible, one for each of the oncoming F-22 Raptors. They were accompanied by rapidly changing numbers showing the estimated range and altitude of the American jets computed by his IRST system. Between their powered-up radars, radio transmissions, and external fuel tanks, neither Raptor was especially stealthy at the moment. But they were getting very, very close, and pretty soon their radars would spot the two Russian Su-35s twisting and turning down among these sharp-edged mountains and icy gorges. A predatory grin flashed across Kuryokin's face. Better to act now, he thought, before the Americans figured things out and had time to react. Lead to bodyguard 2, he radioed. You take the high man, I'll take the low. 2, Ilya Turitsky said immediately. Make them piss their flight suits, but no shooting, Kuryokin warned again. Remember, we're here to keep them off Prospector's back, not to start World War III. His wingman snorted over the radio. Yes, Papa Bear, I'll be good. Then follow me, Kuryokin ordered. He yanked back on his stick and went to afterburner. His Su-35 streaked upward, climbing vertically at more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. He broke out of the lower layer seconds later and spotted his chosen target, the lead F-22, almost directly above him, flying through a valley of clearer air between two towering masses of cumulonimbus storm clouds. The American stealth fighter grew larger in his canopy with astonishing speed. He thumbed his radar to air combat mode. Beep, beep, beep. Holy crap, McFadden blurted, startled by the rapid-fire sequence of high-pitched tones pulsing through his headset. His Raptor was being painted by an enemy radar at close range. Madly, he scanned the sky in all directions. Where the hell? Suddenly, a blur of white and gray flashed past his canopy just ahead of him and kept on climbing. Jesus, that was an Su-35, he realized, noting the other aircraft's twin tails and sleek, swept-back wings in a split second. And then the Russian fighter's wake slammed into him, rattling the F-22 from end to end. Shaking off the stunning impact, McFadden pulled into a hard, climbing turn toward the Su-35 that had just bounced him. G-forces slammed him back into his seat and his vision grayed out a little. Straining against the G's, he spotted Cat Perilla's Raptor rolling away as she dodged a second Su-35, spearing up at them out of the clouds. Her rapid evasive maneuver carried her straight into a column of cloud and she disappeared from sight. Above him, the first Russian fighter came out of its own turn and then abruptly banked tightly in the opposite direction, maneuvering with incredible speed and agility. It vanished into another cloud. "Anvil, this is Casino Lead," McFadden grunted, reporting into the E-3 AWACS while he reversed back after the Su-35. Everything outside his cockpit turned dark as he entered the clouds himself. He locked his radar onto the Russian. A new diamond blinked onto his HUD, sliding fast down and back to the right again. He slammed his stick hard in that direction, rolling inverted to dive after the still invisible enemy fighter. "Two bandits just jumped us," he forced out against the strain of continual tight turns. "No missiles in the air. Maybe these guys want to play, not fight." "Copy that, Casino," the radar controller aboard the distant E-3 sentry acknowledged. "Sure looks like a tight furball from here." For furball, read fucking mess, McFadden thought fuzzily, as he tightened his next turn even more, now pulling 8 Gs and using his F-22's thrust vectoring engine nozzles to pull the aircraft's nose around even faster. He couldn't see shit in all of these clouds. And he'd lost track of Perilla. Sure, their data link threw a steering cue to her fighter onto his HUD, but it was jinking all over the place as they each maneuvered wildly, trying to pick up an advantage over the two Su-35s that had just bushwhacked them, or to break away from trouble if the bad guys gained a favorable position on them. He leaned forward, trying hard to see something, anything, through the swirling gray haze ahead of his Raptor. His radar said an Su-35 was out there ahead of him, no more than a few hundred yards away, but he couldn't make out anything. Not even a quick, fleeting glimpse of a camouflaged wingtip or tail fins or a clear canopy. His teeth clenched hard. Chasing these Russian fighters around this storm front was like playing blind man's bluff with everybody blindfolded, not just whoever was it, and stuck at the same time inside one of those whirligig carnival rides that spun unpredictably in every direction. Inside the Tu-142 reconnaissance aircraft's forward cabin, Captain Yuri Bashalachev peered intently at his hooded scope. As the plane's bombardier navigator, he had primary control over its powerful Korshin KNN search radar. Ever since Colonel Zinchuk ordered their sensors to activate, he'd been using the system to scan the terrain below them. From this altitude, the Korshin had a search radius of more than 250 kilometers, even through the intervening haze of obscuring cloud and wind-driven snow and ice. Around and around, the radar's rotating beams swept hypnotically, turning up nothing but a seemingly endless jumble of mountain peaks and low-lying valleys. And then something flashed briefly on the screen, something that didn't look at all natural. Suddenly excited, Bashalachev pressed his face even harder against the radar display's hood. His fingers raced across his controls, tweaking them to focus in on what appeared to be a wider valley on the southern fringe of this vast range of higher peaks and lower ridges and hills. And then he saw it again. Near one end of the valley, he froze the image, staring hard at what he saw. Those straight and angled shapes, partial and oddly blurred though they were definitely not natural. The bombardier navigator decided instantly. He checked the coordinates against the map pinned up next to his station. Just as he'd thought, this entire region was supposed to be nothing but uninhabited wilderness. Excitedly, he toggled his intercom mic. "Colonel, radar here. Contact, contact, contact. Probable man-made structure. I think it might be what we've been looking for." "Where?" the Tu-142 commander-pilot demanded. Bashalachev peered down again at his scope. "At our 9 o'clock now," he reported. "About 20 kilometers to the east." "Nice work, Yuri. We're coming around to make another pass over the target," Zinchuk told him. Immediately, the huge plane banked sharply to the left, turning steeply to circle back toward what its radar had picked up. Over the intercom, Bashalachev heard the colonel on the radio to Moscow. "Operations Control, this is Prospector. Silverload. Repeat, Silverload." Silverload was the short code phrase indicating the possible, but not certain, discovery of the stolen PAC-DA stealth bomber on the ground. At that same moment, Captain Connor Doc McFadden saw one of the Su-35s emerge out of the murk, headed straight at him. Desperately, he yanked his stick hard right, hurling the F-22 into another brutal, high-G diving turn to avoid a possible collision. The Russian fighter roared past no more than a few yards above him, and then disappeared as suddenly as it had come. McFadden craned his neck around hard against the enormous forces pinning him against his seat, desperately searching for any sign of the enemy aircraft that might already be swinging around to slot in right behind him. But there was nothing. Just a churning cauldron of dark gray cloud. Halfway through its tight diving turn, his Raptor burst back out into the open air. Alarms blared through the cockpit. Alerted too late, McFadden whipped his head back around to the front, just in time to see the huge, propeller-driven Tu-142 directly ahead. Oh, shit! Moving at more than 500 knots, the F-22 slammed into the Russian reconnaissance plane's right wing and sheared it off. McFadden was dimly aware of a tremendous, shattering impact that seemed to go on forever, but that could really only have lasted for milliseconds at most. Thrown forward against his straps with rib-smashing force, he saw a mass of blurred red caution and warning lights ripple across the cockpit. Horrified, he looked up through his canopy and saw the Tu-142 tumbling out of control. Slowly, the huge aircraft rolled over on its left side, trailing debris and burning fuel from the jagged stub of its missing wing. "Time to go," he thought groggily. Moving in what felt like slow motion, he reached down between his legs, gripped the ejection seat handle, and yanked hard. Above McFadden, the F-22's canopy blew off and spun away to one side. And then the ejection seat's rocket motor fired. It hurled him up and out of the stricken Raptor, directly into the path of the razor-edged shards of metal spiraling down from the stricken Russian turboprop. Several fragments ripped through the ejection seat's parachute before it could fully deploy. Others tore into the seat itself and killed him instantly. 1,000 meters higher, Major Vadim Kuryokin's Su-35 raced out of one of the towering columns of cloud, still hunting for the highly maneuverable American stealth fighter he'd been tangling with over the past few minutes. To his horror, he saw the Tu-142 spinning toward the ground, wreathed in flames from nose to tail as it fell. "My God, Ilya!" he shouted over the radio. "Those bastards just shot down our recon plane." "2 copies, arming missiles," his wingman replied coldly. Moments later, Turetsky called out, "Target locked, missiles fired." Shit, Lieutenant Allison Catparilla snarled. seeing the two heat-seeking missiles fall away from under the wings of the Su-35 that had just swung in a couple of miles behind her. Their motors ignited in bursts of flame. Trailing smoke, they streaked across the intervening sky, moving at more than 2.5 times the speed of sound. Immediately, she broke hard left, spiraling upward in a tight climbing turn. Her thumb stroked the countermeasures button. Dozens of white-hot flares streamed out behind the F-22, each a miniature sun against the glowering mass of dark storm clouds on all sides. Seduced by the flares, both Russian missiles veered away and detonated harmlessly. Perilla reversed her evasive turn and rolled into the clouds again. She'd seen the steering cue for McFadden's Raptor vanish suddenly off her HUD. Now she knew why. The Russians had decided, for reasons of their own, to turn this cold air war hot. The green diamond identifying the Su-35 that had just tried to kill her slid into view, pulling out ahead of her aircraft as the other pilot desperately turned in an effort to bring her back into his sights. "Too late, asshole," she snapped, squeezing the trigger on her stick. One AIM-120 AMRAAM and then a second dropped out of her main weapons bay. They flashed away into the gray haze at Mach 4, already guided by their own internal active radar seekers, since the range was so short, essentially point-blank for missiles designed to reach out and kill at more than 80 nautical miles. A dazzling orange flash lit the clouds. In that same moment, the target diamond blinked off her HUD, signaling the destruction of the enemy aircraft. But before she could fully savor the kill, shrill, chirping tones through her headset warned that the second Su-35 had locked on. Reacting fast, Cat Perilla dove for the deck. More flares rippled out behind her violently maneuvering Raptor. One of the two missiles closing in on her chose a decoy instead and went off harmlessly in her curving wake. She never saw the second, which arrowed on through the spreading cloud of tiny suns and detonated just above her cockpit. Major Vadim Kuryokin saw the American F-22 stagger when his missile exploded. Slowly at first and then faster, the Raptor rolled over and fell away, spewing smoke and fire. Eager to confirm his kill, he followed the stricken aircraft down into the clouds, tracking it by the red-tinged glow. Abruptly, it flashed brightly, spraying glittering sparks outward through the concealing gray mists. Had that dying F-22 just blown up? He wondered. Deciding he'd seen enough, the Russian Su-35 pilot started to turn away and slammed head-on into a jagged mountain peak shrouded in cloud. His fighter disintegrated in a ball of fire. Some kilometers away, Alexei Petrov came outside into the blizzard's unnatural darkness and freezing winds. Bondarovich's men finally had the necessary repairs to their aircraft shelter in hand, freeing him to head back to camp for a short rest. He straightened up to his full height to stretch aching muscles, and then he stopped dead, staring off to the west. A bright white glow lit the sky there, slowly falling through the darkness and thick clouds. Then suddenly it vanished with a blinding flash, followed by a dull red gleam in the distance that slowly faded away. "What was that?" one of the exhausted mercenaries who'd followed him out of the shelter asked in astonishment. "Some sort of weird lightning from the storm?" Petrov shook his head in dismay. "No," he ground out slowly. "I think that was trouble for us. Very serious trouble." 29. 611th Air Operations Center, Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska. A short time later. For several seconds, a shocked silence pervaded the crowded operations center. One moment they'd been observing 5 aircraft, 2 American and 3 Russian, on the radar feed relayed from the E-3 Sentry AWACS plane over Fairbanks, and the next, all 5 aircraft were gone, wiped off the display as quickly as if some unseen giant's hand had swatted them out of the sky with one mighty stroke. Colonel Leonard Huber, 3rd Wing's commander, shook his head in disbelief, and then turned to his assembled officers. "Can anyone tell me what the hell just happened up there?" Helplessly, they all shrugged. "Whatever it was, it went down awfully fast," one of them said at last. "The RC-135 Elint plane picked up a few fragmentary transmissions from the two Russian Su-35s, but they're encrypted and unreadable. We didn't get anything from our own aircraft." Huber nodded gloomily. That was not a good sign. At least one of the F-22 pilots, McFadden or Perilla, should have been able to call out a warning, even if their mock dogfight with the Su-35s had suddenly turned hot for some weird reason. He sighed. Well, one thing's clear, anyway. A bunch of different aircraft, ours and theirs, just crashed in the middle of a god-awful wilderness. And during a blizzard, his operations officer pointed out quietly. One of the worst in years. Yeah, that too, Huber agreed tersely. A screen depicting the most recent meteorology reports for the Brooks Range showed the entire area socked in, with strong winds, near zero visibility thanks to blowing snow, and sub-zero temperatures. Mounting a combat search and rescue operation up there is going to be a bitch, he said thoughtfully. Yes, sir. Huber's eyes sought out his liaison with the Alaska Air National Guard. The ANG's 176th Wing ran the ARCC, the Alaska Rescue Coordination Center, which managed all the various military and civil aviation resources needed for search and rescue operations. Major King, what kind of CSAR assets can your people rustle up fast? The major looked up from the computer link she'd been intently studying. Colonel, the ARCC says we can have a pararescue team and a pair of HH-60G Pave Hawks from the 210th Rescue Squadron ready for takeoff in 90 minutes. But your helicopters can't make it out that far unrefueled, can they? No, sir, King agreed. The area where those planes went down is more than 100 miles beyond our bird's maximum range. Ordinarily, they'd tank on the way, but the blizzard is moving south fast across the whole state. Mid-air refueling would be far too hazardous in these conditions. So our helicopters will have to stage through Fairbanks and then Fort Yukon, stopping to refuel on the ground at both places. Huber nodded again. Those refueling stops would make slow going, further adding to the time it would take the pararescue team to reach any crash sites. On the other hand, recent forecasts predicted some minor improvement in the weather over the mountains later on today. So, assuming ANG's Pavehawk helicopters could somehow fight their way through the storm in the first place, those hoped-for lower winds and better visibility should significantly aid any recovery operations. All right, Major, he said to King. Activate your search and rescue units and get them in the air as quickly as possible. One of the airmen manning their secure communications board turned toward him. Sir? The Pentagon is on the line asking for you. Huber hid a grimace. Both NORAD headquarters and the Pentagon were receiving live feeds from the operations center here, which was normal, especially considering the extraordinarily high level of Russian air activity around Alaska's perimeter. It had been a coin toss to guess which group of senior brass would be faster off the mark to horn in on this crisis situation. He took the phone. Third Wing, Colonel Huber speaking. Colonel? A woman's voice said in reply. We've never met, but my name is Miranda Reynolds. I'm in charge of the CIA's Operations Directorate. Huber felt his eyebrows go up. Of all the people he'd expected to be speaking to today, the chief of the CIA's clandestine service definitely had not been on his list. What can I do for you, Ms. Reynolds? He asked cautiously, strongly suspecting that whatever it was, he wasn't going to like it much. And the more he listened, the more he knew just how right he'd been. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C., that same time. Miranda Reynolds hung up the secure phone and looked around the table at the others present, who included Jonas Murphy, Bill Taylor, and the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff. Well, the Colonel bought it, she said with a shrug. He certainly wasn't thrilled by the idea, but he's okayed including members of our specialist GO team in the search and rescue mission force. He thinks we want them along so they can comb through the wreckage of those Russian fighters and their reconnaissance plane. Those downed aircraft might be all your people find, General Frank Neary told her. That's certainly possible, Reynolds agreed coolly. On the other hand, that Russian reconnaissance probe was pushed a lot harder than any of the others we've seen so far, wasn't it? Neary and the others nodded somberly. Not only had the presence of Su-35s so far from the Russian mainland come as a very unwelcome surprise, but so had the willingness of those fighter pilots to mix it up so aggressively with the American aircraft sent to intercept them. Aggression that had clearly led to disaster for both sides. My strong suspicion is that level of determination is itself evidence that Moscow knows something we don't about the area their Tu-142 was searching, Reynolds continued. The Russians must have solid intelligence indicating their missing stealth bomber is hidden somewhere in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. From her position at the far end of the table, the Pentagon's Operations Staff Chief, Rear Admiral Kristen Chow, nodded. I see your point. ANWR checks off all the boxes as a good place for this Colonel Petrov to conceal the PAC-DA prototype he stole. Which is why I want our Go team on the scene ready to move in fast if it turns out I'm right, Reynolds said firmly. As bad as it was to suddenly lose all those aircraft, it may just have given us the chance we needed to beat Moscow to the prize. Neary stared coldly at her. Maybe so, Miss Reynolds. Assuming, of course, that we don't find ourselves in a shooting war with the Russians over what just happened out there, in which case there won't be much of a prize left for your experts to pick over. Sharapovo Command Bunker, outside Moscow. 30 minutes later. Pyotr Zhdanov listened to Lieutenant General Rogozin's grim report in stony silence. Although controllers at air bases along the Arctic coast and eastern Siberia were still trying to raise Colonel Zinchuk's Tu-142 and its two Su-35 fighter escorts by radio, there seemed little doubt that all three aircraft had crashed. And within just a few minutes of the colonel transmitting a coded phrase suggesting his crew might have found the PAC-DA stealth bomber's hiding place. This tells all we need to know, the Russian president said when Rogozin finished. That sighting report was genuine. And now the Americans have the same information. Rogozin looked puzzled. Sir? Zhdanov stubbed his cigarette out in irritation. Come now, Yevgeny. It's obvious, isn't it? Why else would the Americans order their fighters to shoot down our planes? Except that we are not yet certain of exactly what happened to our aircraft, the general reminded him carefully. Zhdanov raised an eyebrow. The pilots you assigned to this mission had strict orders not to fire first, correct? Of course, Mr. President, Rogozin said. And were they reliable, disciplined officers? The president asked pointedly. Too late, Rogozin saw the trap into which he'd just walked. Yes, sir, he agreed reluctantly, obviously knowing there was only one acceptable answer. Aggressive, of course, as the best fighter pilots must be, but Major Kuryokin and Captain Troitsky were both loyal, trustworthy men. Zhdanov nodded in vindication. There you are, then. The Americans had to have started this mess by firing on our planes. It's the only logical conclusion. Washington wants to make sure it seizes Petrov and the PAC-DA bomber first. On his side of the conference table, Alexander Ivashin nodded vigorously. Ordinarily dour and undemonstrative, the head of the GRU suddenly appeared unusually animated. I may be able to confirm your hypothesis, Mr. President. How? We've just received an emergency signal from one of our two-man deep-cover Spetsnaz teams, the spymaster said. Given enough time during any major crisis, it was Russian practice to deploy small covert commando units into rival nations, tiny groups of highly trained operatives who were expected to provide intelligence in the run-up to open hostilities and to conduct sabotage missions and targeted assassinations once war broke out. These agents are stationed outside the large American military base near Anchorage, the one they call Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. They've reported signs that the Americans are readying helicopters for immediate deployment to northern Alaska. And they believe this force includes elements of the CIA Black Ops team recently flown to the base. Zhdanov stared at him. They're sure of this? Ivashin nodded. Their report indicates a high level of confidence in this assessment. Can you contact the Spetsnaz team directly? The president demanded, without wasting time going through cutouts or your other usual security procedures. A trace of worry appeared on the GRU director's face. Yes, but doing so would significantly increase the risk of American intelligence detecting their presence. I don't give a shit about the risks, Zhdanov said coldly. We've gone far beyond the point where individual lives matter. He lit another cigarette and then stabbed it at Ivashin. Your team is to take immediate preemptive action against those American helicopters. I don't care how they do it, but they are to stop this CIA operation before it gets off the ground. Is that clear? Ivashin's mouth opened in surprise. I will not listen to any objections, Zhdanov warned him. He glared around the table at his senior advisors and military commanders. We have one overriding objective right now. The Americans must not be allowed to get their hands on our stealth bomber and its weapons payload. While I still want to avoid open war, if at all possible, no one here can deny that this situation has already escalated dangerously, thanks to the Americans' own warlike actions against our reconnaissance aircraft. Slowly they nodded. Now Zhdanov's mouth compressed into a tight, thin line, as though he were being forced to swallow something extraordinarily unpleasant. One thing more. We're going to have to agree to meet the traitor Petrov's demands, while still assembling air units and commando forces to retake or destroy the stolen bomber if the opportunity arises. He saw their astonishment and scowled. Don't act so surprised. What other choice do we have? Now that we know the aircraft is already on American soil, it's essential that we get it safely back to Russia, even if it means temporarily yielding to blackmail. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. That same time. In a deserted subterranean corridor outside the ECR, Jonas Murphy signaled Miranda Reynolds over. I just heard from the president directly, he said quietly, without any preamble. She raised an eyebrow. Yes? The aggressive actions of those Russian aircraft searching for their stealth bomber have convinced him and his whole White House team that this Colonel Petrov's offer is not a scam or one of Moscow's disinformation operations, Murphy told her. Reynolds nodded. It seemed a little late to draw that fairly obvious conclusion, she thought wryly, though she supposed almost every politician had an ingrained instinct to play it safe, especially with so many influential voices in the Pentagon urging caution. Murphy sighed, and all of the State Department's efforts to persuade the Russians to step back from the brink of open hostilities have been rebuffed so far. So have the president's own personal attempts to reach out to Zhdanov. Is this heading where I think it is? Reynolds asked, keeping her voice even lower. The DNI nodded again. The president's decided to meet the financial demands made by this would-be defector and his backers. He shrugged. In the circumstances, he's willing to take the chance that we might be dealing with some very unsavory characters. If it means avoiding war, funneling money to criminals might not seem so bad, Reynolds agreed. Exactly, Murphy said. Anyway, as far as the president is concerned, the sooner that stealth bomber is firmly in our hands, the better. Once that happens, Zhdanov will have to come to terms and negotiate for its return. He smiled tightly. Which we will gladly do, once our technical experts have finished studying its avionics and other systems. She eyed him closely. So you want me to... she said slowly, drawing it out. Like his boss, Murphy was a politician first. In the past, CIA officers had gotten into a lot of trouble for acting on the basis of winks and nods from occupants in the Oval Office and their subordinates, only to have the ground cut out from under their feet when things went sour. "Signal our agreement by encrypted email through that secret server of yours," he confirmed, with a crooked grin of his own that told her he knew exactly what she was doing. "Treasury officials are already transferring the necessary funds, $3 billion, to your agency's black accounts. Now we just need you to let Petrov's backers know that they've won." 30. Aboard the mega yacht Poliornaya Zvezda off the island of Ischia, Italy, a short time later. Not far from Naples, a sleek 100-meter-long ship rode at anchor off the volcanic island of Ischia. Though it was as large as a naval frigate, the vessel's big gleaming windows, luxurious fittings, swimming pool, and aft helicopter pad marked it as a rich man's plaything. High up on the mega-yacht's top deck, Dmitry Grishin stood at a railing. Through half-closed eyes, the Russian oligarch surveyed the glittering moonlit waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. Street lamps illuminated the faded stucco facades of the restaurants, shops, and hotels that lined Ischkia's beaches and small harbor. He rolled his shoulders in an effort to ease some of the tension eating away at him from the inside. Abruptly he turned as he heard quiet footsteps behind him. It was Pavel Voronin. In a concession to the Mediterranean fall climate and his employer's desire for discretion, he'd traded in his usual tailored business suits for an open-necked shirt, blazer, and khaki slacks. He'd flown in from Moscow the day before, and as far as Grishin's family and the ship's crew were concerned, the younger man was just another of the junior corporate executives the oligarch sometimes rewarded with brief stays on his yacht. "Well?" Grishin asked. "They've met our price," Voronin told him with a slight smile. "I just confirmed it with our financial networks. All the required funds have been securely transferred." Grishin breathed out in relief. "Who met our demands? Moscow or Washington?" "Both of them," Voronin said, smiling more broadly now. For a moment the oligarch stared at him in astonishment, taken completely by surprise. But then a sly, triumphant grin spread slowly across his own face. This was beyond his wildest and most optimistic expectations. In the blink of an eye, the operation he'd dubbed Vanishing Act had just netted him close to $6 billion. True, on paper, that was still less than his publicly declared net worth, but until now, most of his nominal fortune had consisted of hard assets, of factories, mines, oil and gas wells, ships, and fleets of trucks and rail cars. Unfortunately, in Pyotr Zhdanov's Russia, tangible possessions and investments were not real wealth. They were only hostages to a government that could seize them by decree, either on a whim or to appease an angry mob looking for scapegoats for their country's increasingly dire economic conditions. Under Moscow's despotic and unpredictable rule, today's billionaire could all too easily become tomorrow's imprisoned pauper. But now, Grishin thought with growing delight, he'd broken free. Close to $6 billion. Sheltered in an impenetrable web of dozens of secret accounts, represented both security and continued power and influence for himself and for his family. Even if Zhdanov tried to throw him to the wolves, he would fail. Grishin could safely ride out the coming economic and political storm abroad, biding his time until the moment arrived to choose the next winner in Russia's ongoing cycle of internecine power struggles. Jubilantly, he clapped Voronin on the shoulder. "Well done, Pavel," he chuckled out loud. "Now you're a rich man, too." Voronin had been promised a 1% share for his work in coordinating and orchestrating Vanishing Act. Perhaps such a sum was not true wealth when compared to that possessed by his employer, but it was a fortune nonetheless, and ample reward for his labors, Grishin believed. Somewhat smaller shares had been promised to Bondarovich, and the other ex-Spetsnaz soldiers Voronian had hired for the real dirty work. More, naturally, had been promised to Colonel Alexei Petrov for his part in the conspiracy. "Which nation's payment will we honor?" Voronian asked dryly. "After all, I need to let Petrov know in which direction the bomber should fly, once the winds ease up enough for it to take off again." Grishin shrugged. "Tell him to return the Pac-DA prototype to our own country, of course." He turned back to the rail and looked out across the water again. "I'm willing to bleed Zhdanov and his cronies, but I'm no traitor. Not to the motherland." He glanced at the younger man. "The Americans were dupes. Leverage to use against Moscow. Never anything more." "Naturally," Voronian agreed. Grishin eyed him. "Once the stealth bomber takes off, are your men ready to clear off themselves?" The other man nodded. "Bondarovich and the others have their orders. They'll head for the Canadian border by snowmobile, where I have a bush plane waiting to pick them up. Nothing at the camp can be traced back to us." "And Colonel Petrov?" the oligarch asked quietly. "What arrangements have you made for him?" Casually, Voronian leaned against the railing. His eyes were hooded. "Regrettably, Alexei is a proud and volatile man," he said reflectively. "Somehow I don't think he's really suited to a quiet, discreet life of luxury. It would be very hard for him to accept the need to disappear completely." "Perhaps so," Grishin agreed. "Which is why my men will take the necessary actions on their way to the border," Voronian assured him. "You can be very sure that no one will ever see the colonel again." In the hills overlooking Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, near Anchorage, Alaska. That same time. On the slope of a hill climbing steeply 200 feet above a frozen stream, two men crouched near the base of a Sitka spruce tree. They wore thick parkas, ski pants, and fur-lined hoods against the intensifying cold. Besides their civilian winter clothing, they also had powerful night vision-capable binoculars slung around their necks. As storm clouds rolled across the sky above them, driven by high winds whistling down out of the north, daylight was fading fast. One of them, Spetsnaz Captain Arkady Timonov, zoomed in on the pair of American HH-60G Pave Hawk helicopters parked on the apron near one of the airbase's two runways. Both had their rotors turning. "They're spooling up," he said to his companion. "Better get ready." "This is madness," the other man, Lieutenant Leonid Braikin, muttered, more to himself than to Timonov. He knelt beside a large equipment bag and started unzipping it. "Madness or not, we have our orders," Timonov growled. Privately, he agreed with his subordinate, but Moscow's urgent instructions left them with no real latitude. What made it even worse was that their superiors in the GRU had chosen to relay those instructions using encrypted text messages sent directly to their smartphones. Given the eavesdropping and code-breaking capabilities of the American National Security Agency, that was almost as bad as emailing their cover identities and pictures straight to the FBI. As it was, the Spetsnaz captain figured he and Braikin had no more than a day before federal law enforcement officers started looking for Mr. Pindar and Mr. Jones in earnest. Still grumbling under his breath, Braikin finished unzipping the bag and hauled out a long green fiberglass tube with a hand grip and trigger mechanism near the midpoint. It was a Pakistani-made Anza Mk3 surface-to-air missile launcher, based on a Chinese model derived from Russia's own 9K-38 system. This particular weapon had been captured from Muslim extremists in Chechnya and then smuggled covertly into Alaska years ago. Quickly, he set the tube in place on his right shoulder and flipped a switch to power up the missile's seeker head and gyros. A soft hum confirmed the system was ready. Next to him, Timonov peered intently through his binoculars. The first helicopter lifted off, climbed to about 100 meters, and then dropped its nose slightly to gain airspeed as it crossed the runway. Accelerating, it swung north, heading straight toward them. The second Pave Hawk trailed close behind. Red, white, and green navigation lights blinked rapidly on both helicopters. He lowered the binoculars. "Here they come, Leonid. Make your shot count." The lieutenant nodded tightly. He pressed his eye into the SAM launcher's sight and turned through a short arc until he had the crosshairs settled squarely on the trailing helicopter. A speaker behind his right ear buzzed. Steadily, the buzz grew louder and shriller. "I have tone," he confirmed. The missile's infrared seeker head had locked on to the Pavehawk's heat signature. Through the sight, Bryken saw the second Pavehawk grow progressively larger. He estimated that it was now approximately 3 kilometers away and closing fast. Slowly, he pulled the launch trigger halfway back. That uncaged the missile's IR sensor, allowing it to swivel freely inside the nose cone so that he didn't have to aim manually anymore. The buzzing noise intensified. Satisfied that he had a solid lock on his target, Bryken angled the launch tube up at 45 degrees. Anything lower risked having the missile strike the ground when it launched. "Any day now, Leonid," Timonov growled. Ignoring him, Bryken squeezed the trigger all the way. Instantly, the Anza Mk3's booster motor ignited, hurling it out of the launch tube in a dense, choking cloud of acrid smoke. The missile itself burst out of the cloud and soared skyward as its main rocket motor kicked in. Visible as a bright white dot riding a plume of smoke, it climbed high above the hill, arced over, and then darted straight at the trailing American helicopter. 3 seconds after launch, the SAM slammed head-on into the Pavehawk's main rotor assembly and exploded in a blinding red and orange flash. Trailing torn shards of rotor and fuselage, the stricken helicopter rolled over and plunged into the forest not far beyond the runway. Flames and darker black smoke eddied away from the crash site. "Nice shot," Timonov exulted. "Now let's get the hell out of here." Obeying, Bryken tossed the spent launcher away and followed his leader upslope and deeper into the woods. With luck, they hoped to make it back to their parked car and speed away before the base's security personnel could react to this sudden ambush. Behind them, the surviving Pavehawk took evasive action, spewing flares as it circled back toward the runway. The American search and rescue mission had just been ruthlessly aborted. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C., a short time later. Rear Admiral Kristen Chow tapped a control on her console, bringing up a live video feed from Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson on the emergency conference room's largest display screen. It showed a pillar of thick, oily smoke rising from the woods just beyond the airbase. The smoke column curved sharply, swept southward by rising winds from the approaching blizzard. Approximately 30 minutes ago, one of the 2 helicopters assigned to our search and rescue mission was shot down, apparently by a handheld SAM fired from outside the base perimeter, she said crisply. She looked sympathetically at Miranda Reynolds. The CIA official looked sick to her stomach. "I'm afraid that was the Pavehawk carrying your GO team." "Are there any survivors from the downed helicopter?" Bill Taylor asked gravely. The white-haired defense secretary, who was usually more energetic than far younger men and women, appeared to have aged visibly over the past several hours. "A handful, Mr. Secretary," Chow replied. "All critically injured, many with severe burns." General Neary, the Air Force Chief of Staff, stirred in his seat. "And the sons of bitches who shot our bird down? Any luck finding them yet?" Regretfully, the Rear Admiral shook her head. "No, sir. Personnel from the 673rd Security Forces Squadron are combing the area where that missile was launched. They found this." She brought up a picture of the discarded SAM launcher. "But that's it so far." Jonas Murphy stared at the image. "Is that a Russian-made weapon?" "It's a Pakistani copy of a Chinese-designed derivative of the Russian 9K38 Igla," Chow told him. "The type NATO labels an SA-18. Miranda Reynolds glowered. "That missile's a goddamned blind. This wasn't some random terrorist attack by Muslim extremists. This was a Russian Spetsnaz operation from beginning to end." Chow nodded. "That's almost certain, Ms. Reynolds. she sighed. What's much less certain is whether this Russian Special Forces operation is actually at an end. Meaning what? Murphy asked. Meaning that we cannot be sure yet that they had only one missile team deployed outside Elmendorf-Richardson, she said bluntly. With the press of another key, she brought up a map hurriedly put together by her Operations Directorate staff experts. It showed all the areas around the airbase where concealed enemy SAM teams might reasonably hope to take a shot at aircraft and helicopters while they were most vulnerable, at takeoff, on landing, and in the early stages of any flight. A quick study of this map elicited dismayed-sounding murmurs from all of the military professionals present. Chow nodded. You see the point. She turned to Taylor, Murphy, and Reynolds, the only 3 civilians now allowed into this cavernous war room, and explained, even using units from the Army and Army National Guard, it will take us a minimum of several hours to search and secure these areas. And until we've done that, launching another search and rescue mission toward those crash sites would be like ordering our people to play Russian roulette. Literally, in this case, Taylor said grimly. I'm afraid so, the Rear Admiral agreed. But by the time our troops managed to secure the base perimeter against a missile ambush, Murphy began. That storm front will be directly overhead, Chow confirmed, making further flight operations impossible until the weather clears. Miranda Reynolds scowled. Don't we have any other assets? Troops, aircraft, something, for God's sake. Anywhere else in Alaska we could send into the Brooks Range to look for those downed aircraft and the stealth bomber? Her fingers drummed nervously on the conference table. Just because we've paid Petrov's price doesn't mean Moscow's going to give up on getting the PAC-DA back. And if the Russians beat us to the punch while we're sitting on our asses waiting for better weather conditions, we've just thrown away billions of dollars and a bunch of lives for nothing. In answer, Chow brought up another map. This one centered on northern Alaska. My staff has found one possibility, she said quietly. Her fingers touched a control, highlighting Kaktovik and Barter Island. There's a Joint Force security team deployed here, at one of our North Warning System's long-range radar stations. We've checked the records, and all the personnel attached to this force have parachute training. In fact, they've recently completed a practice jump. Neary shook his head. All the airborne training in the world's no good without a plane to jump from. And with that blizzard socking in both Eielson and Elmendorf-Richardson, we're screwed on that front. Not quite, sir, Chow said coolly. There's an Air National Guard HC-130J on the ground now at Barter Island. The Air Force Chief of Staff stared at her. On the ground there? Why? Because it lost an engine in flight and had to make an emergency landing, she answered. But we've checked the specifications, and that Super Hercules is rated to fly, even with a dud engine. You'd be asking the flight crew to take a hell of a risk, Neary commented. Not to mention the troops you're asking to parachute into the middle of nowhere at the tail end of a blizzard. Miranda Reynolds broke in impatiently. Everything about this mess involves risk. I say we tell them to go. She looked at Chow. Who's in charge of the security team? The Rear Admiral smiled oddly at her. A U.S. Air Force officer it appears that your agency has had some dealings with in the not-so-distant past, Ms. Reynolds. The officer in question is a certain Captain Nicholas Flynn. Reynolds's mouth fell open in consternation. You're kidding me, she managed to get out at last. Chow shook her head, still smiling wryly. No, Miss Reynolds, she said. I most certainly am not. 31. Barter Island Long-Range Radar Site, near Kaktovik, Alaska. A short time later. Captain Nick Flynn unzipped his parka and stripped off his thick gloves as he sat down at the dining area table set aside for his unit's computers and other electronic gear. He'd just been called in from a duty shift outside the radar station, freezing his ass off on outpost duty. Apparently, an encrypted message had just arrived over their link to Alaskan Command, one that only he could read. After blowing on his hands to restore some semblance of feeling, he entered the necessary codes. Lines of text and embedded maps and images appeared on the screen. It was a task order, assigning them a new mission. But any faint hope that he could stand his unit down for some much-needed rest vanished the moment he read the message header. Good news did not carry the immediate precedence designator. That was almost always reserved for situations involving serious military matters. His mouth tightened as he read further. What the brass wanted them to do now went way beyond ordinary crazy. In fact, it was off-the-charts lunacy. Stripping out all the happy talk about achieving vitally important national security objectives, the operations staff officers cozily forted up at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson expected Flynn and his men to parachute deep into the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Then, assuming they survived this hazardous nighttime drop, they were supposed to begin an immediate search and rescue operation, hunting for combat aircraft, 2 American F-22s, a big Russian Tu-142 recon plane, and 2 more Su-35 fighters, which had crashed somewhere among those jagged peaks and rocky valleys during an air intercept that had gone horribly wrong. He shook his head angrily. There was no way in hell he would ask his soldiers and airmen to commit suicide chasing some staff weenie's whim, not without pushing back as hard as he dared first. Without waiting to start second-guessing himself, Flynn stabbed the screen icon that would open a direct, secure video connection to Anchorage. There was a moment's delay while his signal was uplinked through a satellite and stabilized, and then a new window opened on screen. A senior Army non-com looked back out of it at Flynn. "Yes, sir?" the NCO asked. "This is Captain Flynn at Barter Island. I need to talk to—" "Wait one, sir," the other man interrupted. "I'm switching you to General Rosenthal now." Flynn felt his eyebrows go up. Lieutenant General David Rosenthal was the top dog, the overall commander for every airman, soldier, sailor, and member of the Space Force based in Alaska. And despite that, he'd apparently just been sitting around anticipating this video call from a junior officer posted to the back end of nowhere. This deal looked worse and worse. Rosenthal's lean, square-jawed visage flickered onto the screen. "Good afternoon, Captain. I assume you've got some questions about your orders?" Flynn stiffened. "Not exactly questions, sir." The general smiled dryly. "More like a protest, then. As in, what kind of stupid SOB dreamed up this nightmare and dumped it in your undeserving lap?" Despite his anger, Flynn felt an answering, ironic grin flit across his own face. "Not exactly in those words, sir, but I guess that's basically the gist of it." He leaned a little closer to the screen. "Look, General, between the crappy weather and the prevailing winter darkness, asking my guys to make a parachute drop into those mountains goes way beyond the call of duty. Risk is one thing. They all signed on the dotted line when they enlisted, but this is more like a kamikaze run. My troops aren't even trained for combat search and rescue operations." Rosenthal nodded grimly. "I'm well aware of that, Captain," he said. "Unfortunately, the pararescue team we dispatched first was ambushed shortly after takeoff. Assam brought down one of their 2 helicopters with heavy casualties." His gaze hardened. "Which makes your team it, I'm afraid. You and your men are the only airborne qualified force we've got that can reach those crash sites sometime in the next 24 hours. "Someone shot down one of our helicopters?" Flynn said, staggered by the news. Carrying out a missile attack just outside the largest military base in Alaska represented an almost unthinkable escalation. Who, the Russians? "Probably," the general said tersely. He shrugged. "Look, son, for what it's worth, your orders come straight from the top, from the SecDef and the Joint Chiefs. Their assessment is that your mission is of the utmost importance. If we're going to have any hope of avoiding an all-out war with Russia, we've got to learn more about what really happened out there, both to our planes and to theirs." So it's vital that you find any surviving aircrew and retrieve the flight recorders from every crash site you can reach." Flynn frowned. "That's one hell of a tall order, sir." "Yes, it is," Rosenthal said flatly. "And I don't like this much more than you do, but there it is." His chin came up as he looked Flynn straight in the eyes. "Your country is counting on you and your team right now. I know that may sound corny as hell, but it also happens to be true." Shit, Flynn thought irritably. He really hated these kinds of appeals to his patriotism, especially since they were practically guaranteed to work on him. "Just stick a flea collar around my darn neck and call me Uncle Sam's Pavlovian dog," he mused in disgust. That was how they got you, he knew, by invoking the danger to a land and a people you loved. And the trouble was, sometimes the danger was real. If the Russians were suddenly shooting down American planes and helicopters practically at will, it was harder and harder to see how the U.S. could avoid a major armed clash with Moscow. "There's one more thing that wasn't included in the first draft of your orders," Rosenthal continued, "but it comes straight from the Joint Chiefs, too. Apparently, there's also a chance that you might run across another aircraft on the ground out there, an intact aircraft, and if you do, you're to report its presence and location immediately, but you are not, repeat, not, to take any further action, not without direct orders from either the SecDef or the JCS." "Exactly what kind of intact aircraft are we talking about?" Flynn asked carefully. Inside his mind, a whole new set of alarm bells were now going off. One of ours? One of the Russians? Or one made by little green men from Mars? The general winced. "You now know as much about this as I do, Captain." His expression was not happy. "I'm pushing hard for more data, especially since it may have some bearing on what happened to our Raptors and the other missing planes, and on why the Russians are being so goddamned aggressive all of a sudden. So far, though, I'm not getting very far." If those internal alarm bells got any louder, Flynn judged, he'd be metaphorically deaf real soon. He scowled. "Just for the record, sir, this sort of need-to-know bullshit really pisses me off." "You're not alone in that feeling, son," Rosenthal said. A hint of frustration crept into his voice, confirming what he said. "And I fully understand your own particular aversion to this level of strict secrecy." That was true enough, Flynn realized. No matter how prettied up the orders justifying his exile to Barter Island may have been, the Pentagon's version of the Old Boys Network undoubtedly meant Rosenthal knew all about his earlier run-in with the CIA and its Libyan Black Ops arms smuggling. "If it's any consolation, Captain Flynn," the general continued, "my strong suspicion is that there are a number of people back in Washington right now who are almost equally unhappy that you're in charge of this mission." Flynn shook his head. "Frankly, sir, that's not much consolation at all." He sat back with a resigned sigh. "Okay. We'll do our best." "I know you will, Captain," Rosenthal said. "Now, from what I understand, there's supposed to be a lull in this blizzard later tonight, but it may not last long, so organize your team and pull together any gear you'll need fast. We're putting Major Ingalls and Captain Van Horn and their HC-130J on standby out at the Barter Island Airport right now. They'll be ready to take off as soon as your men are on board." Sweating in the station's steam heat, Flynn strode down the corridor toward Sergeant Andy Tekirek's tiny quarters. He'd thought briefly about stopping by his own room to wriggle out of his parka and the rest of his cold-weather gear to get more comfortable. But he'd resisted the temptation. They were already on the clock, without any time to waste. And any layers he took off now were only ones he'd have to squeeze back into before they headed out to the airport. Behind him, he heard a solid door bang open. Deep voices echoed through the station as the soldiers who'd been on outpost duty came hurrying back into the dining area to get out of the bitter, bone-chilling cold. "Hey, what are you guys doing back inside?" he heard Cole Hines ask, sounding annoyed. "You're not due for another couple of hours." "The captain called us back in," Vukovich told him. "He said we should grab some hot food and stand by for new orders." "What new orders?" Hines demanded. "Hell if we know. Sanchez's bass baritone rumbled. "I was freezing my balls off out there, so I'm sure not planning on bitching." That would change soon enough, Flynn thought somberly. Nobody in their right mind was going to be thrilled about the prospect of a night jump, let alone a night jump into the wilderness in the tail end of a blizzard. In fact, he might be lucky if he got out of this without a full-fledged mutiny on his hands. Or was mutiny only something that ever happened to the Navy? He reached Tekirak's door, knocked once perfunctorily, and then pushed it open. "Sorry to bust in on you, Andy, but we've got a situation," he said quickly. Obviously caught off guard, Tekirak looked up sharply from his tablet. He'd been sitting upright on his cot, apparently concentrating intently on something displayed on the tiny device. Hurriedly, he put the tablet face down beside him. "Excuse me, sir? What kind of a situation?" "A bad one," Flynn said quietly. He kicked the door shut behind him and ran through a quick summary of their new orders. When he was done, Tekirak whistled softly and shook his head. "You weren't kidding." "Oh, how I wish I was," Flynn said with a twisted grin. "So anyway, we've got a crap load of work to do and no time to do it in." He nodded at the non-com's tablet. "I'm sorry to cut into your poetry writing time, but there it is." Tekirak stared at him with a puzzled expression. "Poetry, sir? Me?" Flynn colored slightly. "Ah, shit, Andy. M-Squared hacked us all a while back, and he blew the whistle on that amateur writing group you're part of. Forget I mentioned it." For a moment, the older man looked furious. It was not an expression Flynn had ever seen on him before, and it made the powerfully built National Guard NCO seem strangely dangerous. But then, visibly, Tekirak forced himself to calm down. He donned a half-abashed grin instead. "Already forgotten, Captain." He shook his head slowly. "Somehow, Senior Airman Mitchell keeps managing to surprise me. I must be losing my touch." "He's trouble with a capital T," Flynn agreed. "Speaking of whom, where is M-Squared anyway? I haven't seen him since I got back inside." "In town," Tekirak said, "along with Pedersen. They were next on the leave roster." Flynn nodded. Although they were still at DEFCON 3, his soldiers and airmen needed some occasional downtime to blow off steam if they were going to stay even half sane in this remote, frozen outpost. 4-hour passes into Kaktovik were the best he could do for them. There wasn't exactly any hell-raising nightlife in the little village, not with all alcohol sales and possession strictly banned. But at least they could eat different food and see different faces for a change. "Look, I'll go round those two up," the sergeant volunteered. "Alert status or not, their phones are probably off or out of battery, and I know most of their likely haunts." Flynn nodded. "Yeah." He grinned crookedly. "That'll give me a chance to spring the glad tidings on everybody else while you're gone. Though maybe I should put on my body armor first." "Mission briefings are a prerogative of rank, Captain," Tekirak said stolidly. "Which you wouldn't dream of horning in on," Flynn guessed. "Not in a million years," the sergeant said devoutly. "Yours is to reason why, mine is but to do or die." He stood up and started pulling on layers of cold-weather gear, pausing only to slide his tablet into an inner pocket of his parka. That took Flynn aback for a split second. He wouldn't have guessed that the veteran non-com was a slave to tech gadgets, the way so many of the younger soldiers and airmen were. Then he shrugged inwardly. After all, he wouldn't have ever pegged Tekirak as a would-be poet either. But maybe the National Guardsmen just figured they might not be coming back to the radar station anytime soon, depending on how this hazardous search and rescue mission went. Nearly an hour later, in the middle of supervising his men as they finished stowing their weapons and other equipment aboard the airport bus, Flynn checked his watch for what seemed the 100th time. He frowned. Where the hell were Tekirak and Mitchell? Private First Class Torvald Pedersen, the team's designated rifle marksman, had checked in a while back and was now busy helping the others. When asked, the dark-haired rancher's son from South Dakota confirmed that the sergeant had found him first, as he was just finishing dinner at one of Kaktovik's small hotels. Jakirak had ordered him straight back to base, before heading farther into town to track down M-squared. Since then, nobody had seen hide nor hair of either man, nor were they answering repeated calls to their phones. Flynn swung away from the bus and stared down the icy track leading into Kaktovik, hoping that he would see two figures trudging toward the radar station. But there was nothing moving. In the distance, the little village's street and house lights twinkled brightly against a night sky speckled with thousands upon thousands of stars. At least some of the meteorologists' predictions of improving weather had panned out, he realized. Thick clouds still obscured most of the mountain peaks south of the small island, but the skies overhead were clearing, and the north winds had calmed down some. If similar conditions held over their drop zone, the jump might not be quite as suicidal as he'd feared. But that still seemed like a big if, when there were so many lives on the line. Two of his men, Vukovic and airman Peter Kim, steered their snow machines out of the station's large vehicle maintenance bay. Each vehicle towed an empty sled behind it. With a flourish of loud, lawnmower-like motors, they pulled up beside Flynn. Vukovic pushed his goggles up onto his forehead. "Want us to scout the town for the Sarge and M-squared, Captain?" he asked. "It ain't that big." Flynn thought about that and then shook his head. As it was, it would take more time than they could easily afford to secure the two snow machines and their sleds aboard the HC-130J's single available equipment pallet. And the aircraft's loadmaster, Staff Sergeant Tim Wall, was already waiting for them with growing impatience. "Jakirak knows we're headed to the airport," he said, more confidently than he felt. "Once he's got Airman Mitchell in hand, he'll meet us there. In the meantime, you guys go report to Wall and help him load your vehicles." Vukovic nodded. He pulled his goggles back down and thumped Kim in the shoulder. "Let's hit it, Pete. Last man to the airport has to do all the grunt work." Grinning widely, they opened their throttles and sped away across the tundra, trailing plumes of ice and snow from under their ski runners. Flynn watched them go with a bemused grin. He'd completely misread his team's likely reaction to their new orders. Far from plunging them into gloom, the prospect of action, even incredibly hazardous action, like making a parachute jump at night over mountains, had them all pumped up. He guessed that was a combination of the same craving for adventure that had caused most of them to enlist in the first place, plus the natural, wild-eyed optimism of youth, and a desperate willingness to do anything that would get them out of the dull, grinding routine of sentry duty on this isolated island. He turned back to find Sanchez looming over him. The big New Mexican was the only one who looked even a little disgruntled, but that was because Flynn was making him leave his beloved Carl Gustaf 84mm recoilless rifle behind. On a search and rescue mission, they would need extra supplies and medical equipment more than a heavy weapon designed to blow open bunkers and kill armored vehicles. "Everything's loaded on the bus, sir," Sanchez reported. "The sergeant and M-squared stuff, too." Flynn nodded. He looked down the track toward Kaktovik one more time and then shrugged. They couldn't wait here any longer. "Then let's mount up, specialist," he said, but passed the word for everyone to keep their eyes peeled on the way through town. Our two missing guys can't have gone far. Barter Island Airport. Sometime later. Flynn felt a hand on his upper arm. He turned to find Laura Van Horn looking up at him with a concerned expression. She also looked half frozen to death. Her flight jacket was fine inside a cockpit, but it wasn't made to stand up to sub-zero temperatures. "Rib says if we're going to go at all, we should go soon," she shouted over the steadily rising roar from the HC-130's 3 working Rolls-Royce turboprops. Ingalls was busy running a slew of checks, closely monitoring his gauges and displays for the slightest sign of any more engine trouble. "We can't tell how long this break in the storm's really going to last." She waved a hand at the runway, where little swirls of snow crystals were dancing across the surface. "If the wind picks up even another 10 knots, there's no way we could drop you safely. We'd have to abort the mission." Flynn nodded grimly. "And that's not an option." I sure wish it was, Nick, Van Horn told him, sounding even more worried, as it is jaybers on the radio every 5 minutes asking for a status update. With an obvious effort, she forced herself to appear more confident. I've got to say, though, this "hey, sorry, skater, but I have to make a parachute jump into the wilderness" deal is kind of a sleazy way to duck out on that next gourmet meal you promised me. He couldn't stop a short, sharp laugh. Yeah, well, that did take some serious organizing. I had to pull strings all the way to Moscow and the Pentagon to set up this stunt. Van Horn reached up and thwacked him gently in the forehead. Idiot! Most guys would just have said they'd lost my phone number. Oh, crap, Flynn said in mock horror. That would have been smarter. And much, much easier to arrange. Then he sobered up again. Is everything else set? She nodded. Everybody else is aboard and strapped in. Sergeant Wall's got the anchor cables rigged for your parachutes. He says the pallet with your snow machines and sleds and extra gear is ready to drop too. Or, in his words, as ready as he can make it with a bunch of amateurs for helpers. Flynn glanced at his watch one last time. He sighed. Okay, then. I guess that's it. But it sure sucks to have to go without my NCO or my radio man. Nick? Van Horn said suddenly, turning him back around to face the road from Kaktovik. She pointed at a figure trotting toward them from out of the darkness. Isn't that Sergeant Takirak? His eyes widened in relief. Yeah, it is. Without thinking, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Tell Major Ingalls we'll go for takeoff as soon as Andy's had time to get into his parachute harness and check over his weapons and equipment. With a wry glint in her eye, Van Horn nodded and hurried away. Flynn moved out to meet Takirak. The other man had a jagged cut across his forehead, and he was pale and drawn. Jesus Christ, Andy! Flynn exclaimed. What happened to you? And where's M squared? Mitchell happened to me, the National Guard sergeant said angrily. I found him okay, but when I briefed him on the mission, that son of a bitch said he wouldn't go. He said it was nuts, and he hadn't signed up to kill himself. Flynn frowned. It figured that Mitchell would be the one man to react so strongly. The red-headed airman probably had a more vivid imagination than anyone else on the team. Certainly vivid enough to see all the ways this night drop and planned trek through the wilderness could go very badly wrong. Then what? I told him I didn't give a crap about what he thought, Takirak said tightly, and that he was going whether he liked it or not. And that's when the bastard cold-cocked me with a loose board and took off. He reached up, gingerly felt the cut on his forehead, and winced. By the time I got back to my feet, Mitchell was long gone. He looked embarrassed. I'm really sorry I let him jump me like that, Captain. I never saw it coming. It wasn't your fault, Andy, Flynn assured him. He shrugged. I wouldn't have expected M squared to pull something like that either. For one thing, assault and desertion seemed wildly out of character for the usually happy-go-lucky young airman. Then again, he thought somberly, every man has his own breaking point. Let me go back into town and dig the son of a bitch out, Takirak pleaded. There aren't many places he can hide. Flynn shook his head. Not happening. We don't have time for a manhunt, even if I wanted to drag Mitchell along under arrest. He pointed at the big Super Hercules with its six-bladed propellers already spinning. See? Yes, sir, Takirak agreed flatly. I see. He grimaced. About Mitchell's radio, Captain. The PRC-162? Flynn nodded. That's a problem. With the battery, the darned thing adds another 13 pounds to our load. I hate to dump it on one of the other men, especially since we're all going to be toting extra weight, but we sure as shit are going to need communication, so... I'll carry it, sir, Takirak said gruffly. I took the radio operator's course a while back, and anyway, it's my fault that we're down a man. So if anyone's going to haul the extra weight, it should be me. Flynn nodded, understanding the older man's need to prove himself. Letting himself get jumped by a junior enlisted man was the first crack in Takirak's hard-won aura of invincibility. And it couldn't have come at a worse time, right at the start of a highly risky mission. Okay, Andy, he said briskly. "You've got the radio." Aboard the converted SSBN BS-64 Podmoskovia in the Beaufort Sea. That same time. "Come up slowly to 100 meters," Captain First Rank Mikhail Nakimov ordered quietly. "Coming up to 100 meters, aye, sir," his diving officer intoned. He pushed controls. With a faint hiss, compressed air pushed water out of Podmoskovia's ballast tanks. Gently, with constant adjustments to maintain an even trim, the 18,000-ton nuclear submarine edged upward toward the ice-covered surface. "Holding at 100 meters, the diving officer reported at last. Nakimov nodded. Now came the hard part, or rather, the dangerous part. Side-scan sonar, temperature, and pressure detectors all strongly suggested they had found a comparatively thin section of the polar ice cap, one where the ice was somewhere between 1 and 2 meters thick. But even the thinnest seeming stretch of ice could hold hidden hazards, jagged-edged ridges or stalactites pushed down by pressure from above, massive spears of ice that could shear open a submarine's pressure hull on impact. "Activate our video cameras and turn on all the outer lights," he said. More officers around the control room obeyed. Screens brightened, showing a murky, half-lit view of the underside of the ice cap above. Nakimov ran his gaze over each screen, closely studying the images they showed. He glanced at his executive officer. "Well, Maxim, what do you think?" "It looks good," the other man replied. He tapped one of the screens. "There are some pressure ridges off our starboard bow, but they're well away from us." He glanced at the diving officer. "If Senior Lieutenant Yelinsky can take us up straight instead of weaving like a drunken whore, we shouldn't have any trouble." Anatoly Yelinsky smiled self-consciously. "I should be able to manage that, sir." Nakimov nodded. "Very well." He reached out and gripped the railing around the plot table. Other officers and sailors around the control room did the same with other holds. "Sailplanes to vertical," he ordered. On camera, they saw the huge wing-like hydroplanes mounted on Podmoskovia's sail swivel upward and lock in a vertical position. He signaled Yelinsky with a nod. "Surface, but like a genteel lady," he ordered. "Not like Maxim's drunken whore." That drew the laughs he'd hoped for. More air hissed into their ballast tanks, giving the submarine positive buoyancy. Gradually it rose, covering the remaining distance between the top of the sail and the underside of the ice cap in about 20 seconds. There was a sudden, sharp little jolt. Podmoskovia stopped dead, now pinned against the ice above her. "Increase buoyancy," Nakimov said calmly. Still more air flooded the tanks, expelling water. Steadily, the pressure against the ice layer built up until, with a sudden crack that reverberated through the hull, it gave way. Instantly, Podmoskovia bobbed through the shattered ice like a cork, bouncing high into the open air. Yelinsky sprang into action, opening valves to allow more water back into her ballast tanks until she rode evenly, at rest in the center of a raised mound of broken blocks of meter-thick ice. At Nakimov's next orders, more sailors and officers went to work, climbing out through a hatch at the top of the sail, and then slithering down onto the ice-sheathed hull. Quickly, they started clearing away the blocks of ice covering another, larger hatch farther back along the submarine's 166-meter-long hull. Once it was clear, sailors began hauling thick hoses up through the hatch and out onto the ice cap. These hoses were connected to the aviation fuel bladders and pumps occupying Podmoskovia's mini-sub hangar. "Send a signal to St. Petersburg," Nakimov ordered, turning away from the edge of the sail with a satisfied smile. "Inform Fleet Headquarters that we are on station 160 kilometers from the American coast and ready to assist in flight operations." 32. Totem 1, over the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. a short time later. Major Jack Ripper Ingalls looked out through the HC-130J's cockpit windows. Through breaks in the clouds scudding southward, he caught glimpses of a vast sea of rugged, snow-capped peaks spreading out ahead of them as far as the eye could see. Pale light from the nearly full moon low in the east created an eerie patchwork of gleaming white snowfields and impenetrable shadow. The Super Hercules was at 7,000 feet, high enough to clear the tallest mountains on their flight path, but not by much. Beside him, Laura Van Horn had her head down while she keenly studied their navigation display. After taking off from Barter Island, they'd made a slow, climbing turn over the coastal plain, babying the aircraft since their left inboard engine was still out of action. Now they were headed due south, taking the most direct possible route toward the drop zone for Nick Flynn's team. "We're 10 minutes out, Rip," she said. "Time to start our descent." "Copy that. Descending?" Ingalls said with a tight nod. He pushed the steering yoke forward very gradually, not by much, no more than a degree or two. This approach to the drop zone was a tricky one. Past the midpoint of the Brooks Range, the highest peaks tended to diminish in elevation, but some of them still spiked nearly a mile into the sky. If the HC-130J came in too low, it risked slamming head-on into a mountainside. If it came in too high, there'd be no way to descend rapidly enough to drop Flynn and his men from a safe height. Ingalls saw the airspeed indicator on his HUD rising and throttled back a bit. Ideally, he wanted to cross the drop zone at no more than 130 knots. Much faster, and any parachute jump would be far too hazardous. Much slower, and he risked stalling out, especially with the drag from their dead No. 2 engine. He blinked away a bead of sweat. This was a high-wire act from beginning to end, with no safety net waiting to save anyone if he screwed up. Aft of the HC-130J's cockpit, Flynn sat hunched over in one of the mesh seats that lined the sides of the cargo compartment. Between his parachute harness, weapons, and other gear, he was carrying well over 100 pounds of extra weight strapped to his back, chest, and thighs. Add the tendency of the big aircraft to shimmy and shake in turbulence every few seconds, and there was no way he could hope to get comfortable. Thank God this was such a short flight, he decided. He turned his head to look at the rest of his team. Soldiers and airmen gave him answering grins or flashed thumbs-up signs. Another positive of the quick trip, Flynn thought dryly. Nobody had had much time yet to consider what a really dumbass idea this was. And then Staff Sergeant Wall was leaning over him, holding onto a seat frame. 6-minute warning, sir, the HC-130 crewman yelled into Flynn's ear. For the purposes of this flight, Wall was acting as both loadmaster and jumpmaster. Despite the half-inch thick insulation covering almost every exposed metal inch of the aircraft's fuselage, the deafening roar from the Super Hercules' big engines made it sound like the other man was 100 yards away. Wall saw his answering nod and moved out into the middle of the compartment. He waved his arms to get everyone's attention. "Get ready!" He used hand signals to make sure he could be understood over all the pounding racket. Obeying the command, Flynn and the others unbuckled their seatbelts. "Portside personnel, stand up!" Made awkward by all their heavy equipment, Flynn and the 5 men with him on the HC-130's left side staggered upright and turned toward the rear of the plane. As the first man slated to jump, he was at the head of the line. "Starboard side personnel, stand up!" Wall shouted next. Now those seated on the right side clambered to their feet. Sergeant Andy Takirak, who would be the last man out, was at the back. A gauze bandage covered the jagged cut on his forehead. He met Flynn's gaze and nodded confidently, as if to confirm that he was ready to go despite his minor injury. Wall spoke briefly into the intercom mic attached to his flight helmet, checking in with the cockpit crew. He nodded sharply at what they told him, and then looked back at the waiting paratroopers. "Hook up!" Flynn grabbed his static line and snapped its hook over the anchor cable stretched above his head. Behind him, the others in his stick did the same. Those to his right followed suit, hooking onto another anchor cable running down that side of the aircraft. Wall moved down the line of heavily burdened soldiers and airmen, watching closely as they checked their static lines and equipment, and then did the same for the man in front of them. Satisfied by what he saw, he nodded to Flynn. Then he moved around to the side of the equipment pallet loaded with their 2 snow machines, sleds, and other heavy gear. The jump master clipped his own safety line to a bracket. "We're opening the rear ramp now. Get set." Flynn and the others shuffled carefully into position several feet behind the pallet. The tail section of the HC-130J split in two, with the top half elevating out of the way as the big rear ramp whirred down and locked in position. The whole process took just 20 seconds. Immediately, the noise level ratcheted up to an almost unimaginable level. Between the suddenly magnified roar of the huge Rolls-Royce turboprops and the howling ice-cold wind gusts whipping down the length of the compartment, it was now virtually impossible to hear anything. Crouched beside the equipment pallet, Wall signaled the waiting men to stand by. They were 10 seconds out from the drop zone. Abruptly, he yanked a restraining cord away. Freed, the pallet rolled smoothly down the ramp, tipped over, and vanished into thin air. Given the go signal by Wall the moment the ramp was clear, Flynn didn't hesitate. He moved forward down the ramp and stepped off into space. Instantly hurled away from the HC-130J by its freezing prop blast, Flynn tumbled through the night sky like a gale-born leaf, until his parachute snapped open with a tooth-rattling jolt. "Jesus," he thought dazedly. "That hurt." Dangling under the chute's billowing canopy, he slid downwind at a dizzying pace. Looking down past his boots, he saw a darkened landscape lit silver in places by moonlight spilling through fissures in the cloud layer overhead. Steep-sided hills and ridges rose on all sides of the snow-covered valley below, and the boulder-strewn slopes lining its southern edge were growing ever larger with alarming speed. Flynn held tight to his risers and twisted around, trying to find the rest of his team as they jumped behind him. He had time to catch only a brief glimpse of other moonlit parachutes scattering across the sky on the wind. Everything after that happened very fast. The silvery snowpack below him took on shape and definition with horrifying swiftness. Hurriedly, he released his rucksack and weapons case, bent his knees, tucked his chin in. Thump! Flynn thumped down with a bone-jarring thud and rolled sideways. Despite the hard landing, this time he was able to unclip his left side riser attach and spill the wind from his fluttering canopy before it could drag him very far across the snow. Moving quickly, he stowed his used parachute, shrugged out of his jump harness, and then checked over his weapons and other gear, pausing only to spit blood from a cut lip into the snow. Clambering to his feet, Flynn turned through a complete circle to get his bearings. As best he could judge, he'd come down about 2/3 of the way across the valley. He strapped on a pair of snowshoes and set off back to the north, plowing determinedly through foot-deep snow toward where he judged their equipment pallet should have come down. Since the pallet held their only motorized vehicles and additional supplies, he told his team that would be their rally point. Gusts of wind whipped up glittering waves of snow and ice crystals that stung every exposed bit of skin on his face. Hurriedly, he pulled up his face mask, ducked his head down, and kept moving. He found the pallet about 250 yards away, lying canted over at a 45-degree angle under its collapsed parachutes. Drifting down out of the sky, it had smacked straight into a little clump of dwarf willow trees with disastrous results. Both snow machines had broken loose on impact. Slammed against tree trunks with tremendous force, they were little more than crumpled masses of metal and fractured fiberglass. One of the 2 towed sleds was probably salvageable, the other was a complete wreck, with both its runners torn off and twisted out of recognition. Bags and boxes of medical and other supplies were strewn across the snow, most of them ripped open. "Well, shit," Flynn muttered with feeling, staring at the mess. The emergency search and rescue effort he'd been ordered to mount had just been knocked back to a 19th century technological level. He was now entirely dependent on men on foot using snowshoes and cross-country skis to traverse difficult terrain. Over the next several minutes, in ones and twos, more of his men straggled in, bowed down under the weight of their own weapons and gear. They all stopped dead when they saw the shattered pallet and its wrecked cargo. Growled profanity blistered the freezing air, most of it directed at the goddamn Air Force for managing to score a bullseye on the one fucking clump of trees in a couple hundred fucking miles. "Now what?" Hines asked bluntly. "Sir." Flynn forced himself to smile back at the square-shouldered Army enlisted man. Boosting morale with stupid jokes and determined optimism was one of the most important tasks for any military officer, even when everyone knew it was total bullshit. "Now we all hoof it, PFC. Just like in the good old days. You joined the infantry first, didn't you? Trekking through the wilderness on your own 2 feet ought to be right up your alley." "Yeah, cheer up, Cole," one of the others said with a crooked smile of his own. "Sure, it's frickin' cold out, and it's dark, and we're all gonna have to drag our sorry asses through the snow for miles and miles." "I'm waiting for the but here, Boyd," Hines said darkly. "Well, I mean, how much worse could it get?" the other man finished. "A lot worse," another soldier said suddenly, looking off to the south. Flynn turned and saw a little party trudging slowly toward them out of the darkness. Wade Vukovich was staggering along under the weight not only of his own equipment, but also that of Sanchez and Torvald Pedersen. The big New Mexican had Pedersen slung over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. In a rush, everyone moved to join them. With a grunt, Sanchez stopped and kneeled down. Then, gently, he rolled the dark-haired sniper off his shoulder and set him carefully on the snow. "What happened?" Flynn asked, squatting next to Pedersen. "Screwed up my landing, sir," the marksman said blearily. "I think I busted my leg." Sanchez nodded. "Me and Wade here splinted it and gave him some painkillers, but Tor can't walk on that broken leg, so I had to carry him." He saw the astonished look on Flynn's face and said quickly, "It wasn't that far, Captain. Not more than half a mile." Flynn stared at him blankly. A half a mile. Through snow and ice and below freezing temperatures. Damn, he thought with sudden pride. These men were good. And to think he'd first seen these guys as the grimy 10. A bunch of no-hopers foisted on him by other officers who were smart enough to get rid of them. He felt a moment's regret that Airman Mitchell had been the one man who'd folded up in the crunch. Despite M-Squared's occasional goofball tendencies, he'd seemed to be shaping up well. "You're not going to leave me here, are you, sir?" Pedersen asked suddenly, sounding worried. "Oh, hell no," Flynn assured him, as a way to solve this problem abruptly unfolded inside his mind. It was just a question of applying their very limited but very real resources to the task in hand. "You can ride on the one sled that mostly survived the drop. We'll fix it up and rig a couple of rope harnesses so we can take turns pulling you, like sled dogs." Behind him, he heard Hines mutter, "Geez, M-Squared on the run. All our snow machines wrecked and now a busted leg to top it off. Crap. The Sarge is going to be really, really pissed off." Flynn raised his head in sudden concern. He looked around the circle of faces. Everyone else except Takirak had already arrived at the rally point, so where was the veteran NCO? Lying out there somewhere in the dark, injured himself or maybe dead? He scrambled back to his feet, ready to order out a search party to go look. At that moment, Takirak came gliding into view, moving across the snow on snowshoes with easy, practiced strides. Despite the fact that he had the PRC 162 Manpack radio slung over one shoulder and his own rucksack and M4 carbine on the other, he looked surprisingly fresh. "Sorry I'm late, sir," he told Flynn apologetically. "The wind carried me a ways farther than I hoped." "Glad you could finally join us, Sergeant," Flynn replied with a slight smile to take away some of the sting of his words. Quickly, he outlined their current situation. Tukirak nodded stoically. "Well, it could be worse, I suppose," he allowed. Flynn saw Hines roll his eyes dramatically and stifled a laugh. "I guess so, Andy." He nodded to the radio the sergeant carried. "But if that thing's still working, we need to report in." While the rest of the unit moved off to gather up any surviving supplies and work on the damaged sled, he and Tukirak squatted down in the snow around the radio. Working efficiently, the sergeant unfolded the unit's satellite communications antenna, angled it toward the horizon, and plugged in a battery pack. As soon as he was done, Flynn flipped the power switches to on. They didn't have any time to waste. The PRC-162's batteries were rated to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, but prolonged exposure to extreme low temperatures would reduce their effectiveness. He picked up the handset. "Kodiak 6 to Jaybird 1, Kodiak 6 to Jaybird 1, come in Jaybird." A squeal of static was the only answer. With a frown, Tukirak adjusted the antenna position. Above the Arctic Circle, it was often difficult to link with communications satellites in geosynchronous orbit over the equator. The extremely low angle required meant signals had to cross more atmosphere, with all the resulting distortion and loss of power. Plus, these high latitudes also adversely affected the refraction of radio signals. The Russians had far fewer communications problems in the Arctic, thanks to their own constellation of satellites in special polar orbits. "Kodiak 6 to Jaybird 1, Flynn tried again. This time, a static-laden voice replied, "Jaybird 1 copies, Kodiak 6. They'd reached Alaskan Command, 600 miles south at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. Swiftly and concisely, Flynn outlined their current status and location. "Understood, Kodiak. Suggest you proceed to Site Alpha." More high-pitched static squealed across their weak connection. Flynn clicked his mic. "Affirmative on that, Jaybird." Before it failed, satellites had picked up an F-22 Raptor's emergency locator beacon about 4 miles southeast of their current position, somewhere near a range of steep hills that separated this particular valley from the next one over. It was labeled Site Alpha on their mission planning map. "Recommend extreme caution," Alaskan Command continued. "The Russians have already engaged in open hostilities to prevent CSAR operations in your area. Our runways here are still closed. We can't provide any reinforcements or air support if you run into trouble." "Copy that, Jaybird 1, Flynn acknowledged. "Kodiak 6 out." He shut off the radio and waited while Tukirak disconnected the battery and stuffed it back in his rucksack to stay warmer. "Nice to know they're worried about us. Now, at least," he commented. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders. "Ass covering is a fine art," he said irreverently. He looked at Flynn. "What are your orders, Captain?" "We'll march southeast along the valley toward that downed F-22, Flynn decided, "but not until everyone's gotten some food into them." Extreme cold and exertion burned calories far more rapidly than anyone not used to Arctic conditions could imagine. And fatigue could easily become a lethal weapon in this climate. "Then we'll move out. Deployed in a skirmish line, I want to cover as much ground as we can. We know where one wrecked aircraft might be, but there are at least 4 others out there somewhere." Tukirak nodded. "Sounds sensible, sir." He stood up and slung the radio over his shoulder again. "With your permission, I'll take point." "Good idea, Andy," Flynn agreed. The older man had decades of experience surviving in this type of rugged terrain and severe winter weather. Relying on him to be their advanced scout made perfect sense. 33. Crow Field, inside the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. That same time. Alexei Petrov stood in the shelter of the trees near their camouflaged encampment. He had his head cocked, listening intently as the sound of a large turboprop faded slowly in the distance. The aircraft, invisible in the clouds and darkness, had made one slow pass over the neighboring valley to the west before turning away to the north. He glanced at Bondarovich, standing next to him, looking up at the sky. "You can relax now, Sergei. Whoever that was knocking on our door, they're leaving now." The ex-Spetsnaz soldier scowled. That was too close, Colonel. He nodded toward the camouflaged aircraft shelter. When can the PAC-DA take off? The sooner that bomber's in the air and flying back to Russia, the sooner the rest of us can get out of here. Not long now, Petrov assured him. No more than a few hours, so long as the winds continue to moderate. He dug his boot into the snow layer, testing it. Even after this storm, our improvised runway is still solid. So it's just a question of waiting for the crosswinds to die down a bit. He looked at Bondarovich. I suggest you and your men grab some shut-eye while you can. Your prisoner, too. Poor Major Bunyan has a long flight ahead, with the prospect of a cold welcome waiting for him at home. And the rest of us face what will certainly be a long, hard trek to Canada through these mountains, correct? The other man nodded in agreement. True enough, he smiled thinly. Though at least our welcome will be much warmer than the Major's. He raised an eyebrow. What about you, Colonel? Petrov shrugged. I want to refine the bomber's return flight plans some more, just to make sure Bunyan won't get picked up by American radar or patrols on his way out. After all, it would be bad business to take President Zhdanov's money and then fail to return his property. He waggled his steel hip flask with a knowing grin. And if I get tired, I've always got a little pick-me-up to keep the party going. Eyeing the colonel's vodka flask with barely concealed contempt, Bondarovich shrugged. He'd made no secret that he found Petrov's drinking habits unprofessional. It's your funeral, I guess. Wearily, he plodded off through the snow toward the large tent he and Grishin's other mercenaries used as sleeping quarters. They kept Bunyan tied up on a cot there, too, except when they let him eat and attend to matters of nature. Petrov stood watching him go. My funeral, he thought. His grin twisted. That was truer than the other man knew, and in more ways than one. He shoved the hip flask back into his parka and headed out toward the aircraft shelter. His time here was running out fast, and he had preparations to make. Preparations that would clear any potential obstacles from his path. On the polar ice cap, northeast of Wrangel Island. That same time. 14 heavily equipped Spetsnaz commandos assembled outside what would appear from the air to be mounds of snow and ice. In reality, they were cunningly camouflaged shelters, the core of a small military camp established secretly out on the polar ice cap 2 days before, hundreds of kilometers off the Russian and American coasts, and far outside the detection range of NORAD's air surveillance radars. A satellite dish angled toward the horizon provided direct communication to Moscow. Just beyond the tents, air crews had finished stripping away the netting used to conceal 2 helicopters. One was a twin-turbine Kamov Ka-60 Kosatka, killer whale, troop transport. Russia had transport helicopters with more range and payload capacity, but the Ka-60 was designed for stealth, with special coatings to reduce its radar and thermal signatures. The other machine was a massive MIL Mi-26T2 heavy-lift helicopter that had been converted into an air refueling tanker. The extra fuel it provided en route had allowed the smaller, shorter-ranged Ka-60 to reach this distant hidden base in the first place. Spetsnaz Major Gennady Korenev squinted against the bitter wind keening across the ice. He was glad that Moscow had finally made up its mind to deploy his detachment. 48 hours spent sheltering against brutal temperatures that routinely dropped to more than 40 degrees below zero was more than enough to convince any rational man that this vast desolation was best left to the polar bears. With Korenev in the lead, his group of elite troops marched briskly toward the waiting Ka-60. Its engines were already spooling up. Slowly at first, and then gradually faster, its rotor blades began turning. Just before they climbed into the helicopter, Korenev's second-in-command, Captain Primakov, touched his arm and pointed back toward the camp. "We've got company coming," he yelled over the shrill, growing whine of the helicopter's twin turbines. Korenev turned and saw one of the Air Force officers who'd flown in to man this temporary camp, hurrying toward them across the ice. His mouth twisted in frustration. Oh, for God's sake, has Moscow gotten cold feet? Can't be as cold as mine right now, Primakov joked. Maybe one of our guys left his toothbrush behind. Unwilling to be amused, Korenev shook his head. Get the men on board, Captain. It's too fucking cold to fart around out here. If the mission's been called off, at least we can warm up a little first. He moved out from the helicopter to meet the newcomer halfway. It was the ice camp's communications specialist. He held out a message folder and map overlay. This just came in from Moscow, Major, he panted, trying to catch his breath in the bitter, lung-freezing chill. Highest priority. Korenev read through the message with growing interest. The GRU had just received new intelligence from one of its most reliable agents, a source code named Sirota, Orphan. A small force of American troops, an irregular mix of active-duty Army and Air Force personnel and National Guard reservists, had reached the target zone ahead of them. The map overlay showed the U.S. unit's last reported position. As a consequence, his original orders to deploy for a covert reconnaissance into the region had been altered. Now he was to hunt down these Americans and eliminate them first. He shrugged, taking this ruthless directive in stride. Like his men, Korenev was a hardened veteran of the war against terrorists in Syria, where prisoners were rarely taken by any side. Pocketing the map overlay, the Spetsnaz major moved on toward his waiting helicopter. As soon as he buckled into his seat, the Ka-60 lifted off and darted southeast, skimming just above the polar ice to avoid detection by enemy radar. 90 minutes later, the helicopter slowed in its headlong rush and turned toward an eerie black monolith rising starkly above a gleaming mound of ice. A signal lamp blinked repeatedly from the top of the monolith, which was actually the SSBN Podmoskovia's large sail. The Ka-60 orbited once around the surfaced nuclear submarine, and then settled in to land nearby. Before its rotors stopped turning, sailors bundled up in thick coats and fur caps against the cold dragged hoses across the ice to begin refilling its nearly empty fuel tanks. Soon, fully refueled, the helicopter lifted off again. Now it flew south, carrying Korenev and his Spetsnaz commandos toward the coast of Alaska and the mountainous wilderness beyond. Kodiak Force, F-22 Raptor crash site in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. A short time later. Scorched and torn pieces of metal and fragments of half-melted composites were strewn for dozens of yards around a fire-blackened crater a couple of meters deep. The dying F-22 must have augured in almost vertically and at very high speed, Flynn judged. One gruesome check of the crumpled mass of fuselage half buried in the bottom of the crater had confirmed that the Raptor's pilot hadn't managed to eject before her aircraft slammed nose first into the frozen tundra. At least her death was quick, he thought sadly. Now he and his team were probing the debris field for some sign of the fighter's mission data recorder, which should have captured everything from cockpit voice and video recordings to detailed data from its engines, flight computers, and other avionics. That was exactly the kind of information Air Force investigators needed. With it, they might be able to piece together a reasonably accurate picture of what had happened during the clash between the American F-22s and the 3 downed Russian aircraft. In the pale glow cast by the low, full moon poking above the eastern hills, flashlight beams darted here and there through the tangled wreckage. Flynn crouched beside a blackened metal panel wedged into the dirt. Holding his flashlight in one gloved hand, he gently brushed away flakes of carbonized composites with the other. The panel might have a serial number or an identifier code that could help determine which section of the Raptor it came from. "Sir," a voice hissed softly through his headset. "Hey, Captain, it's me, Hines. I think I got something here. There's something weird upslope, maybe a few 100 yards out." Flynn looked toward where he'd posted the Army PFC as a sentry at the eastern edge of the debris field. The enlisted man had dropped to one knee, sighting along the barrel of his M249 para-light machine gun up at the steep rocky hillside looming over the crash site. Quickly, Flynn moved toward Hines, staying low himself. He went prone next to the shorter man. What did you spot? Movement? He asked sharply.
No, sir, the other man said. Just some kind of lumpy shape up there on that slope. And it hasn't moved an inch since I first noticed it, but whatever it is, it sure as shit isn't anything natural.
Tekirak dropped prone on the other side of Hines. Trouble? He asked quietly. Flynn shrugged. Could be? He grinned tightly. Or maybe PFC Hines here needs an eye exam.
Hey, I was 20/20 the last time the docs checked me over, the enlisted man protested.
Flynn readied his own carbine and nodded to Tekirak. Let's go check it out, Andy. He glanced at Hines. You cover us, PFC.
Yes, sir,
the younger man promised, still sighting through his scope.
If whatever that thing is so much as twitches, I'll blow the shit out of it.
Cautiously, Flynn led the way uphill, veering wide to stay out of Hines's line of fire. By the time they were about 100 yards out, he could see what the enlisted man was talking about. A darker, oddly shaped mass nestled in among a field of ice and snow-covered boulders that must have been deposited across the slope by some retreating glacier thousands of years ago. He and Tekirak kept going, planting their feet carefully to avoid sliding back down the steep slope. When they got within 20 yards, Flynn flicked on his flashlight. His eyes widened slightly as the beam illuminated an unsettling sight. A corpse, sheathed in ice and slumped over the handlebars of a snow machine that seemed to have wedged itself between two larger rocks.
Son of a bitch,
he muttered in amazement, hearing an equally astonished murmur from Tekirak a little behind him. He moved closer and carefully set his M4 down against a boulder. Gingerly, they eased the dead man off the machine, laid him down, and then rolled him over. His pale blue flight suit was marked by a dark reddish-brown stain of dried blood around an ugly exit wound high up on his chest. Flynn's light settled on the name tag fixed below this wound. Slowly, he translated the Cyrillic letters out loud. Major General Vasily Mavrichev. Long-range aviation. His jaw tightened. Okay, this is bullshit, he growled. Total, absolute, complete bullshit. Sir, what's the problem? Tekirak asked, sounding puzzled. Still frowning hugely, Flynn looked across the corpse at the non-com. Our Iceman here just happens to be the commander of Russia's long-range aviation force, Sergeant, he explained. The head of their whole goddamn strategic bomber force. He squatted back on his haunches, thinking fast. How the hell would a senior Russian Air Force commander end up all the way out here in the middle of nowhere in the first place, let alone dead with a bullet wound in the back? And riding a snow machine manufactured in America or Canada? He shook his head. Nothing about this weird situation jibed with the briefing he'd been given about a downed Tu-142 reconnaissance aircraft and the Su-35 and F-22 fighters. He said as much out loud. Maybe this Mavrichev bailed out of that Russian recon plane before it crashed? Tekirak suggested. And you think he just happened to land right next to a working snow machine? Flynn said, not hiding his skepticism. Dead smack in the middle of a few million acres of totally uninhabited wilderness? There are a couple of lone wolf trappers working parts of the refuge. Or at least there used to be, Tekirak said stubbornly, and those guys can get mighty trigger-happy if they think someone's stealing from them. If one of them saw this Russian general zooming off on the snow machine, he'd shoot him dead in a heartbeat. Flynn stared at him in surprise. He'd expected more from the sergeant's common sense and intelligence. The other man had to know how unlikely his theory sounded. Pretty thin odds on that, Andy, he commented dryly. Somewhere around 1,000,000,000 to 1 against, I'd guess. Well, he had to come from somewhere, didn't he? Tekirak pointed out, with a shrug. I mean, it's not like he just fell out of an empty sky. He shook his head. Look, Captain, I agree, this is odd, but the guy's dead. He's not a threat, and he's sure not going anywhere. Right now, we've got bigger problems on our plate. Between Pedersen's busted leg and finding those other downed aircraft before the weather closes in on us again. Flynn frowned. Part of him agreed with the older man, but only part. The other half of his mind was remembering what General Rosenthal had said about maybe coming across an intact aircraft on the ground. He had a sudden conviction that the two things, this mystery plane and their frozen corpse, must be connected somehow, which made the dead man potentially far more important than Tekirak seemed to want to believe. He looked up. "We still need to call this in, Andy, pronto." "If you say so, Captain," the sergeant said dubiously. He eyed their surroundings. "Could be tough to get a connection around here, though," he warned. "Got a lot of high ground in the way that might block our link to the satellite." With obvious and surprising reluctance, he went through the process of setting up the radio and its small dish antenna. When Tekirak finished, Flynn lifted the handset to his ear. "Kodiak 6 to Jaybird 1. In answer, a crackling squealing of high-pitched static blasted his eardrum. He winced and held the handset a little farther away before trying again. "Kodiak 6 to Jaybird 1, he repeated. More meaningless noise screeched out of the receiver. Tight-lipped, Tekirak tried adjusting the angle of the antenna. He even switched frequencies. Nothing worked to establish a solid satellite link. After repeated failures, he looked apologetically at Flynn. "Sorry, sir. I can try moving to a different spot. Like I said, these hills could be blocking our signal." Frustrated, Flynn nodded. "Do what you can, Sergeant." He got back to his feet. "Meanwhile, I'm going to go round up the rest of the men." More than ever, he wished Mitchell hadn't cut and run on them. The young airman had a real gift for electronics, one that the older National Guard non-com, for all his many other military and wilderness survival skills, obviously did not share. "We're moving out?" Tekirak asked, sounding surprised. "Before we finish looking for that F-22's flight recorder?" "Yep," Flynn said. He prodded the dead Russian general with the toe of his boot. "My bet is that this guy's the key to a lot of the strange shit that's been going on. The blizzard probably wiped out most of the tracks from his snow machine, but maybe we can find traces of blood or ski trails across pockets of snow where they were sheltered from the wind." He retrieved his carbine. "So my plan now is to follow those traces and see just where they lead." 34. Over the Brooks Range. A few minutes later. The Ka-60 Kosatka helicopter clattered low above a frozen stream. Following the gorge, the watercourse had cut through solid stone and shale over untold millennia. Streamers of snow cascaded off cliff faces and whirled away through the air in its wake. Spetsnaz Major Gennady Gorenev glanced around the crowded troop compartment. His men were packed in like sardines, crammed shoulder to shoulder in the helicopter's folding seats. Above their protective thermal masks, expressionless eyes returned his gaze. They were all trained and experienced killers. No one had any illusions left. This operation was going to be messy. "Major, we've got a priority signal for you," one of the Ka-60's two pilots called over the intercom suddenly. "From GRU headquarters. Patch it through," Korenev ordered. The background noise through his headset changed to a thin, reedy whistling, indicating a live secure satellite connection. "Raven here," he said. "Go ahead." "We've just received critical new intelligence from Sirota," the mission coordinator back in Moscow told him. "The situation has changed." Korenev listened attentively while the coordinator gave him the details. His eyes widened very slightly. Then, when Moscow signed off, he unbuckled and squirmed forward to crouch right behind the two pilots. "What is it, Major?" one of them asked, peering back over his shoulder. "Show me the planned LZ on your navigation display," Korenev demanded. Obeying, the pilot opened a digital map on the helicopter's large central multifunction display. A blinking green dot indicated the place they'd picked out to land the Major and his commandos, near the northwestern end of a valley. Korenev shook his head. "We need to land a few kilometers more to the southeast." He reached out and tapped a spot on the map. It was in a gap between two hills. "Somewhere around here." The pilot leaned forward and studied the terrain. "That shouldn't be a problem. The terrain looks pretty clear. He glanced back at the Spetsnaz officer. So what's going on? This mission just went from what was planned as a quiet little manhunt to an all-out sprint for the prize, Korenyev said tightly in reply. Discretion's gone out the window. Now Moscow doesn't give a damn about how much noise we make. The helicopter pilot shook his head in disgust. Nice of them to let us know, I guess, even if it's pretty late in the game. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Those guns we left behind might have come in handy. Korenyev grunted in agreement. Combat models of the Ka-60 were often equipped with two pod-mounted 12.7mm machine guns. They'd been taken off to save weight for this long-range, low-level penetrating flight into hostile territory. And even though he didn't expect the ragtag American unit they were targeting to put up much of a fight, there was no question that the extra firepower would have been useful. He shrugged his shoulders. No plan survives contact with the enemy. This one won't be any different. Crow Field. That same time. Colonel Alexei Petrov gunned the motor of the snowmobile to force the vehicle up the last few meters of the hill overlooking their camp. He came out over the crest moving too fast and braked hard, skidding and weaving across the hard-packed snow as he slid to a stop. With a feeling of relief, he shut down the motor and brushed off his goggles. One of Bondarovich's ex-soldiers came over to greet him, pushing up the night vision goggles he'd been using to scan the surrounding terrain. "A little trickier running one of those snowmobiles than flying a plane, eh?" he said with obvious amusement. Petrov forced himself to smile. "Trickier? No. Different. Yes." He climbed down off the machine. The mercenary shrugged. "Well, you'll have time to pick up the technique during the trek out to Canada." His eyes flickered a little when he said that. "You're a poor liar, friend," Petrov thought with hidden amusement. He was surprised that Bondarovich had let Grishin and Voronyan's plan for him slip like this. The former Spetsnaz officer should have kept that to himself until the very last second, right before they put a bullet into the back of Petrov's skull. The old proverb, "3 men can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead," floated through the colonel's memory. It seemed particularly apt just now. Neither the oligarch nor Voronyan were foolish enough to leave him alive a moment longer than necessary. To them, Petrov was just a tool, someone to be used and then discarded when his particular skills were no longer needed. Then again, perhaps that was fair. After all, his own views of Voronyan and Grishin were just the same. All along, this had simply been a race to see whose goals were achieved first. And what the other 2 men could never have realized was that his own hidden plan was always bound to come to fruition before theirs. "Where's everybody else?" the sentry asked. Petrov nodded toward their camp. The camouflaged tents were completely invisible in among the trees. "Getting some rest." "Lucky bastards," the other man said enviously. "Guess I pulled the short straw." Petrov laughed. "Maybe." He turned away to look out across the valley. "Any more signs of trouble?" "Nothing, Colonel," the sentry assured him. "It's been quiet ever since that other big plane made its pass and flew away." He slapped at his arms and legs. "Mother of God, though, it's cold enough to freeze my ex-wife solid." His mouth twisted in a sour grin. "And I can tell you that she was one hot-blooded woman." "Well, cheer up. You'll be warm soon enough," Petrov assured him smoothly. "And rich, too." The other man's smile broadened. "There is that." Pleasantly, Petrov held out the steel hip flask in his left hand. "Since that's the case, how about a little nip to celebrate?" The sentry's eyes lit up with anticipated pleasure. Everyone in camp knew the colonel only drank the best. "Absolutely." He pulled down his face mask and tilted his head back to drink. Without hesitation, Petrov drew his 9mm pistol, shoved it hard against the other man's stomach, and squeezed the trigger. Muffled by close contact, the sound of the shot was no louder than a car backfire might be somewhere far off. The sentry's eyes widened in horror. He dropped the flask and staggered backward. Brutally, Petrov kicked his legs out from under him. Then he raised his booted foot high and stomped down hard on the other man's exposed neck, crushing his trachea with one swift, savage motion. For a few seconds, the dying man's heels drummed spastically, kicking up snow, and then they stopped. Petrov looked down at the blood spattered across his fur-lined parka with a hint of disgust. Then he shrugged. Before long, he would no longer need the coat to shield him from this miserable weather. He bent down to retrieve his flask, remounted the snowmobile, and sped off down the hill toward the sleeping camp. 35. Kodiak Force. A short time later. Nick Flynn moved cautiously out onto a patch of dark ice just below a massive boulder half buried in the hillside. One misstep and he'd take a long, painful spill down the steep side of this rugged spur. Slowly, he edged out into the middle of the ice patch and crouched down. His flashlight beam flicked out, catching what looked like a trail of rust splotches across the surface. More dried blood, he thought with satisfaction, along with parallel depressions sliced into the top layer of ice, which meant they were still headed the right way. He shook his head in amazement. To have made it across this part of the slope without tipping over and tumbling end over end downhill, Major General Mavrichev must have been driving that snow machine flat out at top speed. The Russian general had also been incredibly lucky, Flynn decided, though that was probably the wrong way to look at it, considering that he was almost certainly dying at the time. Flynn rose back to his feet and looked around. Counting him, 8 men were spread in a skirmish line along the flank of this half-mile-long spur. It ran roughly south off a longer, higher ridge that separated this valley from the next. A couple of 100 feet below and a few 100 yards to the southwest, he could make out the small moonlit shapes of 2 more of his troops, Rafael Sanchez and Noah Boyd, as they moved slowly across more level ground, hauling a sled with Torvald Pedersen strapped aboard. He didn't like the need to disperse his small command so widely, but it wouldn't have been safe to try pulling that sled across this hillside, not unless he wanted to risk adding a broken neck to Pedersen's already fractured leg. He took a moment to check the digital map stored in his tablet. Past this spur, the terrain opened up onto a somewhat wider plain, one cut through by curving, shallow, gravel-banked streams that eventually merged to become the Old Crow River. Considering Mavrichev had taken a pistol-caliber-sized round through his right lung, the Russian general had likely been shot somewhere in that next valley, which meant whoever it was that had put a bullet into him was probably close, no more than a few miles up ahead, and that, in turn, meant it was time to start being a hell of a lot more cautious. Flynn edged off the ice patch onto firmer ground and then keyed his tactical radio. Kodiak 6 to all Kodiaks on this hill. Close up on my position. Sanchez and Boyd, you guys hold where you are for now. 6 out. Acknowledgments flooded through his headset. Both ends of his skirmish line began curling toward him, with the men higher on the spur sliding carefully downhill, and those lower down painstakingly working their way back up. It took time to complete the maneuver, but finally Flynn found himself at the center of a group of closely clustered, curious faces. All but one. Tekirak stayed a couple of yards away, as if he wanted to both physically and mentally distance himself from the others. Flynn frowned inside at that. Something had seemed off with the grizzled non-com ever since they'd found that dead Russian Air Force general. Maybe it was the head wound he'd taken, though that hadn't seemed more than a surface gash. Or maybe, he thought sadly, the older man was one of those recruiting poster soldiers who excelled in peacetime training and then folded under the stress of real action. Whatever it was a serious problem. He'd come to depend heavily on Tekirak's advice and local knowledge. Realizing he could no longer fully trust his second-in-command felt an awful lot like losing his right arm. "What's up, sir?" Hines asked at last. Aware that he'd been silent for too long, Flynn shook himself. Soldiers didn't like being stared at by their officers. It made them nervous, both because they started wondering how they might have screwed up, and worse, because it could mean they were being led by someone who had no fucking clue of what to do next. And enlisted men knew all too well that an indecisive officer was the one most likely to get them all killed. "Here's the deal," he said calmly, facing his men. "Somebody out in front of us seems kind of trigger-happy. Now, they might technically be on our side. Like maybe the CIA?" Airman Kim asked curiously. Flynn nodded. "Possibly." Then he shrugged. "Or they may be outright hostile." He saw Hines' mouth open and beat him to the punch. "Yes, as in the Russians, PFC Hines. Either way, I want the chance to take a good hard look at whoever they are before they see us coming. So we're switching to night vision gear starting now." Heads nodded in understanding. From their current position in the hills above these intertwined valleys, the ordinary flashlights they'd been using could be seen for miles. "Using the NVGs in this cold will drain their batteries pretty fast," Tukirak warned. Flynn stared at him. "I'm aware of that, Sergeant," he said quietly. "Do you have an alternative that I've missed?" The older man nodded. "We'd make better time down on the flat with the guys hauling the sled," he said, pointing downslope. "Movement would be easier, faster, and a heck of a lot safer. There's less chance of something twisting an ankle on that tundra, and any lights we need won't be as obvious at a distance." Flynn shook his head. "We'll stick to the high ground for now," he said firmly, "at least until we know more about what we could be facing up ahead. If we are heading into trouble, I want every tactical advantage I can get." "It's your call, sir," Tukirak allowed stiffly. But the disapproving set of his shoulders and the undercurrent of skepticism in his voice both left no doubt that he believed his commander was making a mistake. Flynn ignored that. Trying to argue the sergeant into agreement would only waste time, and making it even more obvious that their two leaders weren't seeing eye to eye would only unnerve the rest of his soldiers and airmen. Instead, he pulled his own night vision goggles out of an insulated pouch attached to his body armor and slid them on over his helmet. He powered them up. Instantly, the darkness brightened into a monochrome semblance of daylight. The men around him did the same, though Tukirak donned his own vision gear with an obvious lack of enthusiasm. "Okay," Flynn said. "We're going to tighten up our skirmish line from here on out. I want 2-man fighting pairs with a 20-yard separation between pairs. We'll follow this spur around back to the northeast and continue on along the main ridge. Keep your eyes peeled and move as quietly as you can. Once we're back on the main ridge, pay attention to our right flank. That's the most likely threat axis. If anybody is camped up ahead, they're probably down there on the valley floor, somewhere close to one of those iced-over streams for water and shelter." Hines held up a hand. "What do we do if we spot someone, sir?" "You take cover and report the contact, PFC," Flynn told him. "But nobody opens fire unless I give a direct order. Is that clear?" They nodded. Flynn swung his M4 carbine off his shoulder. "Right. Let's move out." And then he broke off suddenly, holding up a hand for quiet. He thought he'd heard something behind them, off in the north. A faint, rhythmic whirring sound. In the abrupt hush, he heard the noise more clearly as it grew louder. It was the fast, thudding noise made by a helicopter's rotors and turbines. "Down!" he hissed. Everybody on the hillside dropped flat and froze in place. In their white camouflage smocks and heavy rucksacks, they looked more like snow-covered rocks than anything else. He glanced downslope. The 2 men pulling the sled had stopped and were staring up at the sky back the way they'd come. He tapped the push on his tactical radio. "Sanchez and Boyd, grab Pedersen and find some cover, now." That kicked them into gear. With the injured man's arms slung over their shoulders, the 2 soldiers hurried into a small depression lined with snow-covered bushes and went to ground. "Friendlies?" Kim whispered. "Not likely," Flynn replied. That helicopter sounded like it was coming from the north. And there weren't any U.S. military helicopters closer than Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, which was hundreds of miles to the south and currently socked in by that big blizzard. Tukirak wriggled around to face him. "You could be wrong about that, Captain," he said pointedly. "There are a lot of civilian helicopter operators working out of the Prudhoe Bay oil fields. I used to fly with them a lot when I worked as a guide up around Dead Horse. Maybe our guys at Jaber hired one of those birds to bring in reinforcements for us." "Reinforcements from where exactly, Andy?" Flynn asked, working to hide his irritation. For some reason, Tukirak seemed to be trying very hard to sow doubts about every decision he made. What the hell was the non-com's problem? "In case you forgot, there aren't other U.S. troops stationed this far north." That hit home. He saw the older man's eyes flash angrily. The thwopping sound of spinning rotors slowed suddenly, and then faded away. It was replaced by a low, shrill whine of engines spooling down. Flynn raised his head. The helicopter had landed behind them, somewhere out of sight around the curve of this rocky spur. Reacting quickly, he waved his men back up onto their feet. Pushing on ahead the way he'd originally planned would be foolhardy now. The last thing he wanted was to be surprised by a potentially hostile force closing in from the rear. He clicked his mic. "Sanchez and Boyd, stick tight where you are, and stay off the radio. 6 out," he murmured. He looked at the others. "The same goes for everybody else. Voice commands and hand signals only from here on out. We don't know who else might be listening to our net." His men nodded. Maybe the idea that someone could have broken into their tactical net was crazy, but it felt like a hell of a weird coincidence for that helicopter to have landed so close to them. It was almost as though it had been guided straight to this particular spot, which was otherwise just one of thousands of square miles of virtually identical wilderness. One thing was for sure, Flynn knew. All of his instincts were screaming danger warnings right now, and he didn't plan to ignore them. Quickly, he issued new orders. They would backtrack along this spur toward where that helicopter had landed, deployed and ready to conduct a hasty ambush against anyone who might be following their trail. He half expected Andy Tukirak to bitch some more, but instead the non-com merely nodded. "Good plan, Captain." Tukirak unslung his own weapon and started to move out ahead of the rest of the unit. "I'll go scout," he said, with a quick, unreadable glance over his shoulder. "I can reach a decent observation point faster on my own." "Hold on, Andy," Flynn said sharply. Almost unwillingly, the older man halted in his tracks. "Sir?" "Leave the radio," Flynn ordered, nodding at the bulky PRC-162 still slung over Tukirak's other shoulder. "You don't need the weight, and that antenna sticking up might give you away." For a moment, he had the strangest sense that the sergeant might disobey him. But then, with a fleeting half-smile, Tukirak pulled the radio off his shoulder and set it down on the snowy slope. Without another word, he turned and loped away over a low rise, swiftly vanishing from sight. Watching him go, Flynn felt the hairs go up on the back of his neck. Tukirak's native name, Amaruk, Grey Wolf, had never before seemed so apt. He had the sudden, eerie impression that the older man had just revealed himself as a complete stranger, someone he'd never actually known. And as though that revelation was a sort of key to unlock his intuition, Flynn abruptly saw an answer for many of the odd events that had worried him over the past several hours. Seconds passed while he stood frozen in place, feeling sick at heart and trying to make the pieces to this puzzle fit in some other way. Flynn couldn't fight down the sudden, terrible certainty that he'd never see M-Squared, his red-haired radio man, again. At least not alive. But then he breathed out. There was only one way to be sure, and in the meantime he wasn't going to gamble with the lives of his men in the hope that he was wrong. Flynn turned quickly to the half-dozen soldiers and airmen still with him. "Change of plan," he told them quietly. He pointed at the top of the spur, a couple of 100 feet above where they were now. A tumbled mass of rocks and larger boulders marked the crest and continued on down the far side. "We'll set up there instead," he ordered. "Now drop your packs here and follow me." Obeying, they shrugged out of their rucksacks and then hurried after him as he plowed upward through the snow and ice. 36. Northwest of the Spur Hill. That same time. As soon as the Ka-60 touched down, Spetsnaz troops slammed both side doors open and poured out in a rush. Bent low, the 14 Russian commandos fanned out around the helicopter and then dropped flat in the snow with their weapons ready. Camouflage smocks and white helmet covers helped them blend with their surroundings. Major Gennady Korenev carefully scanned the steep, treeless hill rising several hundred meters away. A narrow saddle of bare rock tied it to a larger ridge running off to the northeast. He couldn't make out any movement on that southern spur, but trampled patches in the snow roughly halfway up its slope showed that several men, at least, had moved across that flank and then around to the other side. He lowered his night vision binoculars and nodded. The Americans, as he'd expected, were somewhere ahead of them. Getting back to his feet, he trotted back to the grounded Ka-60. With its engines off, the big main rotors had almost stopped turning. He leaned in through one of the side doors to speak to the two pilots. "Keep your eyes open. We're moving out after the enemy now, but we'll be back once that little job's done. Then we'll all push on to pinpoint the main objective, the Pactier bomber." They nodded. "Good hunting, Major," the lead pilot said. "We'll be ready to take off again when you return." With a soft whistle, Korenev signaled his men back up out of the snow. More rapid hand signals started them moving toward the higher ground. The Spetsnaz troops went forward in short rushes, sprinting ahead by twos and then going prone to cover the men coming up behind them. It was a tactic that guaranteed his detachment always had a solid base of fire waiting on overwatch, ready to immediately engage any enemies who showed themselves. Korenev stayed a few meters behind the right flank of the advancing troops, while Captain Primakov, his second-in-command, did the same over on the left. This physical separation helped ensure that a sudden burst of enemy fire couldn't take them both out at once. It also allowed tighter control over the Spetsnaz unit as it maneuvered. So the major was close by when one of his men suddenly stopped and dropped to a knee to peer at something in the moonlit snow just ahead. And when the soldier signaled him over, he was there in seconds. "What have you got, Vanya?" The other man pointed to a pair of thin, rail-like tracks and two sets of deeper boot prints running roughly southeast toward a gap in the hills between this valley and the next. "More of the Americans," he said quietly. "Two of them towing something on a sled." "Supplies," Korenev guessed. "Or perhaps heavier weapons." The intelligence reports provided by Moscow's prized source had claimed that the Americans had left their larger caliber weapons, a recoilless rifle, and man-portable anti-air missiles behind for this mission. But he was experienced enough to understand the limitations of even the most perfect-seeming intelligence. He shrugged. "If they've split their forces, so much the better for us. We'll finish off the larger group and then mop these two up for dessert." The other man smiled wolfishly and then darted forward, obeying his commander's silent hand signal to resume the advance. Korenev drifted along in his wake, allowing the gap between them to widen. Suddenly, higher up on the hill they were advancing toward, a small bright light began blinking at them in short, rhythmic flashes. Startled, the major threw himself prone again. Ahead and to his left, his soldiers did the same, bringing their mix of assault rifles and automatic weapons to bear. But then Korenev realized those flashes were in the same shorthand code used for silent communication between Russian Special Forces units, and that this message carried the prefix Sirota, to verify that it came directly from the GRU's most prized agent. He mouthed the words as they were spelled out by that blinking light. "Enemy force deploying in ambush on flank of hill southeast of my position. Caution advised." Slowly, the major stood up, making sure he could be seen. Then he crossed his clenched fists over his head twice, confirming that he'd received the warning. The light blinked off immediately, leaving the dark mass of the hill once more cloaked in shadows and thin strips of moonlight. Korenev waved Primakov over to join him. "What now?" the younger officer asked. The major bared his teeth in a predatory grin. "Simple. While the Americans wait like imbeciles for us to walk blindly into their trap, we'll veer to the left." He indicated the main ridge to the northeast of the spur. "And climb up that way instead. Then we'll swing back to the right and come in to hit them from above and behind." He hefted his AK-12 assault rifle and patted the stock. "With the tables turned, it shouldn't take long to finish off our American friends." On the spur, that same time. Flynn moved warily downhill through the icy boulder field that covered this part of the slope, careful to watch where he placed his feet to avoid any unnecessary noise. Before heading here on his own, he'd ordered the rest of his men to take up concealed firing positions in the jumble of rocks and boulders farther up the slope. And he'd left his M4 carbine behind a while back, worried that the longer weapon might clatter against rock surfaces and give him away. Instead, he'd drawn his Glock 19 sidearm. That left him with one hand free for balance on this uneven, slippery surface. He halted at the base of a weathered granite boulder twice the size of a man and stood listening. The soft clicking noises he'd heard coming from ahead had just stopped, as suddenly as they had started. Cautiously, Flynn edged around the side of the boulder and found Tukirak crouched a couple of yards away, staring down into the valley. Soldiers camouflaged in snow smocks were on the move there, turning to parallel the high ground as they advanced to the northeast. Their helmets and other gear gave them a look almost identical to that of American Special Forces troops, but their weapons were clearly Russian. And the National Guard sergeant still held the flashlight he'd been using as a signaling device. Flynn sighed. There were moments when he really hated being right. This was probably the worst of them. He sighted along the barrel of his pistol, aiming at Tukirak's back. "So, Andy," he said quietly, almost conversationally, "just how long have you been betraying your country?" For a long, seemingly endless moment, the other man froze solid, not moving a muscle. But then he turned his head slowly toward Flynn. "I have never betrayed my country, Captain," he replied with a thin, tight smile on his face. "Я русский, член Сибирского племени Yupikov. I am a Russian, a member of the Siberian Yupik tribe." He shrugged. "And for what it matters, a colonel in the GRU." Flynn whistled softly under his breath, suddenly seeing the bigger picture they'd all missed. Along with the Inuits and Aleutians, the Yupiks were one of the three main groups of native peoples spread over the sprawling northern regions from Russia's far east to Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. They shared related languages and common cultures. Recruiting one of them to act as a deep-cover agent in Alaska, with a lack of family ties explained by his supposed status as an orphan fostered down in the lower 48, was a brilliant move by Russia's military intelligence service. With his cover established, Tukirak had been perfectly placed for years to spy on the vital oil fields and pipelines at Prudhoe Bay, and through his service with the Alaska National Guard, on U.S. military installations across the state. No doubt, in the event of war, he would have been ordered to carry out sabotage missions against them. Flynn shook his head slightly in dismay. "Man, we let the fox, or rather Amaruk, the gray wolf, saunter right into the henhouse," he thought coldly, imagining how pleased the men in Moscow must have been when Tukirak wangled his way into this assignment to guard the radars making up Alaska's portion of the North Warning System. Abruptly, Tukirak whirled toward him, hurling his flashlight like a missile. It crashed into Flynn's shoulder, sending him staggering back a couple of steps, partially off balance. Before he could bring his Glock back on target, the Russian sprang to his feet, crashed into him, and chopped down hard at his right hand. Flynn's pistol went flying, clattering away into the rocks somewhere out of his reach. Shit. Not good. Shaking off the stinging pain from his hand, Flynn shoved the older man back a couple of paces and then went for him. Tukirak lunged to meet him head-on. Grunting with effort, they exchanged a flurry of short, vicious strikes aimed at vulnerable points, turning and twisting to absorb some painful blows, while parrying others. Neither gained a decisive edge. At last, almost by mutual accord, they separated slightly and crouched staring at each other, panting, scraped up, and bloody. Tekirak spat blood out of his mouth, without taking his cold, hard eyes off Flynn. Both men drew the combat knives they carried on their body armor and closed in again. There was no holding back now. Only one of them would walk away from this. Jesus, the Russian was fast, Flynn realized desperately, rolling away from a lightning-quick thrust that flickered right past his face. Backpedaling now, he narrowly blocked a second strike, but only at the cost of a ragged gash across the outside of his left forearm. He clenched his teeth hard against a sudden flare of white-hot pain from the wound. Frantically, he thrust back at Tekirak. Almost contemptuously, the enemy agent parried his strike. Then he hammered his fist into the inside of Flynn's right wrist, briefly paralyzing the nerves there. Horrified, Flynn saw his blade fall out of his numbed fingers. Inside, he knew the advantage was shifting irreversibly to his enemy. So get off your ass and fight, he growled silently to himself. Or die. Furious now, he lowered his head and charged. Ignoring a knife slash that glanced off his helmet, he body-slammed the Russian, driving him back against a boulder with enormous force. He heard Tekirak cry out in sudden agony. They both went down again, but this time Flynn ended up on top. Quickly, he pinned the other man's knife hand with his left knee. Grim-faced now, Tekirak heaved up against him. Flynn bore down. His fingers closed on a piece of broken rock and he smashed it across the Russian's face. He heard bone crunch. Spatters of blood flew across the trampled snow. Tekirak's eyes glinted fiercely above the red mask of his stone-shattered face. Again, ferociously, he heaved up with frightening strength. This time, Flynn couldn't keep his hold. He was hurled away from the other man and fell sprawling on his back. Furiously muttering obscenities through his ruined mouth, Tekirak rolled back upright with terrifying speed. He dove toward Flynn, who desperately scrabbled through the snow beside him. His hand closed on his combat knife. Blindly, he stabbed upward with everything he had, and buried the blade in the Russian's throat, all the way to the hilt. A bright scarlet fountain of blood steaming in the freezing air sprayed across Flynn's face. Above him, Tekirak arched backward, clawing at the knife handle protruding from his neck. His eyes opened wide in horror, and then all the light went out of them. He slumped forward, shuddered once, and died. Crow Field. That same time. Alexei Petrov stalked silently toward the tent where Bondarovich, the other mercenaries, and his former co-pilot, Oleg Bunyan, were sleeping. He carried a green steel jerry can containing 20 liters of gasoline. It was one of those they used to refill their snowmobiles. Several of the fuel cans had been stockpiled at one end of the camp in preparation for their escape to Canada. One side of his mouth quirked upward in an ironic grin. Never let it be said that he had allowed any of the resources so thoughtfully provided by Pavel Voronin and his master, Dmitry Grishin, to go to waste. Just outside the tent, he set down the jerry can, unlatched its cap, and pulled it open, wrinkling his nose at the sharp tang of raw gasoline. Then, squatting beside the tent door, he carefully unzipped it from the bottom. Not far, just a few centimeters. He heard a faint noise from inside as some of the 4 drowsing men bundled up in their sleeping bags stirred suddenly, apparently disturbed by the icy wind now whipping through the tiny opening. Unhurriedly, Petrov tipped the jerry can over and watched the gasoline pour out. It sloshed out in waves, flowed through the unzipped door, and rippled across the tent's polypropylene fabric floor in an amber tide. Satisfied, he stood up and moved back a few meters. Then he pulled out a loaded flare pistol, cocked the hammer, and fired downward through the door. With a crackling hiss, the flare exploded. A blinding, red-tinged flash lit the inside of the tent, replaced by a flickering orange glow as burning gasoline sprayed everywhere. Coolly, Petrov dropped the spent flare gun and pulled out his pistol. He ignored the agonized screams echoing from Bondarovich and the others. They'd been abruptly jolted out of sleep only to find themselves trapped in a hell of a whirling, wind-driven fire. Already blazing like torches, burning men stumbled toward the door, frantically trying to squeeze out through the narrow opening. Methodically, Petrov shot them one by one. When the screams finally stopped, he lowered his pistol, turned, and walked away toward the distant aircraft shelter. Behind him, dancing tongues of fire licked up into the sky. 37. On the spur. That same time. Flynn doubled up his thermal mask and used it to mop Tekirak's blood from his eyes, the rest of his face, and the razor-sharp blade of his combat knife. Finished, he tossed the sodden mask away in disgust. Then he took out a field dressing from his first aid kit and wrapped it around his gashed left forearm. Finally, he retrieved his pistol from the ground, brushing off the ice and snow that coated its muzzle and slide before slipping it back into his chest rig. Off to his right, a little higher up the spur, Flynn heard the faint clatter and rattle of equipment. 6 soldiers and airmen, all he had left under his direct command, were moving into position. Below the other side of this hill, his remaining men, Sanchez, Boyd, and the injured Torvald Pedersen, had gone to ground in some bushes a few hundred yards away. He would have liked to order them back to the main unit, but radioing them would be the only means of doing that. It was too risky. For all Flynn knew, their tactical frequencies and encryption systems were one of the secrets Tekirak had already passed on to his fellow Russians. Staying low, Flynn risked a quick look out across the open slope. The white camouflaged Russian Spetsnaz commandos were still advancing along the valley. Apparently, they hadn't heard his brutal hand-to-hand fight with Tekirak, probably thanks to the noise made by the northerly winds hissing across hard-packed snow. Flynn watched the enemy soldiers for a few more moments. It was pretty clear that they planned to bypass this particular piece of high ground, probably intending to climb the main ridge instead, before turning to hit the unsuspecting Americans from behind. Their plan would have worked, if he hadn't already figured out that Tekirak had betrayed the ambush positions he'd first chosen. As it was, leapfrogging forward along the valley floor only exposed the Russian flank to attack from this rocky spur. He left Tekirak's corpse crumpled in the snow and moved back around through the jumble of boulders to rejoin his troops, reclaiming his M4 carbine on the way. The first man he came to was Private First Class Cole Hines. Hines was crouched behind a cairn of smaller rocks that formed a natural breastwork about waist-high. His bipod-mounted M249 Paralight machine gun was positioned on the pile of rock, aimed straight downhill. "You find the Sarge, sir?" he asked quietly. Flynn nodded. "Yep." "Is he coming?" Flynn shook his head. "Sergeant Tekirak's just fine where he is, Hines." Even if he'd felt up to it right now, there wasn't time for any complicated, morale-busting explanations about Tekirak's real identity as a Russian spy. "So, those guys?" Hines nodded at the snow-camouflage shapes still moving by bounds along the foot of the hill. "Are they who I think they are?" "They're definitely Russians," Flynn confirmed. "So I can shoot 'em?" Hines asked hopefully. Flynn nodded. "But only on my order, PFC." He clapped the younger man on the shoulder. "Hold tight for a few more seconds, okay?" Hines nodded enthusiastically. "Copy that, Captain." Flynn moved on down the line, quickly making sure that the rest of his troops, Airman Peter Kim and Army Privates Wade Vukovich, Mike Sims, Floyd Leffert, and Gene Santorelli, were in position and understood the situation. Sims, Leffert, and Santorelli were known in the unit by the collective nickname of the Three Amigos, because they seemed perfectly content to spend most of their waking hours, both on duty and off duty, in one another's company. Most of that, from what Flynn could tell, was due to a shared passion for video games and the same Swedish heavy metal band. He figured that was as good a basis for camaraderie as any other. One by one, all 5 gave him a tight nod or a swift thumbs-up signal. Satisfied, he reversed back down the line and took up a position just to Hines's right, prone between 2 gray boulders. Another quick look down the slope showed that the Spetsnaz commandos were right where he wanted them. Directly in front of his men, and out in the open. They were a little over 200 yards away. Carefully, he sighted on one of the Russians, a soldier carrying an AKM equipped with a 40mm grenade launcher. "All Kodiaks," he said loudly, raising his voice to be heard down the line. "Hit him, now!" Flynn squeezed off 3 quick shots. Snow spurted up behind his chosen target as the first 2 rounds missed, but the third hit the Russian in the side. The enemy soldier went down hard. On his left, Hines opened up with his M249 light machine gun, firing short bursts down the hill, walking them across the Spetsnaz formation. 2 more of them crumpled right away. Blood pooled red on the white snow. Across the hillside, the other Americans joined in, firing down at the enemy commandos caught in the valley. Flashes lit the night. Another Russian fell. The rest, reacting fast, dove for whatever cover they could find and started shooting back, aiming toward the muzzle flashes. 5.45mm and 7.62mm rounds whip-cracked just over Flynn's head, smacking into boulders and then ricocheting away with weird, keening wails. Shards and splinters of pulverized rock spun away after them. "Stay low, Kodiaks," he called, "and pour it into them." Sighting through his scope, Flynn found another target, a Russian prone behind a low rise. Only the man's helmet and rifle were visible. He squeezed the trigger several times. More chunks of snow and ice sprayed up, torn by bullets striking home at nearly 3 times the speed of sound. The Russian soldier disappeared, either hit or scrambling for new cover. One of the enemy commandos got a grenade launcher in action. It coughed, hurling a 40mm caseless grenade up the slope. Crack! The grenade detonated several meters behind the American line with a dazzling flash. Fragments whistled across the hill. "Shit!" one of the 3 amigos said suddenly, sounding surprised. "I'm hit!" From the deep Alabama twang, that was Leffert. His friend Sims reared up to take a look and then took a bullet in the shoulder, falling back with another shocked cry. "For Christ's sake, stay down!" Flynn yelled. He glanced to his left, toward the clump of rocks occupied by the 2 wounded amigos. "Sims, Leffert, you okay?" "I'm not hit bad, sir," Leffert called back. "I can still fight, but Mike's pretty bad. He's losing a whole lot of blood and his damn shoulder looks like it's hanging by a thread." Flynn gritted his teeth. Besides being their radio and comms expert, M-Squared had also been tapped to be their unit medic. One more crime to lay at Tukurek's feet, he thought bitterly. Down in the valley, the Spetsnaz grenadier popped back up, ready to fire again. This time, Hines was waiting for him. The machine gunner put a 3-round burst right into his chest. The Russian fell backward in a red mist of blood and shattered bone. Flynn fired again at another commando darting uphill to gain a better position. He missed, and the enemy soldier threw himself down into a small depression on the slope, disappearing from sight. His jaw tightened. From the number of bodies now strewn across the valley floor, they'd already inflicted heavy losses on the Spetsnaz force. That wasn't shocking, since surprise and cover both favored the Americans. But enough Russians had survived the opening fusillade and found cover of their own to turn this into a pitched battle, one whose outcome was still seriously in doubt. Now they were trying to establish a firm base of fire of their own, one that would allow them to keep Flynn and his men pinned down long enough for an assault force to close in and wipe them out in a close-quarters fight. The M4 went dry. Rapidly, he hit the mag release, let the empty fall out, and slapped in another full magazine. Immediately, he opened fire again. At the same time, he felt as though his mind had split in half, with one part fully occupied by the need to find and kill the enemy, and the other busy weighing different tactical options. Breaking contact and falling back up the hill was a non-starter. As soon as the Russians got into these rocks, they'd have all the advantages superior numbers and training could provide. And with Leffert and Sims wounded, he didn't have enough able-bodied troops left to maneuver to the right or left in the hope of taking those Spetsnaz bastards in the flank again. "Which leaves what, Nick?" Flynn muttered, squeezing off more shots and feeling his M4 thud back repeatedly against his shoulder. Pray and hope for luck? A real good plan there, genius. But then again, he thought grimly, what other options did he really have? In the narrow, brush-choked gully around the other side of the spur hill, Torvald Pettersson heard the sudden crackle of automatic weapons fire when Flynn and the others sprang their ambush. The noise only grew in intensity as more and more rifles and machine guns joined the fray. Startled by the explosion of noise where there had been only silence and the hiss of the wind, he sat bolt upright, ignoring the stab of pain from his fractured leg. "Holy shit, you guys hear that? There's one big mother-humping battle going on." He grabbed Rafael Sanchez by the shoulder. "Rafe, we've got to go help the rest of the team." The big New Mexican nodded slowly, but then he frowned. "Yeah, but the captain told us to stay put." "Maybe we should call in and ask for new orders?" Boyd suggested from the other side. He'd unslung his own M4 and was crouched at the lip of the shallow gully, watching the north. Dozens of split-second flashes brightened the night sky along the crest of the hill above them. "Can't," Sanchez reminded them. "The captain ordered radio silence, remember?" Pettersson nodded. "Exactly, which is why we need to use our initiative. Just like they trained us to do, right?" he demanded. Boyd pulled at his jaw. "Yeah, you're right." But then he waved a hand out across the open expanse of snow. "Trouble is, crossing that valley right now looks a lot like suicide to me. If just one bad guy pops up and catches us out there without any cover, we're fucking toast." "That's why we stick to this stream bed," Pettersson argued. A frozen stream ran along the middle of the shallow, brush-lined depression. It snaked down into the valley and then swung north. "The sled won't make it through that rough ground," Sanchez said, "and you've got a busted leg." Pettersson grinned up at him. "That's why you're going to sling me over your shoulder again, big guy." He lifted his weapon. "And my rifle, too, this time." As the team's designated marksman, Pettersson carried an M14 enhanced battle rifle, a vastly modified and improved version of the old 7.62mm weapon last used in the field by U.S. troops in South Vietnam. When equipped with a telescopic sight, it had an effective range of more than 800 yards. Spetsnaz Major Gennady Korenev risked a quick look up at the hill towering above them and ducked back again. More enemy rounds snapped through the air just over his head. Little geysers of snow and frozen clumps of earth erupted behind him. He scowled. The Americans were better shots than he'd imagined. They had barricaded in their improvised fortress of stone up there on that damned spur. They had a tremendous advantage over his handful of survivors. All he and his troops could make out were the deadly flashes stabbing out of that boulder field, as their rifle and machine gun fire swept the valley and this barren slope from end to end. He glanced to his left and then shook his head. There was no way to gain any ground there. Primakov and most of the men on that flank had been killed or badly wounded in the first few seconds of this firefight. That left a shift to the right. He belly-crawled over that way, careful to keep his head below the little hummock of ground that was his only piece of cover. One of his commandos was there, periodically popping up to pepper the rocks above them with short bursts from his AKM assault rifle. "Hot work, Vanya," he murmured. The soldier spat to one side, sliding another curved 30-round magazine into his rifle. "Worse than Syria," he agreed. Korenev raised himself up slightly, high enough to scan the terrain to the west and southwest through his night vision binoculars. Farther out across the valley floor, he could see the dark line of a stream bed snaking across the open ground. There was good cover there, he judged, but it was too far away, more than 300 meters. If he tried to redeploy his men there, the Americans would cut them down before they'd run off even a quarter of the distance. Instead, he angled his binoculars, sweeping the hillside as it curved around to the southwest. And then, for the first time since the Americans had ambushed them, he felt a faint stirring of optimism. There was a fold on the surface of the hill there, within easy reach from this position. It looked like a patch of dead ground to him, one that offered a comparatively sheltered approach up the side of the spur. Assault troops moving up that dead ground ought to be able to get into the rocks on the Americans' left flank without being fired on. He thumped his fist into the snow in sudden excitement and turned toward the other Spetsnaz commando. "Vanya, we've got those bastards. I see—" and a 7.62 millimeter rifle round moving at more than 850 meters a second hit Korenev in the right side of his head, punched through his helmet, and tore out the other side in a spray of blood, brain matter, and splintered skull. He flopped over into the snow, killed instantly. The surviving Russian whirled around and opened fire on full automatic, hosing down the distant stream bed around where he thought that shot must have come from. He could see snow and bits of torn brush pinwheeling away as his bullets tore at the ground. His eyes narrowed as he leaned into the burst. Accuracy was important, but there were times when you needed to throw lead downrange, hoping to get lucky, or to at least make the enemy eat dirt. His AKM stopped firing when it ran through its 30th round. Quickly, the Spetsnaz soldier grabbed for another magazine, but before he could reload, he slumped forward, hit high in the chest by another American bullet that penetrated his body armor. 300 yards away, Torvald Pettersson lowered his M14 and spat out a mouthful of gravel and twigs. Geez, that was close. He pulled his eye away from the scope and glanced toward Sanchez and Boyd with a grin. But I got both of those bastards. Did you see them? His smile froze. Boyd was dead, lying face down on the lip of the stream bed. Sanchez, ashen-faced, had slid back down a few feet. He was fumbling to stuff a field dressing into the gaping hole blown in his upper arm. "Ah, hell," Pettersson muttered. He sighted back through the rifle scope. From what he could see, there weren't many Russians still moving, but from here he could draw a bead on every last one of the sons of bitches. He tracked left a little, settled his sights on a new target, breathed out, and very, very gently squeezed the trigger. Out on the valley floor, another Spetsnaz commando went down. Flynn climbed slowly to his feet. The staccato rattle of gunfire and the sharp crack of exploding grenades had finally stopped. But now the sounds of war had been replaced by eerie moans rising from the horribly wounded men, both American and Russian alike, sprawled across the hillside or huddled among the rocks. Still holding his light machine gun, Hines came over. "What do we do now, Captain?" he asked. "We sure kicked the shit out of those guys, but they kicked the shit out of us, too." Flynn nodded wearily. His best guess was that only 3 or 4 of the Russian Spetsnaz troops were alive, though badly wounded. They were certainly in no condition to keep fighting. The rest were dead. His tactical radio crackled suddenly to life. "Sir, I know you said not to use this thing, but I've got a situation down here," he heard Pettersson say. "Boyd is dead and Rafe's hurt pretty bad, and I can't make it far on my own with this doggone busted leg." Flynn keyed his mic. "Roger that, Private. Hang tight. We'll come get you." Hines whistled softly in dismay. "Jesus, sir, Boyd and Sims makes 2 dead. And with Leffert and Sanchez wounded, that just leaves 6 of us on our feet." Flynn sighed. 5 PFC. Sergeant Akirak is dead, too." The other man's eyes widened in shock. "The Sarge killed? How?" "Enemy action," Flynn said tiredly. That was true enough, for a certain definition of enemy, he thought. This still wasn't the right time to break the news that Akirak had actually been a GRU deep cover agent. The moment for that would come later, when they were all safe, and after he'd had a chance to brief Alaskan Command's counterintelligence people. Akirak must have been running a network of other spies. To keep them from bolting for safety before they could be pinpointed and arrested, it was vital to keep the information about his death and real identity tightly held. "So what's the plan, sir?" Hines asked somberly. "We need to get that satellite connection working and contact Jaber," Flynn told him. "We need medevac ASAP for our injured guys and for our prisoners. No one who's been wounded will last long in this cold." Hines took a deep breath. "That ain't happening, sir." He jerked a thumb toward the boulder field. "Sims had the radio with him. It took a bunch of splinters when that Russian grenade went off." "Well," Flynn thought about swearing and then just shrugged. There just weren't enough cuss words in the English language to cover this situation. From farther up the slope, Vukovich suddenly shouted, "Hey, Captain, look at that!" Flynn lifted his head and stared toward where the other man was pointing. There, off to the east, a flickering orange glow lit the darkness. Something was on fire out there, some miles away. Something where nothing should be. The isolated clumps of dwarf willows and spruce trees in this part of the world did not burn down in the icy Arctic winters. Not naturally, anyway. His eyes narrowed. One more damned mystery, he thought angrily. And probably one connected to that dead Russian general they'd been tracking before this battle erupted. He scuffed furiously at the snow with his boot cap. What the hell was he supposed to do now? They were dozens of miles from the nearest possible help, with no way to communicate with anyone. But if he didn't do something soon, every injured man now in his charge was going to die, from either shock, their wounds, or the brutal, bone-chilling cold. Thinking hard, Flynn walked down the slope to where the first of the Russians had fallen. He squatted down beside the dead man, noticing again how similar their uniforms and gear looked to that worn by his own troops. From a distance and in the dark, there was almost no way to tell them apart. His eyes widened slightly as the ghost of an idea wafted into his mind. Maybe there was a way he could solve several of his problems with one risky move. Suddenly excited, he straightened up. "Vukovich," he snapped. "You and Santorelli and Kim start gathering up all the wounded. Heat up some MREs and get some food into them." He whirled toward Hines. "Put that MG down and grab a couple of those Russian weapons. You're coming with me." Hines stared at him. "Where to, sir? Where are we going?" Flynn grinned at him. "We're going to arrange a ride out of this hellhole, PFC." '38. Sharapovo Command Bunker outside Moscow. That same time. Ferociously, Pyotr Zhdanov ground out another cigarette. He fumbled the pack out of his jacket pocket. It was empty. Angrily, he balled it up and tossed it aside. From behind, one of his aides diffidently offered him a fresh pack. He waved it away. As it was, the inside of his mouth tasted like dust and ashes. He glared across the table at Lieutenant General Rogozin and the head of the GRU, Alexander Ivashin. "Well?" he demanded. "Still nothing?" Helplessly, both men shrugged. As yet, there were no new reports, either from the Spetsnaz raiding party they'd sent into Alaska or from the stolen stealth bomber to confirm that it was headed back to Russia, now that they'd paid the ransom demanded for its release. Their last news from Major Korenev indicated that his troops had landed deep in enemy territory and were ready to pursue, intercept, and destroy the ragtag American security unit ahead of them. Nothing at all had been heard from Petrov or his mysterious backers. A soft chime came from the computer at Rogozin's place. The general leaned forward, reading the alert he'd just been forwarded. "Our satellites have received a new secure message from the PAC-DA stealth bomber," he reported. Zhdanov breathed out. Finally. He thrust a finger at the Air Force commander. "Put it up on screen, Evgeny." With a nod, Rogozin signaled the colonel in charge of the underground command center's audiovisuals. The large wall screen flickered to life. "Damn it," Zhdanov growled, seeing the face of Alexei Petrov materialize. He was again sitting in the futuristic-looking cockpit of the PAC-DA prototype. There was no conceivable circumstance in which the traitor could imagine he would return to Russia and survive the experience, which meant that plane was still sitting on the ground inside the United States when this message had been recorded. And from the timestamp shown in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, that was less than 5 minutes ago. "By now you must have realized that I have no intention of returning this aircraft," the image of Petrov said coldly, confirming the Russian president's worst fears. "Sadly, our beloved motherland, under your slovenly governance, is unworthy of such a gift." His expression darkened. "For decades now, our nation has been in decline. With its demoralized population aging and increasingly infirm, its economic strength decaying, and its military power nothing more than a facade, a thin shield for the dying body behind it. What have you achieved since the Soviet Union, once the world's mightiest superpower, crumbled to ruin?" "Nothing," Petrov sneered. "You constantly boast about the new Russia. But what do you have to back up such crowing? A population now only a third the size of the United States, and less than a tenth that of the People's Republic of China, an economy in ruins, more dependent on oil than even the Arab kleptocracies." He leaned closer to the camera so that almost all they could see was his contempt-filled face. "It is time, Zhdanov, that you and your bootlickers faced facts. You and all of your policies and plans are nothing but miserable, criminal failures." Zhdanov stared at the screen, scarcely able to believe what he was hearing. No one in the past 2 decades had dared to insult him so openly. At least no one who expected to live outside the gray walls of a prison, if allowed to live at all. From the rigid, horrified silence around him, he knew others were thinking the same thing. "But because I am a true Russian patriot," Petrov continued, "I am offering you, unworthy though you are, a chance offered to no other Russian government since the fall of the Soviet Union. The opportunity to strip our most dangerous enemy, the United States, of most of its nuclear arsenal. The opportunity, moreover, to do so with minimal damage to our motherland's own military and industrial might." Zhdanov grimaced. What the hell was this madman talking about? As if in answer, Petrov sat back again, allowing them to see the detailed map filling one of the stealth bomber's large, sophisticated digital displays. It showed the interior of the United States. "This plan is codenamed Vicher, Whirlwind," the traitor colonel said conversationally. "Whirlwind?" Zhdanov darted a questioning glance at Rogozin. The general shrugged helplessly, as if to confirm this was nothing he'd ever heard of before either. On screen, the recorded image of Alexei Petrov kept talking. "Very shortly, I will take off from this hidden airfield," he told them. "Once safely airborne, I will fly a stealthy course deep into American airspace." He smiled grimly. "There, approximately 5 hours from now, I will launch the 12 long-range nuclear-armed stealth cruise missiles that you, perhaps foolishly, have entrusted to my care." That drew startled gasps from around the room. All along, the prospect of a rogue commander in control of live nuclear weapons had been their worst nightmare. A fear that had faded only when it seemed Petrov was more interested in money than in sparking a nuclear holocaust. These missiles will be targeted on American military command and control centers in and around the Washington, D.C. area, their B-2 bomber base in Missouri, their B-52 bomber bases in Louisiana and North Dakota, and the U.S. Navy's ballistic missile submarine bases at Kitsap, Washington, and Kings Bay, Georgia, Petrov said calmly, apparently wholly unconcerned that he was announcing the probable deaths of hundreds of thousands and perhaps millions of people, soldiers, airmen, sailors, and civilians alike. They will be carefully timed to arrive and detonate simultaneously. Zhdanov saw Rogozin's head nod slowly. What the colonel proposed was technically possible. It was simply a matter of setting the necessary navigation points so that missiles aimed at closer targets would fly somewhat longer, more circuitous paths to arrive at their chosen destinations. While that increased the chances that the Americans might detect some of the incoming attacks, the risk was minimal. Their ability to spot stealth weapons fired from so deep inside their national territory was negligible. Petrov reached out and tapped the display. The digital map of the United States blanked and then disappeared. "My attacks will decapitate America's political and military leadership," he said bluntly. "They will also wipe out its strategic bomber force and sink much of its ballistic missile submarine fleet in port." "My God," Zhdanov muttered, seeing in his mind's eye fire-laced mushroom clouds towering above American ports, airfields, and its national capital. It was the old dream so often pictured by Soviet strategists during the long Cold War, and at the same time, the old nightmare of those who understood the risks involved. Petrov's mouth thinned. Even men of limited imagination like yourselves should be able to see the opportunity offered by the chaos and confusion this bolt-from-the-blue strike will create, he went on. Perhaps even to realize that an immediate follow-on attack by Russia's strategic rocket forces could destroy the remaining American ICBMs in their silos, before any of the dazed survivors can order a retaliatory launch. Again, Zhdanov saw Rogozin nod his head in agreement, though almost unwillingly now. With Washington, D.C. in radioactive ruins and the American president and his top military leaders dead, the Americans simply would not be able to react in the 30 short minutes between the time Russia's own ICBMs rippled out of their silos and off their mobile launchers and the lethal moment their hundreds of multiple nuclear warheads detonated over U.S. missile fields. At that point, the United States will be left with only a handful of missile-armed submarines at sea, Petrov said coldly. If you threaten to destroy America's cities in case those submarines launch their own weapons, the surviving elements of its weak-kneed governing elites will stand down in fear, leaving Russia the nuclear master of the world. He shrugged. The choice, he added icily, is yours. Either cast the die with me and win, or die as ineffectual cowards when American ICBMs rain down on you in retaliation for my actions. The screen went dark as his message ended. For a long, seemingly endless moment, there was only stunned silence in the crowded command center. Then, finally, Zhdanov slammed his fist down on the table, rattling cups and saucers and startling his advisors and military commanders, who appeared sunk in gloom and uncertainty. "Well, what do we do now?" he snapped. "There is still a chance that our Spetsnaz troops will find Petrov and the stealth bomber," Rogozin tentatively suggested. Like a striking snake, Zhdanov whipped around on Ivashin. "Is there?" The head of the GRU swallowed hard. During Petrov's recorded tirade, he'd been frantically texting his headquarters for a mission update. His face was pale. "Unfortunately, we've lost contact with the raiding party, and with the crew of their helicopter, Mr. President." Zhdanov glared at him. "Which means your Major Korenev and your brilliant deep-cover agent Orphan have both failed." Yes, Ivashin admitted miserably. Zhdanov turned back to Rogozin.
Can the Americans intercept the stealth bomber and shoot it down before Petrov can launch those cruise missiles?
The Air Force commander shook his head. It's highly unlikely, Mr. President. NORAD's radars and air defenses are concentrated along the perimeter of American and Canadian airspace. Petrov and his aircraft have already penetrated those defenses. What if we warned the Americans ourselves? One of the other generals asked. Rogozin shook his head. Petrov's missiles have a range of more than 2,800 kilometers. He can strike his chosen targets from any place in a huge volume of space across tens of millions of square kilometers. In effect, his planned launch point could be literally anywhere over the continental United States, or even over southern Canada. It would take a miracle for any American interceptor to find his stealth bomber in time.
And miracles have been in short supply lately,
Zhdanov said acidly. He scowled.
More to the point, what do we gain by warning the Americans?
He glared around the room, seeing their sudden, alarmed comprehension.
He nodded. Exactly. We gain nothing. The Americans can't stop Petrov, but by warning them of what's coming, we would just give them time to evacuate their military and political leaders, disperse their bombers and submarines, and put their ICBMs on full alert.
His fist crashed down again, making them all jump.
So in the end, we would only find ourselves confronted by a fully armed and ready enemy. An enemy bound to seek vengeance for Petrov's sneak attack.
Rogozin and the others were visibly shaken. In many ways, that would be the worst of all possible outcomes. Even a failed cruise missile attack on the target cities and bases Petrov had listed would still kill hundreds of thousands of American civilians. War would be inevitable. What, then, are our options, Mr. President? The Air Force general asked finally. Zhdanov's eyes were hooded.
Options?
He shook his head in disgust, staring down at the surface of the table.
There are none.
Sir? Slowly, the Russian president looked up.
We have no choice but to ride this nuclear whirlwind Petrov plans to unleash. Every other path leads inevitably to disaster.
If you're wrong, millions of our countrymen may die, Rogozin warned. Zhdanov nodded heavily.
True enough.
Then he shrugged.
But if we sit here and do nothing, those same millions may die, and all for nothing.
He turned to the commander of Russia's strategic rocket forces, Colonel General Anatoly Gruzdev.
Bring our missiles to their highest state of launch readiness, General, but discreetly. The Americans must not find out what we're up to.
Somberly, Gruzdev nodded his understanding.
The moment our early warning satellites confirm nuclear detonations on targets inside the United States, you will launch an all-out attack on America's ICBM fields. Zhdanov continued. Destroy every single one of those enemy missiles in their silos, Anatoly. Make the rubble bounce. We'll only get one chance at this.
39. Crow Field. That same time. Inside the cockpit of the PAC-DA stealth bomber, Alexei Petrov leaned forward and finished keying in the last elements of his flight plan. Lights along the top of the central multifunction display flashed from amber to green as the aircraft's computers checked his orders and signaled their acceptance. He watched them closely, aware of more pressure building up in the back of his brain. The headaches triggered by his malignant brain tumor were coming ever more rapidly now, held at bay only by increasing doses of medication. Fortunately, Petrov thought with cool irony, very soon now, he would no longer need to worry about his disease. Death, after all, was the final solution for all human illness. But in the meantime, the need to numb himself against crippling pain required him to rely on the bomber's autonomous systems to manage this final mission. Through the haze induced by medicines, his own reflexes were no longer up to the task. He checked his flight instruments and panels one last time, just to be sure. Without a co-pilot to help him run through his checklists, precision was even more essential. Satisfied, he tapped a code sequence on the screen's virtual keyboard to set his Vicher program in motion. Immediately, a new window opened on the MFD. An icon blinked. "Go for engine start," the bomber's computer reported. 2 indicators flashed red and then green. Ignition on both engines. Petrov glanced at his throttles. Eerily, both moved on their own accord, going to idle without any command input from him. Through the aircraft's open belly hatch, he heard the 2 big turbofans powering up. Their noise deepened from a high-pitched whine to a growling rumble. Oppressed suddenly by a sense of urgency, Petrov got up and moved back through the short interior tunnel to the open hatch. He climbed down the ladder there, dropped awkwardly onto the hard-packed snow floor, and then hurried over to the controls for the camouflaged aircraft shelter's large central door. It was a simple, small box dangling from a power cord connected to electric motors mounted near the roof. He flipped the single switch and heard the motors hum. For a few moments he stood watching just to make sure nothing went wrong as they slowly winched the hangar's fabric covering upward. In the moonlight, far across the gleaming white surface of his improvised runway, flames still danced amid the burning wreckage of the tent camp he'd set ablaze. A thick column of oily black smoke, lit from the inside by flickering sparks crackling off the gasoline-fed fire, curled away on the wind. And then Petrov's eyes widened in shock. A camouflaged military helicopter had just clattered straight through the smoke. Sleek-nosed, with a 4-bladed main rotor, it was already flaring out to land close to the hangar. Someone had found him. He whirled around and scrambled under the PAC-DA bomber's broad, blended wing to get back to the hatch. Aboard the Ka-60 Kosatka helicopter, Flynn snapped an order to Hines. He and the square-shouldered enlisted man were the only Americans aboard. He'd been forced to leave the other 3 able-bodied troops under his command, Vukovic, Kim, and Santorelli, behind at the spur to do their best to keep the wounded and injured alive until he could get back to them. "Keep the crew covered, Cole. Once we're down, this bird doesn't go anywhere without my say-so." The Army PFC nodded. "You got it, sir. One twitch I don't like, and both of these guys will end up splattered across that windshield." He had the Russian-made AKM he'd picked up back on the battlefield angled to sweep the entire cockpit at the slightest sign of trouble from either of the helicopter's 2 pilots. Fortunately, the Russian aviators still seemed to be in a state of shock at how easily the tables had been turned on them. When Flynn and Hines came hurrying out of the darkness, they'd seen what they'd expected to see. 2 Spetsnaz commandos coming to report the destruction of the American force. Instead, they'd suddenly had assault rifles shoved in their faces and found out the hard way that they were now prisoners. Once Flynn checked out this burning wilderness camp where no camp should be, he planned to use the captured helicopter to fly his men and the wounded Russian survivors south to Fairbanks, the nearest place with an emergency trauma center. With a little luck, he hoped, the blizzard would have eased up enough by then to make the flight possible. If not, some of the more severely injured would be dead before too long. So time was short, he reminded himself sharply. But he still needed to find out what the hell was going on here. Too many men had died for him to walk away from here without answers. Not waiting any longer, he slammed the Ka-60's side door wide open and dropped out onto the ground, ducking his head against a howling torrent of rotor-blown snow and ice. Cradling his own captured AKM rifle, Flynn moved out from under the spinning blades, and then stopped dead, taken completely by surprise at what he saw ahead of him. They'd landed about 50 yards from the only intact structure left, a very large fabric tent of some kind. It was a faded white that matched the snow-covered terrain and draped in camouflage netting to break up its silhouette. But the whole front of the tent had just rolled upward, allowing him to see the huge blended-wing aircraft hidden inside. Jesus Christ, Flynn muttered to himself, staggered by the sheer size of this plane, It was as big as a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber and shaped pretty much the same way. But it was just as obviously not an American aircraft design, which meant it belonged to the Russians. His eyes narrowed in speculation. What kind of war game was Moscow playing here? Why secretly station a brand-new strategic bomber of some kind, for this could be nothing else, so deep inside American territory? He felt a shiver down his spine. Whatever the reason, he was pretty sure it was nothing good, at least not from an American perspective. For a split second, Flynn stood frozen in place, remembering the earlier explicit orders relayed to him from the Pentagon. Observe and report any unidentified aircraft on the ground, but under no circumstances take any other action without further instructions. Then he shook his head decisively. Yeah, screw that, he thought, with a mental shrug. There was no way he was just going to sit back and watch the Russians finish whatever they were up to here, because he could hear that stealth bomber's engines spooling up right now. Besides, Flynn asked himself with a sudden grin, what more could the spooks and the Joint Chiefs do to him for disobeying orders? Exile him to the back end of Alaska again? He started to trot across the snow toward the hangar, but then he spotted movement under the aircraft's fuselage. A man in one of those pale blue Russian flight suits, the same kind worn by Mavrichev, the dead general they'd found, was already climbing up a short crew ladder into the bomber. Without hesitating, Flynn raised the AKM rifle to his shoulder and pulled the trigger. A clump of snow kicked up under the fuselage. Too low. He raised his aim slightly and squeezed off several more shots. This time he saw sparks cascading off the metal ladder, but the crewman he'd been shooting at had already disappeared through the open hatch. Flynn lowered his weapon and sprinted toward the hangar, acting almost entirely on instinct. He couldn't tell if he'd scored any hits on that guy, but whether he had or not didn't seem to matter. Somebody was still inside that Russian stealth aircraft, and unless he wanted to just stand here and watch it fly away, he needed to get a lot closer. Gritting his teeth in pain, Petrov dragged himself up the ladder and flopped over onto the deck. His right arm, torn open by a rifle round, now hung useless at his side. Straining, he struggled back to his feet, but when he tried to turn the manual hatch control, he almost blacked out. Giving up with a muttered curse, he reeled into the cockpit and dropped into his pilot's seat. Sickeningly aware of the hot blood soaking the sleeve of his flight suit, Petrov reached out with his left hand and quickly brought up a menu on one of the MFDs. Blurry shapes appeared, and he tapped an icon that would retract the ladder and close and seal the belly hatch. With a sigh, he released the brakes and sat back in a daze, feeling the PAC-DA bomber start its programmed takeoff roll. Flynn saw the big aircraft lurch into motion, lumbering forward out of the tent-like hangar, accompanied by a steadily increasing roar from its jet engines. The crew ladder extending from its hatch had started to slide upward and out of sight. "No fucking way," he snarled. He threw the rifle aside, lowered his head, and ran even faster, plunging across the snow with rapidly lengthening strides. Moving all out now, he raced under the bomber's fuselage, heading for the open hatch he'd seen. It was already swinging shut. Frantically, he jumped high, caught hold of the coaming, and hauled himself up through a rapidly narrowing gap. He wriggled away onto a metal deck just as the hatch slammed shut and latched tight behind him. From the vibration and noise all around him, it was clear that the Russian aircraft was still moving, bouncing up and down as it trundled onto a rough runway created out of compacted snow and ice. Oh, smooth move, Flynn thought wryly. He'd just managed to scramble aboard an enemy aircraft that was obviously getting ready to take off. That was all well and good, except that his personal piloting skills had topped somewhere around the model airplane stage. Maybe he should have stopped to think about this whole idea first. Now what was he supposed to do? Well, when in doubt, improvise like hell, he decided. And like Teddy Roosevelt said, carry a big stick. Or in this case, a 9mm Glock 19. He got to his feet and drew his pistol before moving forward into the cockpit. To Flynn's surprise, although there were seats for 4 crewmen, only one, the pilot's position, was occupied. A Russian Air Force officer, A colonel named Petrov, according to the name tag on his flight suit, sat strapped in, bleeding profusely, ashen-faced, and clearly in terrible pain. Through the clear canopy, Flynn could see the snow-covered landscape sliding past at increasing speed as the stealth bomber rolled down the runway. He leveled his pistol at the pilot's head. "Ostanove etot samolet sechizi je," he snapped. "Stop this aircraft now." To his surprise, Petrov forced an agonized smile. "Or what?" he retorted in lightly accented English. "You will shoot me? And then we crash?" "Yeah, if that's what it takes," Flynn growled. Still smiling crookedly, the Russian held up his empty left hand. His shattered right arm was immobile. "Shooting me will not change anything, Captain Flynn," he said tiredly, reading the name off Flynn's own uniform. "I am no longer in control. The computers are." At that moment, the bomber lifted off, shuddering and shaking as it plowed through wind gusts and low-altitude turbulence. Flynn hurriedly grabbed hold of the back of the co-pilot's seat while still keeping his pistol aimed at Petrov's head. Hydraulic thumps and whines from behind the cockpit signaled that the landing gear had retracted and locked inside. Slowly the aircraft banked, turning toward the south as it sped low over snow-capped ridges and hills. With difficulty, Flynn tore his eyes away from the bleak and empty landscape. He set the Glock's muzzle directly against the Russian colonel's temple. "Then turn those computers off and land this big son of a bitch." Petrov laughed harshly. "I will not." He shrugged. "I'm already dying anyway." Sardonic amusement flickered in his icy blue eyes. "What you do not understand is that you are dying with me, though you may live long enough to see the missiles fly." "Missiles? What missiles?" Flynn demanded sharply. "Oh shit," he thought, feeling cold. "This bomber prototype carries 12 nuclear-tipped cruise missiles," Petrov told him calmly. "Missiles that I have already armed. In a few short hours, once this undetectable stealth aircraft reaches its pre-programmed coordinates, those missiles will launch against strategic targets in your country." Flynn listened with mounting shock and horror while the Russian laid out his plan. And from the smug expression on his gray, bloodless face, Petrov enjoyed seeing his reaction. "You must be fucking insane," Flynn ground out between clenched teeth when he'd finished. The other man shrugged again. "Perhaps." His eyes were half closed now. "Then again, it could simply be that knowledge of approaching death clarifies the mind, stripping away everything that is useless. Concern for mere individuals and so-called morality, for example, in favor of more important matters like the fate of nations and the application of raw power in its most elemental atomic form." "Like I said, you're nuts," Flynn said bluntly. Petrov's eyes opened fully again. "Insult me all you like," he said coolly. "It changes nothing." He waved his left hand at the white wilderness visible ahead of the speeding bomber. "Enjoy the ride, Captain." Swiftly, Flynn looked around the cramped cockpit. There had to be something he could try, he thought desperately. Something he could use to stop this lunatic from triggering a war that would kill millions. Faster and faster he scanned displays, dials, buttons, and switches. There was nothing. No control helpfully marked, "Pull to stop nuclear holocaust" in Russian and English. No magic off switch. He swallowed hard against a sharp acid taste in his mouth. For one thing, he decided there was no way he was going to ride this bird all the way to the point where it fired its missiles. Especially not strapped in beside this smug Russian son of a bitch. He glanced down at his pistol. If worst came to worst, he always had at least one way out. A way out. The thought echoed in Flynn's mind, bright and clear like a bugle call on a windless summer morning. Carefully, he looked around the cockpit again, and this time he saw what he was looking for. "Sorry, but your big plan's a bust, Colonel," he said quietly. "It's not going to happen." He slid into the co-pilot's seat next to Petrov and strapped himself in. The Russian snorted, watching him through narrowed eyes. "What?
You imagine you can somehow hack into this aircraft's computer systems? He sneered. Please, take all the time you wish.
Flynn grinned back at him, feeling suddenly fully alive and in control. Computer hacking is for subtle, clever guys. Then he reached down and grabbed the yellow and black tape-wrapped ejection seat handle between his legs. But I'm not that subtle or clever. Do svidanya, Colonel. He yanked the ejection handle just as Petrov screamed in sudden, horrified comprehension. Everything after that happened in milliseconds. First, tiny explosive charges shattered the canopy over Flynn's head. And then the rocket motor below his seat ignited, lobbing him out of the stealth bomber and away into the frigid slipstream with tremendous force. Petrov's distorted face shrank into a tiny dot, while the cockpit's computer control panels, smashed by the shock wave, shattered, shorted out, and went dark. Slowly, with Petrov still strapped into his seat and screaming in helpless terror, the fatally damaged PAC-DA bomber rolled over on one wing and then, completely out of control, whirled end over end down out of the sky. Seconds later, it smashed into a jagged, saw-toothed ridge and blew up with a flash that lit the night sky for miles around. Flynn, knocked out by the bone-jolting shock of a rough, low-altitude ejection, clawed his way up out of nothingness just in time to see the parachute above him snap open. He looked down and saw the ground rushing up at him at high speed. Ah, hell! Then all he felt was an enormous, shattering impact. The whole world around him went black. Still tumbling downward, Nick Flynn fell endlessly into the darkness. Epilogue. Restricted Wing, Brooke Army Medical Center, San Antonio, Texas. Some days later. Captain Nick Flynn resisted looking at the wall clock for what seemed the 1,000th time in just the past couple of hours. Frantically, he wriggled his back against the pillows, trying again to scratch an itch somewhere inside the bulky upper body cast they'd put him in while his badly broken shoulder healed. No joy. He sighed. He'd gone far beyond being ordinarily bored at being stuck alone in this hospital room. In fact, Flynn had now moved on to the next stage of boredom, the stage he privately referred to as the "so help me God, the first chance I get, I'm going to grab someone's weapon and shoot my way out of this frickin' place" phase. Although that was mostly a joke, he couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that no one planned to let him out of this isolated wing anytime soon. The only people Flynn saw regularly were doctors and nurses, and the armed guards posted outside his door. He'd had to do a lot of arguing even to get a rundown on what had happened after he'd ejected from the Russian aircraft. Fortunately for him, PFC Hines, who should have his sergeant stripes back now as a reward, had reacted instantly to the sight of his commander vanishing into an enemy bomber by ordering the KA-60 helicopter crew to follow that plane. And while falling farther and farther behind the speeding PAC-DA, they'd still been close enough to see Flynn's ejection seat parachute open and retrieve him before he froze to death. After that, the helicopter had returned to the battlefield at the Spur Hill, picked up the wounded and other survivors, and then made it safely through the tail end of the blizzard to Fairbanks. Thankfully, Floyd Leffert, Rafe Sanchez, and Tor Pedersen were expected to recover fully from their injuries. One of the 4 badly wounded Spetsnaz commandos hadn't been so lucky, but the other 3 were still alive, and apparently the subject of a lot of heated diplomatic negotiations between Moscow and Washington, D.C. The same thing went for the 2 captured Russian pilots and their KA-60 helicopter. In the meantime, here he was, Flynn thought gloomily, stuck in isolation, unable to communicate with anyone, not the surviving members of his team, and not even his own family. At least the food was decent, for hospital food. Then again, that might only be an omen that they were fattening him up for the bureaucratic kill. What felt like endless hours of debriefings since he'd been flown here from the trauma center in Fairbanks had made a couple of things painfully clear. First, the U.S. intelligence community had desperately wanted to get its grubby hands on that Russian stealth bomber in an intact condition. And second, The spooks were really pissed that the super-advanced aircraft was now scattered in highly radioactive pieces across some desolate slope in the Alaskan Never-Never instead. Flynn wasn't sure anyone believed what he'd told them about the Russian colonel's real plans to blow the hell out of strategic targets from Washington, D.C. to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. One of the CIA debriefers had even snidely wondered why Flynn hadn't had the foresight to record Petrov's demented ramblings on his smartphone as evidence. His quick, smart-ass rejoinder that he'd been kind of too busy doing all that running and shooting and not dying shit hadn't gone over very well. His mouth quirked upward in a wry grin. It might be time he reread that book on how to make friends and influence people. Its lessons obviously hadn't stuck. There was a soft knock on his door. Flynn looked up warily. It wasn't anywhere near lunchtime yet, which left only a series of unpleasant alternatives, ranging from the next round of painful physical therapy for the injuries he'd sustained while ejecting, to another mind-numbing debriefing session where intelligence officers asked him the same damned questions over and over and over again, obviously hoping they could trip him up somehow. For just a moment, he was tempted to call out, "Go away," just to see what would happen. But then he shrugged. Anything, painful or not, was probably better than just lying here. And not thinking about the itch between his shoulder blades that he could not scratch. The door opened, and Captain Laura Van Horn came in. The attractive, dark-haired National Guard pilot grinned cheerfully at the surprised expression on his face. "Wow, Nick. I heard you'd had a tough time, but I have to say that you really do look like hell." With an effort, Flynn closed his mouth. "It's camouflage," he told her, smiling back. "I'm only lulling the sentries out there by looking helpless like this. That way I can catch them off guard when I make my move to break out of this joint." Van Horn came over and gently tapped the solid plaster cast encasing his chest and arms. "Pretty good camouflage," she commented dryly. "I may have gone a bit overboard," Flynn admitted. He raised an eyebrow. "Which leads me to wonder just how you got in here. From what I can tell, I'm sort of off limits to just about everyone." She nodded. "That you are." She shrugged. "But I told you I was a woman of many talents. Remember?" "Yeah," Flynn said tightly, trying very hard not to summon up the mental image he'd created the last time she said that. Stuck in a hospital bed with 20 pounds of plaster immobilizing his arms was definitely not the right moment to imagine Laura Van Horn in a sexy outfit. "Plus, I have some friends in high places," she said as the door opened behind her. A thin, middle-aged man in a dark jacket and tie quietly entered. He had graying hair and pale eyes that peered out knowingly behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Flynn looked him over with a skeptical eye. "You don't strike me as being a doctor. And you're sure as hell not a nurse, which makes you—" "My boss," Van Horn finished for him. "Mr. Fox." "Fox? Seriously?" Flynn said. "And now you're going to tell me that Mr. Fox here heads up a civilian air freight company in Alaska, flying people's mail orders and gift boxes between there and Seattle?" She had the grace to redden slightly. "That may not have been completely accurate." She folded her arms. "Our range of operations is actually a little more global." "I bet," Flynn said, starting to feel a little angry at having been played for a sucker when they first met. "I guess what you really do is more like delivering weapons and explosives to a bunch of rebels or terrorists or freedom fighters in faraway, godforsaken places, depending on what they're calling themselves on any particular day of the week." "Not at all, Captain Flynn," the older man said with a dry laugh. "We leave idiocy along those lines to the amateurs, like the CIA." "So who are you?" Flynn challenged him. "Defense Intelligence Agency? Homeland Security? FBI?" "None of those," Fox said with some amusement. "I run a little outfit of my own." Flynn looked at him. "Called what?" The older man shrugged. Many different names, depending on the task in hand. Casually, he seated himself in one of the chairs next to the bed. What matters is that I'm always on the lookout for people who might be useful. Flynn glanced up at Laura Van Horn. So, our whole dinner date, what was that? Just an artfully managed job interview? Complete with a carefully arranged dud aircraft engine? Reddening a bit more, she shook her head. That, Captain Flynn, Fox said calmly, was serendipity. He shrugged his narrow shoulders. Oh, given time, I would have asked Laura here to find a way to talk to you. To size you up, one could say. You've been on my radar as a possible recruit to our little band of brothers and sisters for quite a while. Flynn stared at him. Why me? You have language skills, high intelligence, intuition, tenacity, and daring, Fox told him frankly. He smiled. Those aren't common anywhere, and certainly not in our government's more established intelligence bureaucracies. Behind his lenses, his pale eyes gleamed. Besides, you've demonstrated a remarkable talent for pissing off all the wrong people by doing exactly the right thing. A talent like that should be put to even wider use. Flynn looked across at Van Horn. You work for this guy, he said quietly. What does it really involve? No bullshit this time? She asked, with the faint echo of a laugh. No bullshit, he confirmed. Van Horn nodded, looking relieved at his change in tone. Well, Nick, basically the job involves travel to a variety of unsavory, exotic places, frequent danger, and the occasional risk of getting killed. All for relatively low pay and uncertain benefits. So, pretty much the same as serving in the armed forces, then, Flynn pointed out with a quick, sidelong grin. Fox nodded. True enough, he allowed, with a fleeting smile of his own. But with one rather significant exception, especially to someone like you. And what's that? Flynn wondered. The opportunity for truly independent action, without being held back or second-guessed by superiors who are more interested in protecting their careers than in accomplishing the mission, Fox said bluntly. For a time, Flynn considered that, looking back and forth between Laura Van Horn and Fox. How far could he trust them? Maybe not far, he thought. At least not yet. Then again, if even half of what they said was accurate, it could turn out to be one hell of a ride. He nodded. Okay, count me in. The Côte d'Azur, France. That same time. Dmitri Grishin's huge luxury yacht was anchored off a small, cliff-circled harbor on the French coast. One of the 100-meter-long vessel's auxiliary craft, a beautiful teak motorboat, rumbled softly across the azure waters of the Mediterranean, swung through a graceful curve, and glided in alongside a centuries-old stone quay. Quickly, crewmen tied the motorboat up and then turned to help their only passenger, the oligarch himself, up a short ladder. At the top, Grishin paused to thank them. Your service during this vacation has been superb, and will be amply rewarded, he said cheerfully. I only wish the press of business didn't require me to return so soon to Moscow. They bobbed their heads in gratitude. Their employer, though demanding, paid well, and tipped even better when he was pleased. And everyone aboard the yacht had noticed the sea change in his mood over the last few days. With a final genial wave, Grishin turned toward the limousine that would take him back to the airport in Nice. And then his head exploded, blown apart by a subsonic 9mm round. Without a sound, his corpse toppled off the quay and splashed into the Mediterranean. 300 meters away, high up on the rocky cliff overlooking the little village, the man who'd shot him began methodically disassembling his scoped VSS Ventures sniper rifle. This silenced weapon had been specially developed for use by Spetsnaz-trained assassins. Two other men stood nearby, watching impassively while the murderer quietly and efficiently stowed the tools of his trade in a carrying case. One of them was a senior officer in Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR. He turned to the tall, elegantly dressed younger man at his side. "Moscow is grateful for your cooperation and patriotism, Mr. Voronian," he said. "Without your information, this traitor might have managed to escape detection. And only your inside knowledge enabled us to retrieve the 200 billion rubles he had been paid as ransom." Pavel Voronian smiled modestly. "What else could I have done, once I learned the true extent of Grishin's crimes?" he said. He sighed. "The old man betrayed us all in the end. Every single one of those who trusted him." Somberly, the SVR officer nodded. "A nasty business indeed. President Zhdanov took the news of this treachery on Grishin's part very badly." "Please assure the President that both he and Mother Russia can always count on my loyal service," Voronian assured him earnestly. Later, watching the two other Russians depart, Pavel Voronian smiled more genuinely. With a single simple act, he had freed himself from his unnecessary apprenticeship to Grishin. The oligarch had always been too cautious, too narrow in his thinking. Soon, Voronian thought coldly, he would be able to realize the full extent of his own personal ambitions, a task that would be made considerably easier by the billions of dollars the Americans had so generously and foolishly paid into secret accounts that were now his, and his alone. Whistling softly, Voronian turned and walked away from the cliff. Behind him, in the gathering darkness, Dmitry Grishin's body floated slowly out to sea. This is Rob Shapiro. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Arctic Storm Rising, a novel, by Dale Brown. Presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright 2021 by Creative Arts and Sciences, LLC. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.